2, my annual Spyro month, where every September I talk about everything Spyro related because Spyro's name starts with an S. That's when the first game came out in September 1998, followed by the Reignited trilogy, which was September 2018. Now we all know at this point how Spyro 2 changed up the formula from the first game. Instead of being thrown into a level with just collecting stuff, you meet NPCs and help them solve their problems for their world, and you do challenges for a collectible while doing so. Year the Dragon follows suit with that, but when it comes to collectibles, it's kind of split between the first game and the second game. The first game because you can find eggs lying in a random place like the dragon in the first game, and other eggs you can get from completing a challenge like in Ricto's Rage. However, for some newcomers and even longtime fans of the series, some of these challenges can really get under your skin. So I thought to start off Spyro month this year, I should go through the Reignited trilogy 1% all over again, and make a top 10 of what I think are the worst orb and egg challenges from Spyro 2 and 3, but before we start, let's lay down some ground rules first. First of all, I'm going to be using footage from the Reignited trilogy because they're basically the same games from PS1 to PS4, and also they just look better and play better, and in some cases, the orb or egg challenges can be even more difficult than the original because something the developers messed up. Second, I'm going to be only sticking to the challenges from Ricto's Rage or Year of the Dragon because I haven't played any game of past that, so no Enter the Dragonfly or Hero's Tale since I have no experience with those games yet, and I don't really know what challenges are in those games. Third, I won't be including bosses like Gulp from Spyro 2 or Spike from Year of the Dragon, but if said boss has an egg or orb can get out of it like the Rhinox fight from Spyro 3, then it will be counted, but everything else, no. Fourth and most importantly, please remember that this list is mostly my own opinion, so there will be missions that you don't have a problem with that I find impossible, or vice versa. Missions that I'm able to breeze through perfectly fine may be tough for you. So with all that being said, let's start with number 10. Now I'll start this list with one of my favorite levels from Spyro 2, Metropolis. I mostly enjoy Metropolis. I love the level setting and the design of the NPCs. While this level's missions aren't exactly the worst, the missions where you chase a sheep UFO are a little bit annoying, but that's pretty much it. But the one challenge here that can really get to you, especially if it's your first time, is a boss fight with the Ox. Now the reason why this orb is so annoying to get is because of the ice physics from Spyro 2. Once you get on the ice, Spyro is on rails and all you can do is tilt him left to right and that's it. Not being able to control where you're going, it makes it pretty easy for you to accidentally bump into things that you didn't mean to, like the bombs that are all over the arena. And taking into account that the flame boxes on the bombs can be very questionable at times, this can be a pretty tough challenge to get through. But there's way worse to come. Speaking of which, for his next mission, you need this robot farmer who needs these pumpkins in the middle of the road removed for him, but in order to do so, we need to get through the supercharge gate to be able to remove them, and now this is where the problems begin. The main reason why this mission is so bad is the Reignited trilogy's fault, and its fault for one thing. The supercharge controls in this game aren't very good. Now they weren't perfect in the original, but here, supercharging can feel really awkward at times. Even though it's a little bit buffed here, it won't save you from the controls. The turning physics are too heavy, and I don't know if it's just me, but when I tried to go the other direction, Spyro just decides to go the opposite. And it doesn't really help since every time you fail, you have to go through all the beads and windmills again to just get a second chance at it. This one's also pretty low because it's more irritating than difficult, and it's pretty tame compared to everything else on here. Yeah, you guys knew this was coming. The goddamn Alchemist mission. Now you might be wondering why this isn't at number 4 or number 3. Well, because this mission didn't really take as long as it did on my first try, but that doesn't make it any less annoying. Firstly, Spyro doesn't charge into enemies as hard as he should, and I have to mention that sometimes the Alchemist just likes to loop around the Earth Shapers even though he already get past it. And what's a serious flick in the nuts is that there's a mission with Hunter you need a headbutt to access it, so then you get the headbutt in Metropolis, and then you go back to Fracture Hill, only to realize that you have to replay the Alchemist mission just to do the mission with Hunter. And another reason why this mission sucks is that the room he needs to get to Hunter is literally right next to him. It's almost like he's trying to get himself killed. I personally love the Speedway levels in Spyro 3. In my opinion, this is where the Speedways started to improve because they're more fun and I don't get as tense as I do with Spyro 1 or Ricto's Rages with Speedway levels. At least in the original. Yeah, I don't really like the Speedway levels in Reignited. And my least favorite would definitely have to be Harbor Speedway. And again, this level's difficulty is all because of the control. While you're flying, it's fine, but when you try to go into a speed boost or turn, you lose all mid-air control and start smacking everywhere. And combined with how tight the hitboxes are for the rings and for the other racers, and the fact that you can easily go into the water if you're going down for too long, it makes what would usually be a fun minigame into a complete chore to do. Bentley was a lot of fans' least favorite character to play as in the original Year of the Dragon. Personally, I think he's pretty fun to play as, but his short jump is disgusting though. But he probably has one of the most infamous challenges, and that would be his bossing challenge in Frozen Altars. Now, I was originally going to put the Whack-A-Mole minigame from Crystal Islands on here, but at least you don't have to do this one 4 fucking times. You need to get Bartholomew's ball back from the Yeti, and you have to box him for a ring, but I swear my low punches never connect, and also swear that he punches faster than you do, so it's really easy for him to combo me. It took me 7 times to finally beat this challenge, and I didn't even actually fight him, I just shoveled away every time I punched him. But yeah, this challenge may not be the worst, but it's definitely the worst Bentley mission so far. And the worst part of it all is that you never get his ball back.
Hey, this isn't my bowl! It's just another stupid egg!
Kao the Kangaroo is personally my favorite character to play as in the Year of the Dragon. She can jump high, kick while in mid-air, and has this ground pound, and I also love her redesign in Reignited. I really like how she has some actual details to indicate that she's a female, rather than her generic kangaroo design from the original. However, she does have this one mission in Spooky Swamp, and it's basically a reskin of the Alchemist Orb mission. That one challenge from Spyro 2 that nobody liked, but at least you can choose that challenge by using the permanent super breath to kill all the Earth Shapers beforehand. But now you have faster NPCs and not being able to know where they're going. So what you have to do here is to guide these two bouncing numb nuts to blow up these 2 cages to get the egg. And what you have to do is stomp on these mushrooms so they can get through. Though the only problem is that they move so fast and the timing on the mushrooms are so precise too. If you try to ground pound on the mushrooms just before they can get through, guess what? You're fucked. And it doesn't really help that just like the Alchemist, they just feel like they should move through the same mushroom that you just stomped on. And this challenge makes even less sense than the Alchemist mission because unlike Spyro, Sheila has opposable thumbs. And every time you fail this mission and you hear this goddamn line over and over again. And also you have to do this twice since there's 2 eggs. Damn, this is a hard one. Now, to be fair, this challenge difficulty isn't the Reignited trilogy's fault, because I remember having just as much trouble in the original that I did here, but I just couldn't leave this one off the list. The first part isn't too bad, but it's the second segment of this mission that gets on my list. What you have to do is flame these lava lizards before they eat the cavemen, but you have to memorize a pattern just so you can get the orb, and it does help that you can fall down a cliff if you're not careful enough. This challenge is mostly based off trial and error. Even then, you'll probably accidentally charge into one of the cavemen, and if you're not fast enough, you won't be able to flame the last lizard before you eat the cavemen, and then you'll have to do it all over again. I probably spent at least 30 minutes on my first time, but while this mission may be tough, these final 3 challenges are probably some of my most hated challenges in the entire series. Alright, now we're getting to the top 3, and spoiler alert, 2 of them go to Year of the Dragon. So now we get to Scorch, and we made 2 of the cutest NPCs in the entire trilogy, Handel and Greta. Spyro needs to get all the flags back from Bombo, who was actually renamed Bob in the Reignited trilogy, but that's whatever. Now this challenge on its own doesn't sound that bad, right? But I swear he's so much more aggressive than he was in the original. And he can throw all these bombs that are really hard to dodge sometimes. And to add insult to injury, this is a 3-part mission, so you have to do this 3 goddamn times and move further each time too. Sometimes the bombs can be very unpredictable because they can just bounce all over the place or just do nothing at all. And they're pretty hard to avoid too. However, to make it easier on yourself, you can just back away from them to have an easier time. But yeah, this one is frustrating, but we still have 2 more left. Okay, this is where the challenge starts getting rage-inducing. In Haunted from Year of the Dragon, you have to complete this contest with the tanks, but that wouldn't be too bad if the controls for the tank didn't feel like complete ass. You have to blast all these guys, but the tank's controls are so slow and sluggish that you'll have more trouble turning around than trying to blast the other opponents. And even then, you'll probably be blindsided by them if you're not quick enough. There's also a chance that they can gang up on you and shoot you multiple times when you're completely defenseless. Some of these guys hide behind the pots, but when you get up close and personal to them, you're fucked. You won't be able to turn around and deal with the other guy that's behind the pod because you're too busy trying to shoot the other guy. This is one of the reasons why I couldn't fully complete Year of the Dragon on my first save file. Now I can get most of the dragon eggs no problem, but it still doesn't make this challenge any less easier. Alright, before we get to number 1, I just want to give out some quick honorable mentions, or dishonorable mentions, depending on how you look at it. These are basically for the challenges that didn't make the cut, or the challenges that other people had a problem with that I personally didn't. First is the Whack-A-Mole challenge from Crystal Islands. This challenge was pretty hard to get through because of the most inconsistent hitboxes, the tight time, and the wizard's dumbass friends walking all over the place while I'm trying to fix the mole problem. But I decided to replace it with Bentley boxing instead because it was way more frustrating for me. the trolley mission in Breeze Harbor. Now this mission is pretty infamous among the community just because of this one line alone.
You shut the fuck up! 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 I hope you die in a fire! Shut!
Honestly, I didn't really much trouble with this mission in Reignited. In fact, I beat it in my first try for this video. Sure, it's complete hell in the original, but with the fact that when you switch grind rails, there's a timing window for you to be able to judge where you're about to go, so I left it off the list. Paired with Hunter in his Heist Speedway, so I was gonna put this one on the list, but then I eventually forgot about it. But now that I think about it, this mission isn't really that bad, although the only problem I have with it is that when you try to move left or right while Hunter is driving the other direction, he just kinda jerks you back to where you were before, but that's honestly it. The Crystal mission in Magma Cone. I'm gonna be honest, I actually like this mission. I thought it was pretty fun racing for Hunter to get the crystal before he did, but it seems like the majority of people don't really agree with me because I see a lot of people put this challenge pretty high in their lords list. Even though I like it, I'll just put it here for now. All the Agent 9 missions. So yeah, Agent 9 isn't as stiff as he was in the original, but I still don't really like his missions though. I especially can't stand this one in Dino Mines in particular. It's so easy to get shot by the dinosaurs if you're not fast enough. But with all that being said, talk about my number one worst orb/egg challenge in Spyro. So in Fireworks Factory, Handel tells you that you need to defeat these two twin dragons to get the dragon egg. And this probably might be my least favorite challenge in the entire series so far. And that really sucks because the Fireworks Factory is my favorite level when you're a dragon. Now this mission was already bad in the original, but when you take account of Reignited's worst flying controls, this challenge has the potential to last forever. Plus your flame breath is so much more smaller in comparison to the original game. The dragons respond to their health so much faster than they did in the original. They have very skinny hitboxes, which also makes the fight last even longer. And I swear they're way more aggressive than they were before. They're able to combo me with their fireballs multiple times. This boss probably took up at least 10 of my lives when I played it for the first time, which makes getting the egg in this level the worst egg challenge in Spyro 3. But at the very least, I don't have to do this any more than once because that would surpass the definition of painful from any Spyro game I played so far. So those are my top 10 worst Spyro or/egg challenges in Reignited. Let me know in the comments what you think are the hardest missions in Spyro 2 and 3, or tell me the missions that you actually like. So with that being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. Hey everyone, how y'all doing? So last year I took a look at the Jak and Daxter trilogy and ended up having different opinions than I thought I would. I love Jak 1 as much as I did when I played it the first time, and I played it 5 more times to 100% completion too. I even streamed it back in August of last year. While I hated Jak 2 when I played it for the first time, and I still don't enjoy the final third of the game, I eventually came around to it and started loving the game to the point of me actually loving it more than the first game. Do I think it's as replayable as the first game? No, but do I think it's still a fun game overall? Definitely. Well, unfortunately though, the opposite happened to Jak 3 for me. I used to love Jak 3, but now I still think it's a good game, but I don't like it as much as Jak 1 or 2. In my opinion, kind of focused too much on fitting other genres into this game instead of the regular platform the series is known for. But hey, the changes happen for so frequently that I never really get bored from it. Now at the end of my Jak 3 review, I said I was going to review the rest of the series at some point, and since it's getting close to the 20th anniversary of the first game as I'm writing the script, I think it's the perfect time to get back into Jak and Daxter series, but we only have 3 games left to review, so let's continue with Jak X. Now when I first started the Jak and Daxter marathon, I was originally going to review Jak X that year, but since I couldn't find any copies of that game at the time, and I only had the original trilogy, I just said I would just review Jak X, and along with the rest of the games of the series another time, maybe around the 20th anniversary. And thankfully for my convenience, there's actually an event called Jak Month going around Twitter where people make Jak related content and all types of fan art. As I'm writing the script, the event is almost over in about a week. If you haven't seen anything about it yet, I highly recommend that you check it out. There's a lot of great content creators like PowerSoul Zeke and a lot of talented artists making the race stuff. Anyway, the only kind of exposure I had to Jak X were from reviews like Ant Dude, Remy Raccoon, and recently Square Eye Jak, and all of them had pretty opposing opinions. Frandu, he doesn't really like the game that much. He thinks the game has a good story, but the gameplay is just too hard for him to the point of him actually rage quitting. And for the others, they actually love the game, and that kind of worries me about how I might feel about the game, since the reception I've heard is kind of mixed, meaning that I would either love the game or hate it. But I finally got the game in mid-November, and I had pretty positive first impressions, but let's not get into too much detail about that just yet. We still have a story to talk about, and like always, there's going to be a spoiler alert. So if you're just here for my experiences, then just skip to this part of the video. I'll give you 5 seconds. Taking place after Errol's defeat in Jak 3, Jak and the gang are invited to the reading of Crew's last will from his daughter, and somehow this thing managed to give birth to that. I would start asking questions about how that's even possible, but honestly that would just kind of get disgusting. So anyway, the gang takes a sip of the wine and then they read Crew's will, only to find out that Crew poisoned the wine, which everyone, including Rang, drank. So now they need to enter the competition called Combat Racing to get the antidote for the poison that they drank. They're constantly told by the showrunner JT Bliss that they're constantly being filmed on national TV and that everyone's watching. So from here on out, the story just kind of pauses. Any cutscene from now and up to the final cup aren't really story related. The only thing that really matters is that throughout the game, Jak and his crew are continually harassed by someone named Mizo who made a bet with Crew and who was doing anything in his power to stop Jak from winning races. After winning the championship, Jak and friends finally win the antidote, but JT comes in angry and proceeds to take away the antidote from Rain, and it's revealed that he's Mizo. Mizo drives away with the antidote, with Jak going after him. After a quick drive-by, Mizo crashes into a fiery explosion.
You have a habit of leaving people to die, don't you? You get used to it.
The game starts celebrating that they're finally cured. And Rank gives them a farewell by leaving a figment of Crew's video diary, which Daxter activates by accident, presenting a hologram of Crew telling Rain how to pour the wine and to avoid being poisoned, and outlining his plan for his family to become the top crime family in the region, revealing that she was just like her father the whole time, and then calls up her associates for a meeting in a story that will never see the light of day because of how Naughty Dog practically left Jak and Daxter die, but at least Jak and Kira finally kiss without Daxter interrupting this time. So I know it felt like I was skimming over a lot of story during this summary, but that mostly has to do with the fact that this game's story doesn't really have a lot going on between the first act and the third act. While I do think the setup is pretty interesting, the story as a whole leaves a lot to be desired. So first, let's talk about how Mizo's built up throughout the game. Now they did something similar like this in Jak 2 with revealing Core as the Metalhead leader. How they did in that game that it gave out subtle hints about him might not being up to no good. The hints in this game feel more obvious before, with JT Bliss giving not so subtle facial expressions to Jak whenever he dismisses anything about Mizo. By the halfway point, I could tell that JT Bliss was already Mizo, because the gestures that he makes when he brings up Mizo's name weren't hidden that well at all. And then there's the fact how Razor, who's Jak's rival throughout the races, keep harassing the crew about how they're hiring new challengers, but outside of the robot that comes later in Cleaver, it's basically the same people you race over and over again. Some of the racers are even on your own team. This isn't something to really fault the story on, but it just shows that the need is some more enemy racers. But there is some things that I think that this game's story does better than the original trilogy. For example, they finally fixed their mistake and gave Kira more of an arc this time. In Jak 3, she was kind of sidelined for Ashlyn to be the main love interest, and in doing so, she was reduced to being a background character with 2 to 3 lines. Now she's back to being herself. There's also a conflict between Kira and Samus, where Kira wants to participate in the racers, but Samus doesn't want her to because he doesn't want to see her get hurt.
But Daddy, I can do it! I can race better than any of those guys, you know I can!
Yes, I mean no, you can't. Well, I mean, yes you can, but that's not the point. I won't have it. A woman's place is in the garage fixing cars.
Did I just hear someone use a microaggression?
But during the last race, Kira races anyway, and after seeing her do so, Samus congratulates her on racing. That was a good arc. Other than that, this game's cutscenes can be pretty funny at times, and can actually get a laugh out of me. Daxter is basically himself for the majority of the game. The interactions with Jak and the rest of the gang are pretty nice to listen to, since the voice actors are pretty great for their line delivery. And honestly, my favorite parts of this game are whenever JT Bliss and Pecker are always competing for the spotlight with each other. There's even one scene where Pecker just straight up flips off to JT.
Oh yeah, you just got schooled.
Birds do not school. They flock. So flock off!
Don't let your kids watch it!
So while the story's pretty weak, the gameplay more than makes up for it. So let's just get down to the basics. This game is basically just a more violent version of CTR. This game is pretty much like that, but instead of racing, there's more of a focus on combat, hence the name, Combat Racing. Racing is still a main priority, but the name of the game is destroy other racers in a fiery explosion. This game's fast, frantic, and probably one of the hardest races I've ever played. So since Naughty Dog already had made the Crash Team Racing before, making this game, and had vehicles established in the earlier games, specifically in Jak 3, they basically had to make a game based on that entire concept, and I'm gonna be honest, I was a little bit scared of how racing might feel in this game. If you see my Jak 3 review, then you know that I can't stand the driving in that game. All the buggies controlled like ass, and there's one part of the game that hasn't really aged out that well in my opinion. Which kind of makes it worse since they're a huge part of the game. Here, I'm happy to say that I came out pleasantly surprised. The cars in this game control so much better than they do in Jak 3. They're not as slippery as they used to be, and whenever I crash into something, it feels like a mistake I made and not something that was completely out of my control. Not to say that you'll always have that feeling, but more on that later. The game's driving mechanics are pretty simple. On the bottom left and right corners, you see 2 meters. On the left is your health meter, which determines how many hits your car can take before combusting into flames. You can also hold on to your defensive items to block anything that's homing in onto you or blow up anyone from behind. On the right is your speed gauge. It shows you how much boost you can use before it drains. Doing power slides are a great way to keep getting more turbo boost to keep the speed going, but don't use up all your speed too early or else you won't have enough to boost through the final lap. And if you boost at any chance you get, you collide to every single wall you see. This is also where you hold your offensive items to destroy other racers in front of you. If you get a high number of kills, you go into a dark ego state where your item's stronger and you don't take as much damage from the other racers. I know it sounds complicated in explanation, but when you play the game for yourself, all this will click. And what will help that the game has a pretty good tutorial that shows you all the mechanics that the game has to offer. It's one of those games where it's easy to learn but hard to master. And yeah, it took me at least maybe 4 or 5 races to finally get power sliding down, but once I did, it felt so good at making sharp turns in this game. Honestly, I honestly think that is better than CTR in that aspect, because there's something about pulling off the perfect turn in this game compared to CTR. It might have something to do with the fact that the vehicle physics in this game are a little bit more heavier than they were in CTR. Although while some cars feel pretty good to control, others just control like complete garbage. I'm not sure if this was just me, but cars that control perfectly fine in one track are slightly more slippery than those stairs that Peter fell off of. They're completely uncontrollable. A part of me feels that Naughty Dog did this on purpose to emphasize on experimentation on other cars and make you try not to use the same car for every race, which is fine. Like, I'm all for experimentation, but this wasn't the way to do it. My vehicle going from having good handling to feeling like it's on ice, not only does it make sense, but it's also pretty damn annoying. But let's talk about the track design in this game. So unlike a game like Mario Kart, the vehicles are a bit more heavier and not as quick to turn, but the track design definitely accommodates for that, so there's no sharp turns, and they're mostly just straightforward and linear. They also have shortcuts you can take every once in a while, but they involve more looking around like in CTR. I haven't found too many shortcuts in this game yet, but if it's like anything like CTR, I'm sure I'm going to know these tracks like the back of my hand in 2 years' time. They also encourage you to power slide a lot for speed, but the city in Super Smash suck though. The city, because you're full of these tight turns, which like I said before, doesn't go along with Jak X driving physics. The sewer mostly has the same problems as the city, except for the fact that there's also some parts of the map where you have to make these jumps, which you can't influence in midair, so the moment your ass is in the air, you're either juking left or right or colliding face first into a wall. But that's only it. The tracks are honestly well designed, and while the game can get a little bit unfair sometimes, it still feels like you're in control of everything. So I'm sure you've all noticed these capsules that are placed around the track every once in a while. Like any other car racer, you get items to screw the other players over. These are basically just eco power-ups from Jak 1, but if it was a racing game. The blue ego increases your speed, the red ego gives you defensive items, the yellow ego gives you offense items, and the green ego will help you regain your health. There's a little bit of a risk-reward system with these items. You can either use all your missiles at once, or you can use one now, save the other 2 later. Same thing can be done for the defensive items. You can use them to blow up anyone behind you now, or you can use them to block any incoming items. Recommend the latter because the AI in this game doesn't fuck around. It isn't that bad in the early parts of the game. During the later half, it's honestly crazy how many times these guys can decimate me in one race. But you have the power to do that too, so the game definitely feels more balanced with that in mind. There's still that one blue shell item that can fuck up any flow you had, and sometimes you can get blown up in the moment you're about to finish a line, and that can sometimes make you rage quit, but even then, you can still block it with a shield item. The element of randomness is still there, but you can fight back. I don't get that feeling in Mario Kart, and not even in CTR. I think I've gone enough without mentioning how this game's story mode works. So you have about 4 that have 4 or 5 specific challenges. You earn the medals for completing these challenges with a certain score or beating them in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd place. Once you earn enough medals, you enter a Grand Prix qualifier where you have to earn a gold medal in order to be qualified for the final race. After that's done, you enter the next cup and you repeat. That might sound repetitive on paper, but there's a lot of stuff to do, so you don't feel like you're doing the same thing over and over again. Also helps that this game is pretty short. It can take about 6 to 7, maybe 10 hours if you completely suck at the game. So that helps from keeping the game from feeling repetitive. All the modes in this game are traditional races, the time trials, creature hunting, capture the flag, road rash, death races, atom races, and turbo boosting. Since I already covered the main races, let's talk about the other modes. Time trials are basically like the ones from Crashing Racing. You collect these time tokens that freeze the time for faster result. At least trying to get first place in these challenges isn't as much as a flick in the nuts and trying to get a platinum relative CTR. Creature hunting is pretty much exactly what it sounds. You find creatures, you shoot them, gain points for doing so. If you get 10 points or at least more than your opponents, you get first place. If your item pickup, try to get all these precursor artifacts. Again, if you get 10 or have more than everyone else before the time runs out, you win. In Road Rash, you drive into as many cars as possible for points. It sounds fun in concept, and it really isn't too bad later on in the game, but your car can sometimes spin out of control if you run into a lot of vehicles in one path. Then there's death races. These are personally my least favorite challenges of the game. Here you shoot as many cars as you can. It's really just Road Rash with weapons. It's not a bad mode, but it gets repetitive after a while. Every time I gotta play these missions, I'm like, oh god, now I gotta play this again. Next is Capture the Flag. It's a pretty basic mode, but instead of a flag, it's a power cell, and you bring it to your base. Finally, there's the turbo boosting minigame, which is personally my favorite. You grab a power soul and you boost until you get to 100%. Then you get a defensive item to block anything behind you while that power soul is being utilized as your offensive item. It's not a very complex mode, but it's pretty fun to play through in my opinion. After completing these challenges, you earn precursor orbs. You can use these to upgrade your stats to your vehicle and also concept art. You can also customize your vehicle to anything you want by changing the colors or changing its appearance as a whole, from its doors to its wheels. Overall, this game's customization is pretty solid. So outside the main story mode, there's also exhibition mode where you get to play with any cars you want and have free control on what characters you play as. It's a pretty basic mode for a kart racer like this. You can still play all the extra modes from adventure mode to here. You and a friend, or in my case a brother, can play with each other in versus races. This is also the first Jak game that has multiplayer options. You can change the setting like limited eco power-ups or changing the score limits. So since I got most of the gameplay out of the way, let's talk about the cool shit this game has. If you have a save file of Jak 1, 2, and 3, you can play as the version of Jak from those games. And if you have a save file of Ratchet and Clank, you can play as Ratchet but not Clank. But maybe that's just asking too much. It's a good thing that I did that Ratchet and Clank marathon when I did though. You can connect your PSP and get all the characters from Daxter in this game, which I don't have. But if you have a 100% complete save file for Daxter, you can unlock the Daxter mobile, which is the best part of the game. You can also race as Daxter and Pecker if you play the game for 5 hours. And just like the Jak games from the past, you can unlock a hero mode, but this time you have to unlock it from complete the main game to full completion. So if you're a completionist, then that's more hours you'll get out of this game. I suppose spent the most time explaining the gameplay for this game more than any other game in the series. But anyway, let's talk about the graphics. Just like the games that preceded it, the game looks really pretty. Although some tracks can look pretty dark at times, that's mostly have to do with the fact that I was playing the PS2 version of this game on an HD TV. But other than that, everything looks pretty good. The character models are on par with the original trilogy. The UI is pretty smooth and clean, and the backgrounds are pretty busy. Even with the little details like whenever Jak is power sliding or boosting, Daxter's holding on for dear life. I really love stuff like that. But the cutscenes are pre-rendered, so it doesn't really look as good as Jak 2 and 3's cutscenes. I'm just gonna go off real quick. What did they do to Torn's outfit? He had one of the coolest fits in the last 2 games, and now they just gave him this generic looking white shirt, as an Australian YouTuber once said. And I just need to point this out real quick, and I know I'm going to sound like a pervert for this. Plain Super Butter Buns, not me, she pointed it out, and now I can't get it out of my head. But how come Ashland's titties start pouncing all over the place from the tiniest movements, yet Rain's don't move a single inch? This game's jiggle physics are really inconsistent. Other than that, I have nothing else to say. This game's graphics are pretty impressive for a late PS2 hardware. And this game's soundtrack is actually one of the most memorable things about the game. Past Jak games, OSTs were alright at best, but they mostly were ambient without any kind of beat to speak of. In my Jak 3 review, I did say that the game had a more memorable ambient soundtrack, but this is the first time a Jak game has some kind of music to write home about. The composers of this game did an amazing job on this game's soundtrack, and the song of this game is something that I can never really get tired of. Although I feel like the soundtrack might be a preference thing, so people who aren't into rock music might definitely hate this soundtrack. I mean, I love it, but I have a bias to the electric guitar, so of course I would say that. The voice actors actually do a pretty good job too. Even love how during races, your opponents will taunt you whenever they blow you up. Booyah! And they'll even give you tips during the navigation screens.
This is the Red Cup Grand Prix. In this challenge, you'll have to compete in 3 events in a row and finish with the highest total score to win it all. Don't panic if you fall behind in the earlier rounds. It's the final score that counts. Look out for UR86 on the track. He'll be your toughest competition today.
And also, when I was doing research for this game, I actually found out that Tara Strong actually voices Kira in this game in Jak 3. Yeah, Raven from Teen Titans.
Okay, why did the aardvark cross the road?
To beat up the idiot telling jokes about him.
The cast does a great job here, and overall audio presentation is great stuff. So I'll be honest, I was kind of scared that this game would be just like Jak 3's cars for the entire game, and admittedly 1 or 2 cars felt that way. But honestly, I didn't think I would have as much fun with this game as I thought I would. I honestly think I might like this just as much as Jak 1 and 2. The gameplay mechanics are pretty well developed, the track design is top tier stuff, and the soundtrack is actually really memorable this time. The gameplay that was established in CTR feels so much better here, but with the heavier car physics and the risk reward system with items and boosting. So all that being said, I actually recommend you getting this game to only see how well Naughty Dog would do for their second kart racer. Although the game can be very hard, so as long as you have some kind of patience, then go for it. You could get it on the PlayStation Store for PS5 along with the rest of the trilogy, which by the time I ran this video was going on sale for $20. But it's not really a remaster of the game, it's just an upscale port than anything, which for some reason doesn't have online support, which is weird because the original PS2 release from 2005 has online support. But yeah, Jak X is a fun game. I think I might like it even better than Crash Team Racing. At this point of the series' life, Jak and Daxter as a franchise sold 12 million copies and would be seen as one of the main mascots for the PlayStation 2, next to Ratchet and Clank. But like I said before, this was the last J&D developed by Naughty Dog, and since they felt like moving on to other franchises like Uncharted and The Last of Us, Jak 4 was in development and continued the storyline from the original series, but it was scrapped in favor for The Last of Us since it was too realistic for this series. So while Naughty Dog decided to take a break from Jak and Daxter for the time being, they decided to let other developers take over for a spin-off game. So next time we meet, we're going to be looking at the first game that was developed without Naughty Dog's involvement, Daxter for the PSP. I don't know how long this will take me to get this video out, but I promise I won't have you waiting too long. And also, I really want to thank you guys for being really patient while I wasn't really uploading any videos, and also want to apologize for not uploading for so long. I'm trying to get a new computer for that span of time, so now you know why. So anyway, with all that being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace. By 2005, Jak and Daxter was very popular, well in North America at least. In Japan, the first game sold like crazy, but the series went downhill after the second game because, well...
Wait, I've seen you before. You're with the Underground.
Shh! I'm Tess. Torn sent me to spy on Crew. Play along, and I may be able to get my hands on a few of Crew's secrets.
Starting with the 7 generations of consoles coming around, Naughty Dog decided to start a new IP called Uncharted, and after that trilogy was done, Jak 4 was in development, but it was then cancelled after it was decided that it strayed far away from the original formula too much, and it was scrapped in favor for The Last of Us, and people were still hoping for a new Jak and Daxter game, but Naughty Dog then announced that they didn't want to do any more cartoony platformers anymore, so... that idea was thrown out the window, and leaving Jak and Daxter to be one of those franchises who were unfortunate enough to fall under the PlayStation curse. So while Jak X was the last game to be developed by Naughty Dog, it wasn't the last game in the series. So in E3 2003, Sony announced that they were working on their first portable console, then a year later they unveiled their console, the PlayStation Portable, aka the PSP. It was supposed to be their answer to Nintendo's DS. Also, it showed the PS flop in sales. It mostly had to do with the fact that Nintendo was pretty much dominating the handheld business during this era, with the DS selling over 150 million copies worldwide, while Sony's PSP... So yeah, Sony wasn't doing too well in the handheld market, which honestly kind of sucks because there were some pretty good games on the PSP, like Mega Man Powered Up and God of War Ghost of Sparta. However, the one game that seems to be remembered fondly about the PSP is Daxter. I have only heard praise for Daxter and hardly anything negative. It will get the greatest hits label for the PSP, so yeah, I think it's safe to say that this is probably one of the only PSP games people remember. It's also a perfect time to bring up the fact that since Naughty Dog was working on Uncharted at the time, they decided to hire a new developer to work on this game, Ready at Dawn, and apparently this was their first game too. Before this game, I didn't really have any prior knowledge of their previous games, but after doing a little bit of research, I found out they worked on Okami, which I haven't played yet, but it's always been on my backlog. Their most recent games is the Echo series, which has pretty positive reception from what I'm seeing. So they seem like a pretty quality developer, and it seems like Daxter didn't take too long to develop either, since this game came out not even 6 months after Jak X. I've always thought it was kind of crazy how some developers can make really quality games in a short amount of time. I'm always thinking about how they get around the stuff that works and the stuff that doesn't work so quickly. But maybe I'm taking too deep into this. I think it's also important to mention that I'm emulating this on a PSP emulator, so there might be a little lag from here and there. And also, this is the second time that I'm recording footage for this game, because the footage didn't render in 60 FPS, so now we're recording it again. And also the audio might sound a little bit muffled, so yeah. I'm sorry, but I really don't feel like playing this game a third time. But with that out the way, we have a story to analyze, so here's your spoiler warning. If you haven't played this game yet, then skip to this time frame. You have 5 seconds. So the game opens up with when Jak and Daxter pop into Haven City and they're approached by Arrow and the Crimson Guard. Daxter then runs away, promising Jak they'll come back for him. Like I said in my Jak 3 review, this game's story takes place in between the 2 years that have gone by in Jak 2, between Jak getting taken by Arrow to Daxter rescuing him. So off the bat, that sounds pretty interesting, but playing the game where it's the time skip from Jak 2, it would be pretty cool to see how Daxter would be struggling to survive in Haven City all by himself, then seeing how happy he would be when he sees Jak. So instead of just showing us what's been happening for the past 2 years, the game just says lol, no, and just throws up until 2 weeks before Daxter rescues Jak. This was really stupid writing on the writer's end, but how good did I when I'm finished talking about the story? So almost 2 years later, Daxter is seen telling lies about how he took on metal-headed creatures in a bar. An old man named Osmo comes up to him and gives him a proposition for bug extermination, which he turns down at first, but then he does it anyway because... plot? So anyway, from here on out, the game is basically just go to this place and then kill all these bugs, and you're just doing that for 5 to 6 hours. But then Daxter remembers that he has a friend and goes to rescue him, only to go back to exterminating. Daxter also meets up with some new faces to help him out, but they're all pretty uninteresting and unmemorable. One of the biggest problems I have with the story is the lack of characterization. To be honest, that was kind of a problem in Jak X, but I think it might be even worse here. You meet up with Tarn, who is basically just Ashlyn but with blue hair. She doesn't really contribute anything other than giving Daxter his weapons throughout the game. Then there's Osmo's son, Simon, fuck, his name's Simon. Simon's pretty much every single surfer dude stereotype you see. He just says bro and dude a lot. No, seriously, take a shot every time they say dude in this game.
Hey little furry dude, get in!
Thanks, dude.
Welcome, dude.
Dude! How long is this gonna go on?
You drive you to places you need to be at, but that's pretty much it. Then we have the game's main villain, Caden. Compared to the villains from past games, this guy is pretty boring. He's just someone who wants to get Osmo's business shut down because plot, and also since Osmo is only in like, what, 25% of the game, this doesn't really make me go, that bastard. It just makes me feel apathetic to the thing as a whole. And also Daxter meets his bug and names it Tick after looking at his genitalia without asking, and then suddenly his sidekick now. But then literally like an hour without interaction with him, Caden comes and kills Tick, and it's supposed to be an emotional scene, and now Daxter wants to kill him. You can see where I'm getting at with this, right? So anyway, after Daxter finds out about a delivery to the Baron's palace, he then goes there and with a disguise, and after a really drawn out cutscene with Daxter and Errol, he finally enters the palace to find Jak. After overhearing a conversation with Errol and Count Beer from Jak 3 about Darpico, Daxter finds out about where they're holding Jak. He then goes to the prison that Jak is in, which is the best level in the game, and meets up with Caden, who transforms into a giant monster. Then Daxter goes after him. In a very challenging but well-designed boss fight, Daxter defeats Caden and goes up to where Jak is being held and kicking off the events of Jak 2. The game ends with Daxter telling the story of this game. Okay, so I know it's only a portable game and I can't be too harsh on it for that, but I can't really help but point out that the story from a presentation standpoint is a complete mess. The game acts like it's a missing piece to the Jak and Daxter canon that fills in all the loose ends from their trilogy, but instead leaves a lot of unanswered questions that shouldn't need to be asked in the first place. Like, how come Osmo sees Daxter running away in the beginning of the game, but then doesn't approach him for another 2 years? That's like if Crash found out that Cortex was trying to kill his friends, and then he waited a whole 2 years just before he could rescue them. And also the fact that they didn't show what Daxter was up to during the 2-year time gap. Instead of just dumps him before Jak was saved. This was a huge missed opportunity. They couldn't really show off how hopeless and lonely Daxter was in the city. There could have been so much more, but they just said we can't bother to think of anything interested and just started before Daxter got Jak back. Just the fact that we're not shown anything between those 2 years is my biggest issue with the story, leaving me a huge fan of the series, feeling underwhelmed. And also the game just kinda ends abruptly too. I can't really explain it, something just feels like it was missing from this ending. And also, once the credits are done rolling, you're just booted back to Osmo's place like if the game just resetted. I know so you can play the rest of the dream level but you missed, but it just feels weird. But again, this is a game on the PSP, so I'm not going to expect platinum writing from here. But anyway, let's get on to the gameplay. So in this game, you take control of Daxter, and the name of the game is to kill bugs, then go to the next area, then kill more bugs, repeat, and then die. Daxter's moveset isn't very complex. You can jump, crawl, and use a bug zapper for combat. In one of the first cutscenes, Osmo equips Daxter with a bug zapper so he can do melee combat, and early on, he gets a bug spray that's used as a ranged weapon and is used for platforming too. The controls are pretty solid. S is to jump and double jump, square is to do melee attacks, circle is to use a spray bug, and triangle is to crouch. Since the PSP only has one analog stick, the camera is mapped to the L and R triggers. Combat in this game isn't really as in-depth as in Jak 2. With the bug zapper, you can do a 4-hit combo, with the final hit being a slam attack that splats bugs. You can also do it a second or third time to kill a bug behind you. You can also spray the bugs too. There's different versions of the bug spray. The green one is basically the normal bug spray. The fire one sets anything on fire and they spontaneously combust. Then, replaying this game for the second time kind of made me realize how broken this weapon is. You can literally just press set an enemy button and they're completely out of your way. And the blue one for explosions, it uses up more energy than the fire or normal spray, but it does more damage than both of them combined. From the reviews I've seen, a lot of people tend to think that the combat kind of slows the game spacing down to a halt, which I agree with to an extent. Yeah, the combat can get pretty repetitive at times, and when you're fighting bigger bugs, it's kind of annoying, but it does feel pretty good taking down the smaller guys with ease. Plus the bomb spray can pretty much one-shot anything in the blast and you're fine. So yeah, I don't really like the combat that much, but it's not really that bad to be honest. But in general, the platforming in this game is where this game truly shines. Honestly, when this game focuses on the main platforming, it has some of the best platforming bits in the series. Because of Daxter's smaller frame, you can go into levels with a different perspective from what you usually expect when you're playing as Jak. He can climb up surfaces, crawl on monkey bars, and climb on narrow surfaces, and zipline on roads a la Crash 4 style. A lot of these moves are developed throughout the game and are used in pretty clever ways too. The crawling maneuver goes a little bit underutilized. You use it in the first few levels and the last 2 levels of the game to sneak past the guards and go into vents. That's as much use as you'll get out of it. Bug spray is also used as a platforming mechanic too. You can use it to hover over anything, and you can grab these eco ores to hover for as long as you can. In the earlier parts of the game, you could hover over fire for a higher ground, but it's quickly forgotten after the flamethrower was introduced. While this can feel a little bit finicky at times, and there were times where I was desperately holding out the circle, but I was more of a fear of me missing the eco orb so I wouldn't get a longer hang time. Overall, the hovering mechanic is alright, and doesn't really have any hindrance to this game as a whole. Daxter is fun to control for the most part. I say for the most part because for some reason, Daxter cannot run straight. This isn't really too bad when you're playing this game with a controller, but it's way more noticeable when you're playing it with a keyboard. And this also might just be a keyboard thing, but I swear sometimes the game just straight up refuses to read my inputs. I know it looks like I'm just bad at the game, but why would I feel the need to just careen off the edge of a cliff? I did try to use my Nintendo Switch controller to play this game, but honestly, that just made it even worse. I then tried using my brother's PS4 controller, and the game felt so much better to control with that. Daxter's movements are pretty quick and precise, and it just made the experience even better for me in general. So yeah, if you plan on playing this game, get it on original hardware, or if you're using a PSP emulator like I am, and if you have a PS4 controller, or maybe a PS5 controller, use that. The platforming in the final level, the prison, uses all the skills that you learned at that point and puts it all to the test like a final level should do. This level also does a pretty good job of making Daxter feel like he's on a rescue mission. You need to sneak past the Crimson guards around the place, and if you don't do it properly, they'll shoot you on sight. This level also uses crawling to its best abilities. This is the only time you'll use it in the, 3 or 4 levels where it's necessary, but it works pretty well in this level, and all leads up to a pretty challenging boss fight. There's 3 phases here. The first phase is pretty much a waiting game where he attacks you a couple of times, and then you wait for him to start charging you up, and then you blast him with the bomb spray. Then in the second phase, you use the flamethrower to drain the dark eco that's under you guys. Now in the final phase, you can destroy these towers so you can attack them head on. This was a pretty good boss fight and a great way to cap off the game. And probably the best part about this boss fight, if you die in one phase, you don't have to restart the entire boss from the beginning. And since we're already on the topic of bosses, let's talk about the other 2. This game doesn't have that many boss fights, but the only one that's worth mentioning is the final boss, to be honest. The first boss is alright, but this is probably just me, but whenever he fires his purple bomb, I'm usually able to dodge the first one fine, but I swear no matter how much I try or where I am, this green dickhead always knows where I'm about to land when he fires the second bomb. But that's pretty much it, I just wanted to bring that up. The second boss is pretty much the final boss, but not as fun. The tactics that are used to defeat the boss kinda cool, but other than that, it's pretty meh. While most of the game is spent on foot, there's a couple of vehicle sessions to switch up the gameplay every once in a while. They're usually very brief though. First is the Surface Zoomer, which is used to clean up the dark eco in Breeze Valley, kinda like the Precursor Basin in Precursor Legacy. Now, just like in that game, I don't really think too highly of the Zoomer in this game either. It controls better than the Zoomer in Jak 1, but the levels that it uses are just kinda boring. Next is the Ranger Zoomer, which is pretty much like the Surface Zoomer but bigger. It uses an Emerald Isle to take down the bug dragonfly thing. The first time you're chasing it down to bomb it, and while the second time you're shooting it down while it's chasing you. And finally there's the Scooter, which makes navigating Haven City faster than it would be on foot. It's pretty fun to control for the most part sometimes. This is probably a good time to bring this up. Does anyone else feel like Daxter's default speed in this game feels a little bit too slow? At least compared to Jack's in the earlier games. It's not a consistent problem, but I always feel the need to ask for it when I feel like I'm not moving fast enough to get somewhere. And just like in Jak 2, Haven City is the main area of the game and how you get from place to place. The entire city could have brought here, or else the PSP would start to catch on fire trying to render a PS2 game on a handheld that's not even smoother than my hair. But what has been recreated, the devs did a pretty good job bringing all that to here. And also there's these mini games where you either press the PlayStation symbols or the D-pad at the right time. Most people don't really mind this, but me personally, I can't stand these, mainly because I had to use A, S, D, and W for the PlayStation symbols, and I keep on forgetting where I mapped the buttons, and also the left keys were where my PlayStation buttons were, and the right keys were where my D-pad was. So what I was used to at this point was completely reversed, when I have to remember that left is PlayStation buttons, and the right is my D-pad. And yes, I know this is technically my fault for not mapping the keys in a way that I was comfortable with, but it just really shows that the games like this weren't built for a keyboard. So most things in this game are pretty well done. There is just one thing that kind of bothers me about the gameplay, and honestly, it doesn't even have to do with the gameplay itself. So one more that I talk about the problem about characterization in this game's story, well, that problem also extends during gameplay too, and unfortunately it comes from the Orange Rat himself. So Daxter's entire personality revolves around the fact that he never knows when to shut up. He's always cracking jokes and always has something to say about someone and about the situation that's being brought up. So for someone who's always running his mouth in past games,
I told you we shouldn't have come here, and you listened! What? Okay. I'm fine.
he's completely silent during gameplay. That might have to do with the fact that these levels don't really have anything noteworthy to comment on, but still though, he only has 2 lines during levels in the whole 7 hours of the game, and it's only just him stating the obvious.
Daxter, the management says you've got to destroy every one of those termite mounds before they activate the exit elevator.
My keen exterminator sense tells me that these termite mounds are the problem.
He's just normal stuff during cutscenes, but in gameplay, just dead silence outside of music and your friends calling you to come somewhere for bug extermination, but that's it. It's just kind of disappointing that Orange Lightning is being his normal talkative self during gameplay.
Dax, get in the car!
Jak! Are you crazy? You ruined my story!
Now!
So let's bring up this game's collectibles. The precursor orbs are here, but they're not used like they are in Jak 1. Instead of needing 90 precursor orbs to get this thing, you need to collect them to get Daxter's dream sequences, which are pretty much glorified quick time events, and you know, people don't like those, but thankfully only the first one is mandatory. All the other ones are optional. The dream segments are all parodies of popular movies like The Matrix, Braveheart, Lord of the Rings, and more. Completing them gives Daxter either more health or new moves, which are whipped straight from Jak's moveset from the other games. You won't really use them throughout the game that much, so yeah. Getting more health is cool and all, but you can beat the game without upgrading your health. It's not exactly the hardest game you'll come across. Then there's the Metalhead Orbs, which instead of being used to unlock a new move, they're used as a way to access certain places, which I guess is kind of cool, but by the end of each level, I already passed the quota for Metalhead Orbs that were required. In some levels, I got every single orb that was there. Honestly, I completely forgot that they needed access in the other levels until someone brought it up in another review. I feel like they should have had Precursor Orb locked behind the level and Metalhead Orbs to unlock the Dream level. While Precursor Orbs aren't hard to find, it isn't easy to get them all in one level, as like the Metalhead Orbs. And when I finished the game, I had like 600 Precursor Orbs, and to be honest, I don't really feel need to want to 100% the game other than to unlock the Daxter mobile in Jak X, but even then, I'm playing this on an emulator and not a PSP, so I wouldn't be able to do that anyway. Level design in this game is pretty confident, they're all pretty linear and straightforward, and there is the occasional where am I going moment, but the moment does a pretty good job in guiding you into where you need to go, and subtly too. It doesn't give you instructions like, hey dumbass, go over here, it lets you figure it out for yourself. Honestly, the game isn't too hard. There are some moments where there are really close calls during platforming. Some of these I'm not even sure how I was able to survive. Now, there are 3 levels that are more open-ended and ditch the linear level design of the normal levels. In these levels, you look for crystals, destroy eggs, and kill bugs. There are those where am I going moments in this game. Another moment in this game I felt this way the most was when I was playing these levels. The third one isn't that bad since the design of the level isn't as open as the first 2, but the first 2 are a complete pain to navigate since everything looks the same. Just look at my footage here sped up. Nothing here sticks out. Just be spending a long time just looking for a missing crystal or 1 egg. But then again, that's only in 3 levels, and even then, it only gets worse in 2 levels. Most of the levels are smooth sailing. I almost forgot to mention that this game has a mode called Bug Combat. As you play through the game, you collect these potions and bugs to explain through bug combat. This mode pretty much takes those bugs and pits them against each other in what's essentially a Pokemon battle. It's nothing really special, I just thought I should bring that up. I know it's gonna be that one guy who's gonna start whining if I don't. Alright, so let's talk about the graphics. For 2006 and for one of the first PSP games, the visuals are gorgeous. Yeah, not as pretty as the PS2 game, but considering how early this game came out during the PSP's life, this game still looks pretty nice. They want to go with the Jak 2 and Jak 3 route with having the characters have a lot of detail during cutscenes, to completely downgrading them in order to get the game running smoothly, which I guess I can get on that, seeing that this is a handheld game and that's to be expected. But part of me kind of wishes that they told the story using the in-game models, because the cutscenes in this game are pre-rendered, so they can come out a little bit pixelated. And also, it is a little bit disappointing cutscenes to be rendered in 60 FPS, but the regular game is rendered in 30. Like, I don't care that much about frame rate. I just find that kind of weird. And also, I want to point this out real quick. When Daxter is standing idle, he puts the bug zapper away, but when the player moves him again, he brings it back out. Nothing really special, I just wanted to talk about that. This game also has a pretty decent soundtrack. Well, they don't really go as hard on the OST like in Jak X. Honestly, they didn't need to. They just kept in line with the original trilogy by making a more adventurous and mysterious vibe to the music, and I think it worked out in their favor. My favorite track might be the credits theme. So in conclusion, Daxter is a pretty fun game from start to finish. Yeah, the story was a little bit disappointing to me as a Jak and Daxter fan, but the core game it's pretty fun stuff. There are a couple of things that either bother me or straight up piss me off, and while the combat's pretty weak, the main platforming is what the game gets right, and in the end, that's all I could ask for in a Jak and Daxter game. For this first game, Radiohead did an excellent job at bringing the platforming games from PS2 to the portable scene. Well, I wouldn't recommend dropping every single console you have just to get a PSP game from 2006, but if you're able to emulate it, then go for it just to see if you would like it or not. I mean, for the prices that this game goes for on eBay, if you have a PSP, you wouldn't lose too much sleep for adding this game into your collection. It just kind of sucks that this game was only on a handheld that not many people cared about. It's also kind of weird how out of the Ratchet & Clank and Jak and Daxter games on PSP, this was the only one that didn't get a PS2 port, which is weird because honestly, this game would be too out of place on the PS2. But if I'm being honest, I don't really see a reason to go back to this game other than a Let's Play or for 100% completion. I mean, I still enjoyed myself with this game, but there's nothing here that makes me want to play it again outside of the platforming. But at the very least, this was better than the fate Clank had on this console. When after first release, it met with high review scores, with 8, 9s, and even 10s going around. It would even get the Greatest Hits label later on. But for a while, this was the last Jak and Daxter game that was made for a couple of years. But that's all for this video. I'm sorry to say that this is going to be the last review for the year. I'm sorry, but I really don't think I have enough time to make another one. And also, I won't be doing anything until the new year, so yeah. So next time we meet, we're going to be looking at the last Jak and Daxter game in the series, Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier.
Finish it! Finish it!
Jak and Daxter, one of the best franchises ever conceived, great characters, fun platforming, and some of the best graphics of its time. And while most franchises aren't very consistent in quality, Jak and Daxter stayed very consistent even when other developers took over Daxter on the PSP. They're one of the few game series that has never had a bad game in their library. So how the fuck did this game happen? So, Jak and Daxter: The Lost Frontier. I mean, what can I say? This game's awful. I'm not gonna act like I don't know how good this game's gonna be. Like, I know it's just terrible. And what really sucks that this game didn't have to be. It starts out pretty well, but then it just nosedives into something I never want to revisit again. And it's sad because the game had potential and it had some pretty good ideas. And sometimes it can be pretty fun too, but all the bad things just overshadow the good moments. Well, might as well get into the history of this game first. So Lost Frontier started off as Jak 4, that follows the story after Jak X. However, Naughty Dog decided to stop working on the project entirely and hand it off to High Impact Games. You know, the same developers who made such great games like Secret Agent Clank and Ratchet & Clank Size Matters.
Do you not have somewhere else to go? Home to your family, perhaps?
Hey, Cork. Nice hat.
The game was originally supposed to be a PSP exclusive, but then it was ported to the PS2 later. First review, I'm going to be looking at the PSP version because honestly, it's more convenient for me and I don't really want to spend any money on this game. And I've also heard how the PS2 version can crash sometimes, and I don't want to go through that. So we start off with the game, and this is our title screen. just a JPEG. I know I can't be too critical since the PSP's hardware is more limited than PS2, but still, Daxter's style scream on the same console had more personality than this game. I barely started talking about this game, and I'm already finding things to bitch about. With that being said, let's talk about the story. I would give you a spoiler warning, but honestly, I don't think this game's story deserves one. The game starts off with Jak, Daxter, and Kira, who looks nothing like she did in the original trilogy, flying into storm during an ego drought. So barely 5 seconds in, and I have to point something out. Isn't an ego basically the equivalent to atoms in this universe? How would it be able to run out like that? It just doesn't make any sense, but literally seconds later, they get chased down by sky pirates. Jak then starts to fight one of the pirates, Phoenix, and then Daxter accidentally shoots a piece of a plane. Jak then tries to go dark, but he can't, because
Oh, it's too unstable!
Which is pretty much forgotten about later on, but I'll get to that later. They then crash land on the brink, which only exists because a precursor ran out of land to make. Like I said, they just forgot to finish and nobody found out about it until now, which just raises so many questions, but it's probably best to save that for another video. Anyway, Kira tells Jak to find anything on the island, then finds crystals of green eco, which helps fix the plane. They see pirates attacking their ships, so they go to protect it and meet Duke Skyheed, who immediately trusts these random people that he just met, which Jak tries to handle, but he can't control their power in probably the most awkward animation I've ever seen. After Jak goes on a test to prove how strong he is, Phoenix takes the eco seeker and kidnaps Kira. Jak then goes after him in a very slow chase segment, only gets shot out of the sky and crash to land again. He meets this old guy, and I'm just gonna call him Old Man because this game never gives him a name. This guy was literally in 2 scenes, now he's one of the main characters now. Anyway, the old man fixes his ship, and now they go back to Phoenix, but then Kira forces them to become best friends because she starts developing feelings for him somehow. Yeah, who cares that Jak saved the world from a man whose jaw is disconnected from the rest of his head, a giant bug monster, Bender from Futurama, and saves his friends after getting poisoned? This guy who Kira literally met 20 seconds ago was way better. They also lose a piece of the Ego Seeker, and it fell out of the right window, and somehow the left window broke instead. I also forgot to mention that in one scene, Daxter falls into a vent and gets turned into...
Holy Jesus! What is that? What the fuck is that?
Okay, so Daxter fell in the vat of eco in the first game and got turned into an Ottsel, and after Jak 3, it was established that since the precursors are also Ottsels, that makes Daxter a precursor too. But there's just one problem with that. In Jak 3, the Dark Makers are precursors who gone bad who touch Dark Eco, and somehow Daxter becomes this with more Dark Eco, and this cool badass version of Daxter, the loading screens for his levels are a goddamn slide. And they barely even acknowledge it in the story too. Once Daxter transforms in front of everyone else, all Jak can say is,
"Hey Dax, putting on some pounds."
Great! Now I've got 2 monsters to worry about.
So after they find all pieces of the Eco Seeker, Skyheed reveals that he's actually evil and he experiments the Dark Eco on other people. Later, Jak encounters Skyheed and he absorbs a bunch of Dark Eco and transforms into his dark form. Before Jak can deal with a final hit, Skyheed retreats back to the airship. Phoenix then sacrifices himself to damage the behemoth so it can be destroyed. Once Jak does that, balance of the Eagle is restored. Jak and Kira share the ugliest kiss I've ever seen, and then they decide to go investigate a Event Beyond the Brink, and after that the game ends. Honestly, this game's story is probably one of the worst things about it. The story alone destroys anything the game might have had going for it. All the characters in the story are either uninteresting or barely in the game at all. This game really has a bad habit of making random characters who had 5 minutes of screen time into a main character out of nowhere. Phoenix has no personality outside of trying to steal Kira away from Jak, and when he sacrifices, it's supposed to be an emotional moment, and then Jak tries to restore the behemoth for Phoenix, but he barely interacts with anyone outside of Jak and Kira. And the main characters don't even act like themselves. Jak is basically every good nature hero you see and doesn't even have his goatee anymore. Kira's just really boring and there's nothing interesting about her, and Daxter might be the worst example of this. I know I gave Daxter a lot of shit for not having Daxter talking during gameplay, but in those games they know the writing for him to be a likable douchebag. But in this game he's just insufferable, none of his jokes ever land, and in the game he just repeats the same lines if you die after a checkpoint. Everything that the character says just one ear and out the other for me. I'll take Daxter's story over this game, even with that game's weird storytelling elements. Honestly, it's no wonder why people don't consider this game canon along with the other games in the series. So at first glance, The Lost Frontier looks like a pretty typical Jak and Daxter game, and yeah, it seems like everything checks out. So if you play the Precursor Legacy, then you play Lost Frontier. If you play Jak 3, then you play Lost Frontier. Jak can still punch, uppercut, spin, body slam, but for some reason, Jak can't long jump anymore, which is weird because it's not like High Impact doesn't know how to program that. Not only that, but since Jak can't roll or long jump anymore, Jak has to use a double jump spin maneuver to make jumps that I swear he would be able to make fine with the long jumping, but You know, that's fine. Jumping in general feels really stiff too. Might be the animation. It looks like whenever Jak jumps, there's a hand constantly pushing him down. Combat is also pretty annoying too. Punching and spinning enemies just doesn't feel as satisfying as it used to in past games. Even Daxter. And also some enemies take way too long to take down, so it can evolve in just pressing into square and circle over and over again. Instead of a natural gun, Jak gets his staff, which has all of his gun mods, but it doesn't have weapon upgrades like in Jak 3. It's basically the same version of the Scattergun, Morph Gun, and the Vulcan's Fury throughout the entire game. And you don't even get the Peacemaker, you just get this worse version of it. I forgot what it's called, so I'm just going to call it the Green Gun. It shoots out green bombs, which sounds cool, but ultimately, it's just a Peacemaker but nerfed. You also can't auto-lock onto enemies like in Jak 2 and 3, so getting an accurate shot on these enemies can get really annoying. And also in the PS2 version of the game, instead of pressing triangle to shoot your gun, it's R1 instead. Like, huh? Like, what was wrong with using triangle to shoot? Like, it's not anything bad, I just thought it was kind of weird. But other than that, the game starts out pretty fine. The platforming is pretty mediocre, but it can be pretty fun sometimes. After you defeat an enemy, you collect our Eco, but instead of turning into Dark Jak, trade them for Eco power-ups with Kira. I like this idea, it kind of adds more depth to the combat instead of just spamming circle or square. There's also new Eco power-ups that Jak can use, like using red Eco and then shooting at it to blow it up, blue Eco to slow down time, and green Eco to turn into a ball. So remember when I said that Jak can turn into Dark Jak because the Eco's too unstable? So why can't Jak use these with no problems? That's just another consistency problem with the story, but honestly, some of these are actually pretty cool because they actually make you use your head. Some of the puzzles in this game actually made me think about what I was doing. I mean, the gameplay is definitely nowhere near perfect, it does have its flaws. First off, there's this really shitty camera. This game's camera can be a real fickle fuck. It can get obscured by any object in the way, and sometimes just spazzes out of control and from the slightest movements. And then there's the loading screens. The Jak trilogy has been known for next to no loading screen structure. Tried clever ways to load the game without taking control out of the player. Here the game fucking dies every time it has to load a new level. Not only that, but it also just takes the experience away from the player too. Just freezes whenever you're entering somewhere and then it just loads like nothing happened. There's also some quick time events and they're not good. It just makes you mash buttons and rotate the analog stick repeatedly, and it's just tedious and repetitive. But then there's the other gameplay style that this game has. First up we have Dark Daxter. He's basically a top-down beat-em-up style, except that you do boring puzzles and the levels just drag on and on. Say what you want about the Werehog from Sonic Unleashed, but at least he had a number of combos you can use at your disposal. Here's just the same 1-2 combo over and over again. You can just turn into the Tasmanian Devil and throw Dark Ego at spiders, but that's all he can do. You just spam throughout the entire level too, and just gets really repetitive really quickly. But that has nothing on what I'm about to talk about next. So this game follows the mission structure from Jak 2 and 3, but unlike Jak 2 and 3, this game isn't open world. Most of the locations in this game have areas in which you can fly planes or land to move around, but you can only fly to completely new locations by flying with the Phantom Blade. The Phantom Blade is pretty much the main hub of the game, from which you can purchase upgrades to your plane with scrap, as well as upgrades to your Eco powers with new Eco skills with Dark Eco. Now the plane itself is slow, sluggish, and it's just a drag into one place to another. Even when you try boosting, it only enhances your speed by 2%, and in 50% of the game you're only flying the damn plane. And I know I shit all over Jak 3's cars, but at least those were only relegated to getting from one place to another and weren't one of the main focuses of the fucking game. There's 4 types of planes that you can fly: the Interceptor, the Sky Raider, the Hellcat, and the Bomber. All of them suck. Of course, with plane gameplay, there has to be aerial combat, and this is where the game goes from just a below average platformer to one of the worst games I've ever played. Like, I'm not joking. When I say this part of the game frustrated the fuck out of me, it really frustrated the fuck out of me. This is by far the worst thing in the entire series. It's not that bad in the first half, but they really cram it down your throat in the second half. It's almost like High Impact thought the planes were going to be the best thing that the franchise has ever seen. All you do here is shoot everything and just pray to God that you don't die, because barrel rolling doesn't do shit in terms of defending yourself, which means that you'll be dying over and over and over again. And then there's the one mission where you have to blow up 3 missiles 3 times in a row, and each time is worse than the last. I would honestly rather play the final third of Jak 2 7 times before I ever play this mission again, and that's saying something. And not to mention, if you do anything that's hit the wall just a tiny bit, the plane starts having a cardiac arrest, or you just clip through the entire object, which hurts you and you can't get out of it, so you have no other choice than just restart the mission or just wait until you die. No one even helps you out either, just shooting down all these torrents, risking your life while all your friends are just sitting on your asses eating cake. You can use scrap to upgrade your plane with weapon mods that you can use by jacking other planes, but honestly, I completely forgot about that, so I don't even bother. And also, when you're forced to play a dogfighting mission that you weren't warned about, you can't switch into another plane, so you have to do it with that plane that you're using in the first place. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? Boss fights are awful. Some of them can be fun to beat, but some of them are just straight up irritating, and sometimes the tactics to beat them aren't clear at all. I hate this one in particular, where you have to get the piece of the eco seeker out of this woman's hand, but I swear he gets a chance of hitting me before I can hit her, and the game doesn't even show me getting hit, it just jumps to her just standing there. The final chase segment is really boring. All you're doing is chasing down Sky Heat with no strategy or nothing, just shooting him down while you're avoiding getting shot. After you spend hours chasing him, the mission ends like nothing ever happened. So this game has precursor orbs, and how you get them is either by doing missions or just finding them throughout each level. Whether this encourages replayability, I'll leave that up to you. But I will admit that it was pretty cool that how the precursor orbs make the same sound that they do when you collect them in Precursor Legacy. The last thing I want to talk about in terms of gameplay is that this game also has New Game Plus. Just like the Jak games before, this game also has a hero mode, but unlike the past games, you can unlock it right after you finish the game for the first time. When you play the game in this mode, all your gun mods, armor, eco powers, and playing in their mods and upgrades, and unspent precursor orbs carry on to the new game. I'm using someone else's footage because I'm not going to play this game a second time, and really why would I when I'm only going to spend like 30 seconds talking about the New Game Plus. But finally, we're at the final parts of the video, so let's talk about this game's graphics. Graphically, this game looks fucking ugly, and I know there's gonna be a bunch of people in the comments saying, oh, you can't say that, it's a PSP game, of course it's gonna look like ass, but honestly, that's not even an excuse. Daxter came out on the same console 3 years before this game, and that game used the console limitations to its advantage. That means a lots of colors, and it's pretty vibrant too. Even in Jak 2, Haven City had dark colors, but once you get out of Haven City, you're immediately brought back to the colorful world of Jak and Daxter. Here, the color palettes only consist of washed out grays, greens, and browns. And this game's cutscenes look like shit too. The characters look like they were ripped out of a college student's first animation project. If it wasn't for Jak, Daxter, and Kira, I wouldn't even know that this was a Jak and Daxter game. And even then, some of the characters don't even look like themselves. Jak and Daxter look fine, but what the fuck did they do to Kira? I feel like they were going for an older version of her in this game, judging by the concept art, but this is a case where what looks good in 2D doesn't really translate well in 3D. The cutscenes look like ass, the character models barely emote, the lip syncing somehow looks worse than the game that came out 8 years before it, and overall graphical presentation is probably the worst the series has ever produced. Soundtrack of this game is really forgettable. I know I said the same thing for Jak 1 and 2, but this is probably the worst example of this. At least in the aforementioned games, I can at least remember some of the songs from those games. I honestly couldn't remember a song in this game to save my life. It's just generic action music stuff, and sometimes the songs just don't even play at all. The voice acting is nothing to speak of either, except for the fact that Jak has a new voice actor, Josh Keaton, but he doesn't put any effort in his performance, to be honest. Listen to this guy compared to Mike Irwin.
My name is Core. May I help?
You look like a reasonably smart man. I want information. Where the hell am I?
They hunt the frontier for helpless travelers.
Oh, we're not helpless. Dax, get on the gun.
Just what an awful way for the series to go out on. It's not that this is just a terrible game in general, but it didn't need to be. I was expecting this game to be a complete dumpster fire of a game, but when I first started playing, and even in the later segments where all you're doing is platforming, I felt like the game had potential. Platforming can be fun, and some of the eco power-ups, and while some are unnecessary, others were actually pretty fun, and were actually required for some pretty good puzzle solving. And I'm actually being serious when I say that too. But when we get to all the playing stuff, the game goes from just pretty mediocre to fucking horrendous. So yeah, the game might be bad, but I feel like someone actually tried to make a decent game, and I can respect that. But it's just that the game had so little polish that it just resulted into a poor gaming experience, and on top of that, the story was just stupid and didn't make any sense, while the characters didn't even act like themselves or were just bland and uninteresting. When Lost Frontier first released, it met with generally positive reviews, and it was eventually forgotten about, and High Impact went on to make some masterpieces like Disney Princess My Fairy Tale Adventure, and then went broke 2 years later. So with all that being said, fuck Lost Frontier. It does such a poor job in trying to recapture what made Jak and Daxter so great in the first place, that the game's just complete ass. I can only really recommend this game to the most die-hard Jak and Daxter fans out there. It's not a game where you just laugh at it being glitchy and everything. Like, it's an actually functioning game with terrible controls and even worse gameplay. While what I play wasn't the worst game of all time, without a doubt in my mind, it's by far the worst Jak game. This is one game I'm never playing again. This was also the last game in the series. It wasn't the last game that Jak and Daxter was featured in. Jak and Daxter also appeared in Sony Move Heroes, along with Ratchet & Clank, Sly and Bentley, which would have been cool if this wasn't just a tech demo for their PlayStation Move. Then there's Sony All-Stars Battle Royale, but nobody really cares about that game, so it's pretty safe to say that Jak and Daxter are pretty much dead and aren't getting a new game anytime soon. While Ratchet & Clank are still alive and well now, and all with rumors going around, maybe even Sly Cooper could be making a comeback soon, but it doesn't seem likely that Jak and Daxter will be making that comeback either, until Naughty Dog makes Jak 4 anyway. But that's it. I've reviewed every single Jak game in the series. and it was fun finally playing Jak X and Daxter for the first time. But while this will be the last review I'll make on the series, we're actually not done with Jak and Daxter yet. I still have one more video planned for Jak and Daxter, but it's going to be a little bit more different compared to everything else I've done on the series. But if you're in my Discord server, they know what I'm talking about. With that out of the way, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace. So at the end of my Lost Frontier video, I teased that I was going to make another video on Jak and Daxter, and that video is going to be me ranking all the Jak games from worst to best. Now the hard thing about ranking this series is that none of the games are inherently terrible. The series has been pretty consistent since the first Jak game all the way up to Daxter on the PSP. I mean, it doesn't mean that they're flawless, but it's still pretty cool how this series doesn't really have that many bad games. So before we start this ranking, I just want to know that this is all my opinion, so it's okay for you to disagree with me, especially with number 1. So if your favorite game isn't at the top of the list, please don't go crying in the comments, because you're just wasting your energy. So that being said, let's start the list off with the worst.
We won't let those fuckers take this land!
I mean, what the fuck do you want me to say? This is probably one of the biggest missed potential of a game that I've ever played. And honestly, I was going into this game thinking that I was going to absolutely hate it, but instead, I just came out more sad knowing that the game could have been better. And honestly, that might even be worse. The platforming is pretty solid, and even the ego powers are actually a pretty decent addition to the game, because there's some pretty challenging puzzles that felt really rewarding once you beat them. But then when we get to all the other stuff, the game just goes downhill so fast. The combat in this game is annoying, it just devolves into button mashing, the gun gameplay doesn't have the depth that it did in Jak 2 and 3, plus you don't even get the weapon upgrades like in Jak 3, all the environments in this game are ugly, they're completely empty, and the quick time minutes are repetitive and require no skill whatsoever, and I don't know why they did this to Daxter, and the playing gameplay is so bad. I know I spent like 5 minutes ranting about how much the planes suck in the review, but I just can't help it. The planes in this game are garbage, and they're probably the worst part of the game, probably the franchise too. They also use the planes to hide the fact that this game is an open world, and just makes traveling in this game just such a drag, and the less said about the dogfighting missions the better. It's not that the story's any better either. I don't want to spend too much time on the story, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. It's about how Jak, Daxter, and Kira are going through an ego drought. Not only the story is a mess, but it just isn't entertaining for me either. The characters are boring, and the models barely even emote either. Jak and Kira are so bland that you can replace them with cardboard cutouts and you get the exact same results. And even though Daxter can be a little bit annoying in the past, this is probably the worst written version of Orange Lightning. Not only that, but there's so many inconsistencies in the story if we're taking the other games into account. 1. How can ego just run out? Everything in the Jak and Daxter universe is made out of ego. Wouldn't that mean that the very thing that they're standing on would just completely vanish? 2. Jak can't turn into Dark Jak because the ego is too unstable. So if that's true, then why the f can he use ego powers whenever he pleases? And just to add on to that, why can't Jak turn into Dark Jak, but Daxter can turn into this? And 4. In Jak 4, it was confirmed that Daxter was a precursor because of precursor offals, and since Daxter was already a precursor, he would have turned into a Dark Maker since those are precursors who were tainted by Dark Ego. Did the writers just not realize how stupid this story was? Overall, this game is terrible, but I don't really feel comfortable calling it the worst game I've ever played. I mean, don't get me wrong, the game's still shit, but in the platforming segments, it feels like there is actual effort put into this game. But just because the game has effort put in it doesn't automatically make it good, but it's definitely something that I can appreciate. But when you get the same team who made the 2 most hated Ratchet & Clank games in the series, something's gonna get lost.
There she is! Let's get her! Ratchet, do you notice anything unusual about Luna?
Well, she does seem to have an unusually large door in the back of her head.
Are you pulling my dick, bro?
So while I don't think that this game is outright atrocious, I still agree that's a pretty poor excuse for a Jak and Daxter game. And here's something I forgot to mention in my review of the game. Naughty Dog themselves said that the game sucks. They even said that they were so disappointed that the last Jak and Daxter game in the series was a shitty PSP spin-off. I mean, I can go on about how much this game sucks, but I already made an entire video on it, so let's just move on.
Oh shit! I can't!
So Lost Frontier was the only game in the series that was actually awful. So now we're getting into the part of the series where the games aren't bad, but aren't amazing either. I'd comfortably say that these games are pretty mid. Still pretty great games, but I wouldn't say they're amazing though. Starting off this section, we have this PSP spin-off, Daxter. Daxter is actually a pretty decent game, and it was the first game that wasn't developed by Naughty Dog, and it was developed by Ready at Dawn, and it was their first game too. So this game takes place in between Jak 1 and Jak 2, from 2 years from when Jak got kidnapped by the Baron, and so the story goes up 2 weeks before Jak was saved by Daxter. Yeah, storytelling isn't really this game's strongest aspect either. I don't think it's as bad as Lost Frontier, but it's definitely the weakest part of the game. Most of the characters in this game aren't really that interesting, and some of them are just copies of other Jak characters. I already said that Tarn was just Ashlyn, but Simon is pretty much the sculptor from the first game. and Caden was a pretty bland villain, but I would definitely take this game's story over Lost Frontier. But the gameplay picks up the pieces though. This game kinda has the same mission structure from Jak 2, but the missions take longer to complete. Haven City is still the main hub of the game, but it isn't as expansive as it is in Jak 2, which makes sense since it's on the PSP. Most of the missions involve bug extermination. There are some uses of the Zoomer in Breeze Valley or the Ranger Zoomer at an Emerald Isle to complete other objectives. Then there's the Dream Mode side missions, which don't really have anything to do with the story, but can teach Daxter a new technique, which are ripped straight out of Jak's moveset, or upgrade his hit points. The combat in this game is honestly kinda janky. Daxter has a swatter where he can do closer range combat, which is kinda cool at first, but then after a while it just gets kinda repetitive. The spray gun is a ranged weapon, but you have 3 different versions of them. First is a regular spray gun, which does a lot of damage on smaller bugs. Next is the flamethrower, which pretty much just incinerates bigger bugs, or just makes them spontaneously combust. Finally, there's the electric bomb, which takes up more fuel on the spray gun, but has a bigger blast radius. Next is the vehicles, which are all pretty brief. The scooter is for navigating Haven City faster, the service zoomer and the ranger zoomer is for the missions in Breeze Valley and Emerald Isle. You only do these kinds of missions 4 times, and they don't really take that much time in the gameplay either. Honestly, out of every game in the entire series, this game manages to keep it 75% platforming and 25% other stuff. Already done a pretty top-notch job on the platforming in this game. The level design is pretty good too, and they accommodate for Daxter's smaller frame, like how he can crawl, climb, and zipline too. Besides the crawl, all these moves have pretty good uses throughout the game, and they're pretty fun to use too. You can also use the spray gun to hover over big gaps, and there's a lot of fun platforming with that too. My favorite levels in this game are probably the Baron's Palace and the prison levels. These are pretty great final levels. You test everything you know about the game at this point and puts all your skills to the test. It's also pretty challenging too. I know I've already said this, but the prison level does a really great job making Daxter feel like he's on a secret mission, because he's sneaking around the Crimson Guard, and the level's just really fun too. But the game isn't perfect though. I do have one problem with the game, and that's to do with control. Daxter is pretty fun for the most part, but for some reason, and I don't see many people talk about this in their reviews, but Daxter just can't run straight. Like, Daxter just can't run in a straight line without shifting over to the left a little bit. You have to make sure that the analog is precisely facing forwards, but other than that, I don't have anything to complain about with Daxter. The other gameplay styles don't really satisfy me that much, but the core platform of the game is probably some of the best platform the series I've ever seen. So without much I've been praising this game a lot, you're probably wondering why it's pretty low on the list. Well, mainly it's because I don't really see myself coming back to this game like I will with the original trilogy, or maybe even Jak X. I did like the game, but I just don't really have a reason to come back to it other than 100% completion to get the Daxter Mobile on Jak X, but I don't have a PSP to get on my PS2, and even then, I could just get the PS4 version of Jak X and just get the Daxter Mobile there, and also maybe a Let's Play, but that's all I could think of. I think if I played this game when I was like 5 years old maybe, then I would probably spend dozens of hours on this game, but now, yeah, maybe not too much. But other than that, Daxter did a pretty good job on just being a portable Jak game that someone can play on the go, at least better than Lost Frontier did anyway. But I just have one question. When is Daxter going to be on the PS5? Bored of Jak X to the PS4, so what's taking so long, Sony?
It's over. Get out of my car now.
It said 1760.
Get out of my car now!
Sir, it said...
Get out of my car now!
So this might be a little bit of a hot take, but Jak 3 is definitely my least favorite in the trilogy. I still think that it's a good game, but I just don't think that it holds up as well as the first 2 games. This game is basically just Jak 2 except in the desert and without the huge difficulty spike. I mean, there are still some positives about Jak 3. I think the story is best out of the trilogy. I mean, it starts out slow when you're in the desert, but it's supposed to pick up once you get back to Haven City. There's still some problems I have with Jak 3's story though. Kira was completely ruined this game. She was casted aside so Ashton could be the main love interest in this game, which was completely forgot about in Jak X, but whatever. And that resulted in making her a shell of her former self, with like 3 to 4 lines in the entire game. Another problem I have with this game's story is honestly Jak himself. When Ashton begs him to come back to Haven City, Jak says that he doesn't care about what happens to the people in there since they banished him, but as soon as he comes back to Haven City, he's going to be excited to see Samus and Kira, and also later on he says that he has his own interests, but said interests were never really explained or given any depth. That might have to do with the fact that there was only 1 year of development between Jak 2 and Jak 3. All the ambitious stuff they had planned for this story didn't really reach their full potential. Then there's a big reveal about the precursors being assholes, which some might have found this kind of funny, but me personally, I just thought it was kind of disappointing. I think Samus has the best here.
My life's work, it turns out, was spent searching for a bunch of furballs.
So the story might have its problems, but I still enjoyed it for what it was. The gameplay is basically the same from Jak 2, but this time there's a lot less focus on running and gunning gameplay that the series has been known for, and it's honestly for this reason I don't really like this game as much as Jak 2 or even Precursor Legacy. There's just way too many mini games in Jak 3. The biggest change in gameplay are the cars, and they kinda suck. They're not awful, but they definitely haven't aged that well in my opinion. I mean, I still take this over Flying in Lost Frontier, but they still aren't really that fun. Their physics are completely slippery and everything trips you over, which makes me even more glad that they fixed the car physics in Jak X, but we're not there yet. Other than that, the minigames are either good, bad, or just downright terrible, and am I the only one who got Miss Ruby flashbacks from Sly Cooper from this minigame? My favorite parts of this game are just me platforming and shooting a couple enemies, but this game is only 40% platforming, the other 60% is vehicle sections. I mean, the difficulty curve has been toned down since Jak 2, and the checkpoints are so much more generous, but this game just doesn't really focus that much on the traditional Jak and Daxter running and gunning gameplay. I know this game is a lot of people's favorite in the trilogy, and if you're one of those people, then just don't care about what I say. Keep enjoying the game if you want, but I just don't really like this game as much as I used to. I mean, the game's still pretty fun when it's just platforming, but that's pretty much it. But now we're getting on to the games that I personally consider the best in the entire series, so let's start off with...
I don't think you have any idea how fast I really am. I'm fast as fuck, boy!
Now what can I say about Jak X that I haven't already said in my review of the game? Honestly, I think I might like it just as much, maybe even more than Crash Team Racing. Like, I'm being serious right now, that's how much I like this game. This game's driving mechanics has so much more depth than CTR. While some of the game modes aren't that good, most of them are more hit than miss in my opinion. And the music's probably the best in the series. I also love how it's one of those games where you need to master your skills, and it feels really satisfying when you perfect everything in this game. Like, the power sliding mechanics are a perfect example of this. Like, when you first start out, power sliding might be pretty frustrating to do in this game, but once you figure out that you can do a complete 180 whenever you're power sliding, then you'll be able to pull off sharp turns in this game in no time. And the track design is really good too. I personally like racing games that are a bit more non-linear and have more shortcuts that you can take. Honestly, how the cars handle this game, I think the track design works because the heavier handling physics, trying to pull off tight turns every second might not be as fun. I mean, the sitting and silver levels still suck though, but that's only the really bad levels in this game. I also love how there's different types of races in this game too. There's long races, short races, some of them are even one lap. I like that kind of design. It gives you more time to try and come out in the first place. Sometimes some of these races are so long that I keep on figuring that the second half was the last one, and I barely scratched the surface on what makes this game so great, like the cool secrets that you can unlock, like playing as Daxter, or Pecker, or even playing as older versions of Jak, or even playing as the characters from Daxter in this game too. And there's the Daxter mobile you get when you have 100% save all as Daxter. You can even play as Ratchet too. So much about this game is so great, but there is one reason why I don't rate it any higher, and it's something that Naughty Dog usually gets right: the story. I mean, I think the story is still better than Daxter and The Lost Frontier, but I don't think it's as good as Jak 2 or Jak 3. But to be fair, there aren't really that many problems with this game's story. In fact, Naughty Dog even rectified one of their mistakes in Jak 3 and turned Kira back to her normal self, and she and Jak finally get that kiss too, so it's a win for everyone. But yeah, this game's pretty amazing. I don't think I've played a racing game where I've actually wanted to get better at playing it. The only other game that comes to mind is actually the other car races that Naughty Dog made, CTR. Here, I want to get better. Like, I want to come out top in every race. I mean, I could keep on gushing about why I love this game, but, you know, there's already a review for that, so let's move on to the final two games.
Looks like it will only open if we fill all 100 holes with power cells.
Oh boy, here we go again!
No, I didn't make an editing error. Jak 1 isn't first on my list. I know there's going to be a bunch of people saying how wrong I am, but at least in my opinion. So this game's probably the furthest thing from a bad game. In fact, I actually think it's pretty excellent. In fact, I think it's probably one of the best games on the PS2. I mean, like, where to start? The near perfect platforming, the low-free areas, the beautiful landscapes, the amazing level design, the great collectibles. It's honestly hard to find anything to hate about this game. The platform in this game is so great, and the controls too. Jak controls really smooth, and its physics have that perfect balance of not being too heavy while also not being too floaty either. And almost every death you'll suffer from is mostly your own fault. And the level design too, like, it's so top notch, and they make the already perfect controls feel so much better than they already do. The feeling of exploration is apparent as soon as the first level. You find these precursor orbs go into another area, you follow the trail of precursor orbs, and you're immediately onto another level. And that feeling's also in the final boss, you're riding a huge elevator instead. And when you consider how early this game came out during the PS2's life, this is a pretty impressive feat. Then there's the other stuff like the Flood. The thing is still fun to ride. I just wish there were more levels with it, but because it was way more fun than the Zoomer. I don't really think too highly of the Zoomer in this game. It's not really bad, but a whole level dedicated to it was pretty unnecessary. Honestly, the only one thing I don't like about this game. So much stuff to enjoy here. I like the platforming challenges to collect power cells and precursor ores, and how it doesn't feel like there's too many collectibles in this game while still having enough to keep people entertained for a little while. I played this game so many times I actually deleted save files just to start a new game. That's how much I love this game. So I can already hear you guys typing in the comments, well man, if you like this game so much, then why is it only at number 2? I mean, I do love this game. I honestly go as far as saying this is one of my favorite PS2 games, but there's still some problems I have with the game though. Aside from Daxter, Jak 1 is probably the easiest game in the series. That might be because I've been playing this game for a while now. I'm not really a god at this game or a speedrunner, but I've been playing this game for a really long time, so I'm bound to be pretty good at it. But yeah, this game is pretty easy, but most of the difficulty comes from collecting all the precursor orbs and power cells, which even then is still pretty easy. And the game's also pretty short too. Even though I played it multiple times, it only took me 6 hours to beat the game. Oh, even when I live streamed the game when I did in like 2020, well, it's really almost been like 2 years since I've done that stream. Both lengths of those streams combined goes up to 6 hours long, and that's collecting all the precursor orbs and power cells too. And also all the characters in this game that you interact with are complete pieces of cardboard. Not the main characters though, they're fine. Those people you meet inside the worlds are just all people who want you to do this thing for a power cell. I'd rather pay them 90 precursor orbs, and the secret ending kinda sucks too, but it's kind of for that reason why I don't like Jak 1 as much as the top pick. I know people will find the difficulty in this game's short length as positive, so it all results in a pretty relaxing experience that you'll complete in over a weekend, but not for me personally. So now let's get to what, in my opinion, is the best Jak and Daxter game.
It's time for the moment you've been waiting for.
Preparing the best Jak and Daxter game.
Okay, so hear me out. I know a lot of people don't like Jak 2 that much, but in my opinion, this is probably my favorite game in the entire series. There's so many great changes that this game brings to the series as a whole. First, let's talk about the story first. Jak 1 had a pretty basic story about finding all the collectibles in the game, but here, this is a game that started Naughty Dog's more serious storytelling. And the characters here are so much more interesting than the brick walls in the first game. Torn, Ashlyn, and Sick, and everyone else are pretty great supporting characters. Jak has more of a personality this time, which makes his dynamic with Daxter all the more funnier. It's kind of a love triangle between Jak, Ashlyn, and Kira. Kor's a pretty cool villain. Character interactions this game are great to listen to, and the Dark Tones pull off really well too, but the game's not up to be its old playful self every now and then. And there's also so much more depth to the gameplay too. So this game is basically if Ratchet and Clank had a crossover with GTA. There's a bigger focus on missions in this game. You go into one area and then complete one challenge, and then go back to somewhere and talk to someone else and go do another mission. Driving in Haven City isn't really as bad as people make it out to be. I mean, it can be a little bit annoying, but that's pretty much it. Honestly, I kind of like this structure even more than the first game. But then it's time to talk about the biggest change to the gameplay: weapons. This game has a bigger focus on combat than the first game. Jak has 4 guns. I know in my review I said that the only gun you'll be using the most is the morph gun, but honestly, if you start using the scatter gun a lot more, then you should be pretty good. I learned this from Zeke's video on Jak 2, and if you haven't seen this video, I highly recommend you do it. It's a really good video. I'll leave a link in the description. Anyway, the guns in this game gives the combat more depth, since before it was just one punch and you're dead. Here you have to actually strategize what gun might be best for you, or see what gun deals the most damage, and just like in Daxter, the game makes you find out for yourself which gun to choose. I mean, this doesn't mean that there's no platforming in this game. It's still here, but it's just mixed with the more complex combat. Platforming is still one of the best parts of the game, since Jak control is basically the same as before. I also love how, unlike in Jak 3, the game does a pretty good job on keeping the combat and platforming the main focuses on the game. I like to divide this game up into 20% missions and the other 80% in platforming and shooting. The graphics are probably one of the best parts of the game too. I honestly would have confused Jak 2 for a PS3 game if I haven't played a single game in this series. That's how good this game looks. No other games can compare to Jak 2 at the time. So yeah, from how much I've been praising this game, you can see why I put this at number 1. Honestly, I can't think of anything about this game that's genuinely bad. Well, except for one thing, and yeah, we're going there. If you've seen any other review of Jak 2 on the internet, then you know exactly where this is going. Jak 2 can get pretty hard. Well, if you're a pussy. Alright, I'm not gonna act like I've never rated this game before, because I have. I mean, the difficulty isn't too bad in the first 2/3 of the game. There's an occasional spike in difficulty, but it isn't really that bad. You can beat it if you keep going at it. But then you get to the final third. Okay, I feel like Naughty Dog was listening to all the people, and by all the people I mean just me, saying that the first game was too easy. So to fix that, they decided to make this one of the hardest fucking games I've ever played. And the final third, just goddamn. Almost every single mission in this final third is so painful. The final race with arrows is the worst of all of them. I swear it's impossible to complete a hard Mario mission without dying at least once. The stupid mech, which is the complete opposite of what a mech is supposed to do, and the fucking escort mission with Jinx and his gang through the sewers, who can't defend themselves for shit but have no problem pulling their gun out at you whenever you accidentally hit them. And apparently Naughty Dog forgot what checkpoints are, so every time you die, you're put back to the start of the mission. And to top it all off, Jak only has 8 hit points, which, I mean, it doesn't really sound that bad. But some of these metalheads take a huge chunk of your health, which means that Jak only took up 2 hits from bigger enemies. And it's because of this difficulty spike at the final third that most people prefer Precursor Legacy or even Jak 3 over this game, which is fine, that's fair enough, but I don't think that it's enough to ruin how much fun I had with this game during the first 2 acts. And when you finish a really hard mission, you really feel like you accomplished something. Other than that, I have no problem saying that Jak 2 is my favorite game in the entire series. So now that's finally done. I've finally done everything I wanted to do with Jak and Daxter now. I don't know when I'm going to do a Let's Play on Jak 2, maybe sometime this year, but I feel like I've talked about Jak and Daxter enough already. I'm sure there's a lot of you wondering when I'm going to look at Sly Cooper, but don't worry, I'll go to those games soon. I just want to make sure that I'm really ready to tackle those games. But that being said, I want to know how you guys have ranked the series. Let me know in the comments and tell me how wrong my list is. But anyway, for the next review, I'm going to be going after Crash Bandicoot. This is a video that I've been putting off for a while, but I'm finally going to do it. And before I end this video, I want to give a couple of shoutouts to some smaller channels, just to help their channel grow. I mean, being in my videos won't really help your channel grow, but just want to contribute. So first shoutout is going to be to Horror Kid. Actually makes the same content that I do, makes reviews and top 10s, and does some Let's Plays too. He's currently working on a Final Fantasy 13 retrospective, so yeah, go check him out. The shout out I want to give out is a young Croc Lord. He's actually doing Jak and Daxter marathon right now too, so go check those guys out, links in the description. So yeah, anyway, with that being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Peace! Alright, so it's about time that I get back into Crash Bandicoot again. So I was originally supposed to do this video after my Sonic Generations review, and I mean the remake, not the old one I did in 2019. I actually got most of the footage recorded for this video, but then I realized it was getting close to September, and that was Spyro month. As old as that one with only 2 videos that year. I was going to try to do it again, but then my computer wasn't working, so I had to get a new one. But then I decided that I should review the other Jak games, since I said that I would review those games by the time it gets to the 20th anniversary. But no more getting sidetracked. We're going to do this right now. And in case any of you guys are wondering, this is technically an episode 2 to my Crash Bandicoot on Game Boy Advance video I did back in April last year. So anyway, roll the intro. So back in April of 2021, I took a look at all the Crash Bandicoot games that were on the Game Boy Advance, and the majority of them were pretty good. I really liked the Huge Adventure and Antrans, and while they're basically just the 2D sections from the PS1 games, I still have fun overall. And even for how basic of a kart racer Crash Nitro Kart GBA is, I actually really recommend it. While they're not perfect games, they're still enough to pass the time. But not all of them were good. For example, we had games like Crash Purple and Crash of the Titans GBA, games that range from just boring to downright dreadful. But now we're going from one generation to another to the Nintendo DS. Now these games aren't talking about as much as the games on the Game Boy Advance. Actually, now that I think about it, handheld games aren't talking about as much as the console games in general. So anyway, there's only 3 games to talk about instead of 5. So for those who thought that 5 games per video was a little tiring, I think you might be able to rest easy here. First we have Crash Boom Bang from 2006, which was published by Sierra Entertainment, who we're going to be seeing a lot throughout this video. And I was honestly surprised that this game was developed by Dims, the same people who were responsible for the Sonic Advance trilogy and the Sonic Rush games. And it's honestly kind of sad to see them go from those beauties to this game right here, because this game is honestly really rough. After putting in our names, we enter the story mode. We meet a new character named Viscount, who's on the hunt for a super big power crystal. So he arranges a challenge to get everyone to find it for him and rewards them with $100 million. And that's honestly all the story we get so far, but it's not that big of a deal since Crash never really had any deep plots to begin with. Alright, I know I usually don't talk about graphics first. I just want to say this right now, even by early DS standards, this game looks fucking ugly. I mean, I guess the backgrounds could look kinda nice, but the character models have taken a huge hit. Crash looks like he's having Vietnam flashbacks, Coco looks like Waluigi, Aku Aku looks like a child kidnapper, and somebody in the development team thought it was a good idea to give Pure a humanoid body. Anyway, this game is basically a sequel to the already mixed Crash Bash. This is a party game, but boring. Unlike the aforementioned Crash Bash, which was just a minigame collection, in this game, it's really just a Mario Party clone, but instead, everyone just rolls the dice at once. Each map has a unique objective to work out to, but having the most points is what gets you the win. So if you win the map's goal, that doesn't mean shit unless you have more points. Like, what kind of logic is that? The game doesn't even explain some of the gameplay mechanics, like the items you can use. I honestly couldn't finish this game because I just got bored after a while. Each map has different spots that you to land on, like losing the points, getting a new item, or just getting fucked over by getting moved over to another map, which is so fun when it happens. The items in this game are used as a handicap or to help out the other players. Then there's the mini games, which are fucking awful. A lot of them use the DS stylus because what's a low effort DS game without shoehorn touch controls? Most of the mini games are just tedious, like slamming Viscount with a hammer or just Super Monkey Ball and just Titanic. There's this one mechanic where all the characters can just spam the speech bubble all over and over just to distract you, and it does a pretty great job of doing that too. This is also where the boom bang aspect of the game comes in, because you can customize it to either say boom or bang, and that's it. This is one of the worst party games I've ever played. Even the game's story has a shit ending too. Everyone finds the final key, and then Viscount takes it for himself, and then tries to make a wish on the power crystal. But then Crash comes in and wishes a bunch of Wumpa fruit. Overall, it's generally agreed among the Crash community that Crash Boom Bang is the worst game in the series, and yeah, I can see why. This game makes Crash Purple look like Breath of the Wild. There's really no real reason to want to play this game outside of pure curiosity, or if you have a YouTube channel to show this game off to a bunch of random people on the internet. And it's all just a preview from all the quality to come from the DS too. Next is Crash of the Titans on DS. I looked at Crash of the Titans on GBA and it was boring as shit. Here the game starts off with a video where it looks like DS catching on fire trying to render it, so this is a pretty good sign. I'll admit that it was pretty funny how they recreated a tile screen from Crash 1 here. So anyway, the story starts off with Aku Aku communicating with Crash in his dreams, telling that Cortex kidnaps him. Crash meets up with him and he takes down his minions, and then Cortex runs away. Crash then gets Aku Aku back and the game starts, and honestly, after how much I hated the GBA game, I thought that I would despise the DS game, but honestly, this game is actually pretty solid for the first 30 minutes. Yeah, it just kind of evolves into a monotonous beat 'em up after a while, but it's not as bad as the GBA version. It's not that much fun though, but I mean, I think it's pretty cool that how this game is a 3D platformer with beat 'em up elements. It's just Crash running down linear corridors like in the older games. It's pretty impressive how this game managed to do an entirely 3D game. The DS proved that they could pull off 3D graphics, but most developers decided just to go with side-scroller games. While this game could have easily been a 2D side-scroller, they did a fully 3D game, which is pretty cool. I also want to point out the fact that Cortex is the one who's giving you the tutorial. Like he's literally guiding Crash into how to defeat him.
Oh brother, not another tutorial!
And you're always wondering why his plans are always fail. So this is basically the jacking enemies mechanic, yes, this is what it's actually called, from the console and GBA game, but this time there's a little bit more classic Crash. The Titans mechanics are still really prominent, but it's also some elements from the older games, like the box counter being here, which wasn't in the console version or in any other Crash game since Wrath of Cortex. There's crystals to find in each level, which most of them are about as easy to miss as they were in Crash 2 or Crash 3, but some of them will go over your head. Bonus levels come back too as an extension of the main levels. There's also mojo to collect, and you fill up the meter by the end of the level, then you get rewarded with a power gem. Even a Crash dance can make a comeback in this game. There's also these mats that you have to collect in every level. So there's a decent amount of things to do here that keep yourself busy. There's also a lot of variety in these levels too. You do minigames like riding a mutant titan, kinda like the polar bear levels in Crash 2 and the tiger levels in Warped. Or you can use Aku Aku to grind on rails. You can even play as Nina Cortex too. In these levels, you turn smaller creatures into mutants that Crash fights in his levels, which adds a little bit of continuity to the game. There's honestly a surprising amount of care put into this game. For how much I dislike the GBA version of Titans, I can officially say that Crash of the Titans on DS is actually a pretty solid game. If you're someone who absolutely hates the Titans game because they're nothing like the original games, then I can see people getting into this version of the game better since they have a little more classic Crash than in the console version. But now we'll get to the final game for this video, and that is Crash Mind Over Mutant DS. Well, we're off to a great start. The plot of this game is pretty similar to the console version. Cortex makes a virtual reality helmet that's powered by Batmojo that transforms anyone who wears it into a mindless zombie. And as you can see, the cutscenes look even worse than the first game. Everyone moves like they have something jammed up their asses, and they just loop the same animations over and over again. But you would just think that, okay, well that's just a story, maybe the gameplay would be better. Wow, they really just went back to a 2D side-scroller. They basically just made Titans GBA 2, but even worse. It's pretty much a basic beat 'em up with a jacking enemies mechanic, but not good. Crash and all the Titans are all 3D models, but the enemies and backgrounds are all 2D. It just really clashes together. Crash's jumping animation looks so awkward. It looks like he's slipping on ice every time he jumps, and all the levels look the same. I bet if I showed you a bunch of levels from one area, there's a 99% chance that you won't figure it out. All you do in this game is just move right and you're pretty much good. There's nothing that changes up the gameplay in any unique way. You're just walking right with an occasional gaggle of enemies to fight each time. Oh, and by the way, you can spin from the start, which, honestly, it's kind of weird how the DS version of Mind Over Mutant got something right that the console version got wrong. But we can't be positive because there's still one flaw. While Crash can spin from the start, he gets dizzy after spinning out for a while. Yeah, you heard that right. Crash Bandicoot, a character that is known for his spinning, gets dizzy after spinning. That's like if Sonic started throwing up every time he rolled into a ball. There's only 4 areas in the game with 8 levels, and you're basically just doing the same thing over and over again. The game is just a monotonous slog of just pressing buttons to win. Crash has costumes that you can change into, but unlike in Crash 4, there's barely any difference to his appearance. Oh look, he has boxing gloves. None of the collectibles have any meaning to them, like in Titan's DS. I mean, you do turn your Titans into upgraded versions of themselves, but then you can just walk past the enemies and just make a beeline towards the end of the level. Also, if you die at any point of the level, you start the entire level from the beginning. You get checkpoints, but they don't save your progress though. Once you reach the end of the 900 levels in each world, if you have up against a boss, which sometimes can be pretty cheap, no seriously, see how much damage he did to me in one attack, and some of them are just way too easy to just spam to win. I honestly can't really think of anything else to talk about here. It's just a basic 2D beat 'em up with bland levels. This game really has nothing going for it. At least with Titan's DS, I can see there was an attempt to try and make a decent game here, but with this game, I honestly can't think of a single part of the game that I actually liked. It's just one of the laziest games that I ever played. So that's all the Crash games on Nintendo DS. So while most of the GBA games qualities were pretty mixed, majority of the DS games were just bad. Crash had a pretty non-existent life on the DS since none of the games weren't really that good. The only one I can actually recommend is Crash of the Titans, but even then, I doubt that anyone would choose that game over the console game. I honestly don't like the console version. So while I can just go ahead and recommend Crash the Huge Adventure, Entrance, and Nitro Kart GBA, I don't think you'll be missing out on anything if you don't play any of these games. And before you ask me, no, I'm not going to review the PSP versions of Titans, Mind Over Mutant, and Crash Tag Team Racing because they're basically just the same game, but on portable. Maybe when I review the console games, but not now. Wow, that's 2 negative reviews I've done in a row. Well, I finally got this video done. Sorry that this one was kind of shorter than usual, but I didn't really have that much to talk about here. Anyway, for next time, I actually have a special video planned, but don't worry, it's still going to be a review, but it's going to be another collab like the Sonic Unleashed review, although I'm not going to spoil who it is though. But that being said, it might take a little bit longer to get this video out compared to a normal one. But anyway, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace. Never thought I had to play this game again. Alright, let's play. Alright, what should I make this character? Oh, how about a hedgehog? Yeah. Alright, this looks pretty good. This is a nice avatar. I'll see if this game really is as garbage as people make it out to be.
What are you calling garbage?
Whoa, who the hell are you?
It's me, the avatar you just made in the game.
Oh, so you were just in the game?
Yeah, the name's Spectrum. Spectrum the Hedgehog. But my friends just call me Chaos. And I'm only here because you insulted Forces.
Well, I didn't insult it, I was just saying that people were saying that was garbage. I mean, I was already working on a review for Forces, so do you want to review it with me and show me how Forces can be good since you're here now?
Well, I've got nothing better to do, so why not?
Okay, cool, so now what?
You want to make a stupid looking avatar?
Hell yeah. Hey everyone, how y'all doing? And today we're going to be looking at Sonic Forces. I see that I was going to review this game before, but now that time has finally come. But before we start, I have a special guest here to help me out, so please welcome Chaos Control VA.
Hey guys, thanks for having me, Sonic Master. It's the least I can do for a game that I sincerely appreciate.
It's great to do another collab on the channel again. So anyway, let's get started. Sonic Forces was revealed back in July of 2016 along with Sonic Mania.
Sonic Forces was developed to celebrate Sonic's 25th anniversary, and after the mixed reception of Sonic Lost World, it looked like Sonic was getting back into the deeper, more mature storytelling of the adventure game style and the mid-2000s era of Sonic. And in the trailer, they showed that they were going to have the same team who made Sonic Colors and Generations helm the project. So the hype for this game was pretty high.
Well, that's what it looked like at first. Unfortunately, we were all lied to, but more on that later. Hey, do you remember when the trailer for Forces first dropped, everyone thought this was going to be Generations 2?
Oh yeah, I definitely had my suspicions about it. I thought it was going to either be a Generations 2, or they were going to bring back the Archie cast, what with the whole Join the Resistance line. I even believed the rumors about the story involving Eggman kidnapping Tails, and having him make these massive Death Egg robots as seen in the trailer.
Yeah, it was a weird time, honestly. One of the main points of the trailer was the fact that you can design your own Sonic character to play as in the game. This got a lot of fans excited, but when I first saw it, I immediately made comparisons to Dragon Ball Z Universe because in that game, you can make your own character and play as that in the story, but I wasn't really against the idea. In fact, I thought it was pretty cool since at this point we all know about the Sonic OC memes, so having an option to play as them was a pretty neat concept. I felt like if I made a lot of Sonic OCs when I was younger, I would have gone ape crazy.
Exactly! The idea of having your own character fight alongside Sonic and his friends in a Sonic game story was the coolest thing a Sonic fan could ask for. It was a novel concept, and one that I greatly appreciate them implementing, despite having its own flaws.
There's also a surprising amount of hype build-up with the game's new villain, Infinite. He had a bunch of familiar faces like Shadow, Metal Sonic, Chaos, and for some reason Zavok. I remember there was a bunch of gameplay footage dropping for Forces around the time it was getting close to release day. So by the time November 7th, 2017 rolled around, it didn't take too long for fans to be disappointed for this game. I remember the first exposure I saw from Forces was from a Let's Play by Kobarn9456. I hope he gets better. And then I saw a lot of people saying how much of a letdown the game really was. I personally wouldn't get my hands on the game until January of 2019, and even with all the negative things I heard about the game, I still went in it with a positive mindset because I thought maybe I could have a different opinion than what other people thought. I even got the bonus edition with the stickers you could put on your controller. So anyway, I played the game, finished it, and then I put the game down and never played it ever since. So yeah, I think it's safe to say that I was pretty disappointed with this game as well. So do you have any stories with this game, Chaos?
Wait, there was a bonus edition with stickers?
Wait, you never knew? Dude, it was in every ad for this game. It also had a digital code for costumes you could add on your avatar, but the code I have doesn't work anymore, so yeah.
Seriously? They never showed up in any of the ads I've seen. Either that or I'm stupid. Anyways, I was beyond hyped for this game upon the approaching of its release. I was even theorizing that maybe Infinite was connected to Mario 8 Deluxe. Somehow. Makes me realize how stupid I was. But still, I was hyped. And when it came out and I got my gloved hands on it and played it, I found it was a rather fun experience. Sure, I noticed its problems, but they weren't that big to me.
When this game first came out, it met with pretty mixed reviews, with people agreeing that this game was just mediocre. A couple years later, the game has had some severe backlash. Like, I'm not joking, I haven't seen a Sonic game get this much hate since 06. I even see people calling it the worst game ever made. I can't really speak for Chaos, but this is the first time I'm playing this game since 2019.
Well, from my side of things, I've only seen mixed reviews, and by that I mean to say that there wasn't much of a consensus among people. Some people didn't like the game, while some did.
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. It's getting close to 5 years since this game came out, and it's been beaten, bashed to death, and just really isn't well liked that much among the community. But today we're here to see if this game deserves all the hate that it gets, and like always, we're gonna start off with the most divisive thing about this game. The story. The story starts off with Eggman sulking in his lair about how much he hates Sonic. We get the cut to Sonic running through Green Hill Zone, and he goes to the city and rescues Tails and the rest of the people in the city. Before he tries to attack Eggman, he's then confronted by a bunch of villains from past games, and spoiler alert, 2 of them you don't even fight. This new face appears, and with the power of the other villains, they proceed to beat the everlasting shit out of Sonic.
Tails, I need to know what's going on with this guy.
I'm trying, Sonic, but these readings are all messed up. They don't make any sense.
Happy feet, one more combo. Where you at? Get your ass whooped! Oh my God!
6 months pass, and the other characters start a resistance against Eggman. A new recruit named, well, he/she doesn't really have a name, so we'll just call him the Rookie. The Rookie joins the characters on a mission to defeat Eggman and take back the world. It's also implied that Sonic is dead and Tails seemingly lost it, which is honestly a pretty jarring tonal shift.
Thankfully though, Sonic is found to be alive and is being held by Eggman on the Death Egg, so naturally the Resistance plans a rescue mission, while at the same time, the classic Sonic from Sonic Mania appears in this dimension after the end of that game, teaming up with Tails in order to survive and stop Eggman on their own.
Meanwhile on the Death Egg, Sonic is freed by Zavok and they start fighting. After Sonic defeats Zavok, he disappears and then he goes off to find a way off the Death Egg, then meets up with the Rookie and gets a shuttle off the Death Egg. Silver then confronts a new villain and it's revealed that his name is Infinite. Sonic then fights him but then Infinite comes out on top again. He also had the chance to try to kill Sonic, but then he just decides not to, which sounds pretty stupid, but whatever, that's Infinite's choice.
Meanwhile, Tails and Classic Sonic run into Eggman and Infinite as they discuss the Phantom Ruby prototypes and Sonic. Classic Sonic crashes this little party of theirs, and after roughing up Eggman, he reveals to the two heroes that he's planning to wipe them and the Resistance out in just 3 days. And then he leaves without saying much else. Man, Eggman can be just as cryptic as Scott Cawthon.
Anyway, Tails and Sonic finally meet up with each other after 6 months.
It's been generations since I seen you.
Tails told Sonic about Eggman's plan to wipe out the Resistance in 3 days. Later, it's heard that Shadow was attacking people in the Sunset Heights. Sonic also confronts him, but the real Shadow knocks out the fake. It's then revealed that all the bad guys that were with Infinite were all copies. Yep, that was the best they could have thought of. Eggman's army is attacking everything in Metropolis. Zuko comes up with a full frontal assault plan that he planned for about a minute and a half. Obviously it fails.
During the attack, the rookie runs into Infinite again, which brings up a lot of trauma for him after the last time he met him. This time though, he has Sonic's words to push him forward and he kicks Infinite's butt to the curb. He even finally uses the Phantom Ruby prototype he found earlier. However, it's still not enough to keep the masked manipulator down for the count.
Sonic and the rookie spot Metal Sonic in the city, and they proceed to take him out. Later on, Tails comes up with a plan to destroy the Death Egg. First, the rookie distracts Eggman so Sonic can break into the computer room to take down the defense system, so Class Sonic can destroy the Death Egg from inside. Once they do that, Sonic goes down to Metropolis to find Eggman. However, Eggman pulls another power generator, then sends Sonic and the rookie into null space, although they're only in there for less than 25 seconds.
After they get out and take back the city, we then cut to the finale, the final battle. And guess what Eggman's elimination plan is? He tries to drop the sun on the Resistance! How crazy is that?
Yeah, that's probably one of the most evil things that he's ever done. I mean, well, he's still under his sun while Infinite's making it fall down, but, you know, the fact that he even planned that in the first place is honestly kind of insane. But after the rookie stops the sun from dropping onto the Resistance, Sonic and the Avatar fight Infinite for one last time, and they finally defeat him. Now that I think about it, the only reason why Infinite won the first time was because he had his Phantom Ruby copies to help him, so since he can pop out as many of them as he wants, why didn't he just use them again? Anyway, Eggman uses the Phantom Ruby to make a giant robot to destroy everyone. Once the Avatar, Sonic, and Classic Sonic defeat him, Classic Sonic goes back to his timeline, the Resistance disbands now that Eggman and Infinite are defeated, and the game ends with Sonic and the Avatar running off into the sun.
The end.
And that's the story. Most people tend to bash on this story just for how many hopes it destroyed in the community. Some consider it the worst Sonic story. I don't think that the story is anywhere near good, but I also don't think that it's the worst by any means. That being said, there are still some problems with this game story that I have. But this game story has been bashed to death already, so I don't want to go over every little detail, but there's still some things that I want to bring up though. Before I do, Kaze, is there anything you want to add here?
Yeah, I agree. The story isn't perfect, but it definitely has elements that I appreciate them trying to implement. Even if it isn't done properly, I'm still glad they tried.
Yeah, I definitely like all the mystery surrounding Infinite and the Phantom Ruby. They definitely sound interesting in concept. The execution is a complete mess though. There's also one thing about the story that people tend to bash on a lot. Tails' portrayal. I can honestly see where they're coming from though. Honestly, they really did Tails dirty in this game. The main scene that showcases that fact is when Chaos Zero shows up. Even though he's fought and defeated Chaos 4 before, all he can do here is get scared and cry for Sonic to save him. Although, just to be a little bit positive for a little bit, I kinda like how Sonic is portrayed in this game. He still takes things seriously for the most part, but he still has that carefree attitude that we know and love.
Well, look who's back from the dead. The little blue savior. But what's that I smell? You reek of fear. Glad to see I left an impression.
That's not fear. I ran all the way over here. And you haven't left an impression. I don't know anything about you, not even your name.
You may call me Infinite. In the brief moments that remain to you.
Oh, great. See, Infinite? Now we're getting to know each other. So, what's your favorite color? Do you like long, romantic walks on the beach? What's the source of your power? You can skip the first two questions if you like.
But now we have Infinite, a character that was a pretty cool villain throughout the story, but then was turned into a complete bitch in episode Shadow. Alright, episode Shadow was DLC for this game that tells the story about how Omega got dismantled. And this is also how we get to know the backstory of Infinite. Shadow literally beat him up and just called him weak, and now he just wants to destroy things now.
For me, while Tails' new quirks did understandably set people off at first, I understand how it all works. Of course he's going to be afraid and cry for Sonic now that he's gone. He thought Sonic was dead. That was a traumatic experience for him, and someone in his condition would act the same way. Sure, it's not fully described on screen, but people just need to connect the dots for themselves. But beyond all that, for Infinite, how they portrayed his backstory is, dare I say it, weak. But that doesn't mean what they were trying to show wasn't bad, for me anyway. They just needed to show it better.
Alright, now that we've got the story out of the way, it's time to get to the most divisive part of the game, the gameplay. This game is separated into 30 levels, technically 33 if you count Shadow's levels. There's 3 different gameplay styles in this game: Modern Sonic, Classic Sonic, and the Avatar. We're going to start from Modern Sonic. Modern Sonic's gameplay is pretty much a boosting gameplay that was established in Unleash, but unlike Unleash and Generations, you can't power your boost with rings. You need to use the white wisp like in colors, which I never really gotten. It's all basically the same gameplay but weaker. He has all of his power-ups from Unleash from the start, but for some reason Modern Sonic can't drift anymore, which doesn't really sound as bad at first, but there is one level in the game where you have to do a sharp turn, but if you keep on boosting you'll fly right off the stage, so you're forced to stop boosting in order to make that turn, and it's a huge pace breaker, but that's the only time that it happens. My main problem with Modern Sonic's levels is just the control. I can't really explain it that well, but the momentum is completely whack. You build up a lot of speed during the 2D sections, and it causes you to either overshoot jumps, or you don't build up enough speed and you undershoot them. There's also the fact that Modern Sonic can't homing attack at any time you want anymore. Now he just has this useless double jump, and it just makes the momentum problem that I have even worse. People tend to complain that the modern 3D sections have very linear pathways, but I don't really mind it that much since the controls during the 3D sections are a little bit more fine-tuned than 2D, because the momentum problem doesn't really happen to me as much in 3D than 2D. Modern Sonic is by far the best character to play as in this game because, and I know there's going to be a lot of people who disagree with me, but the 3D sections in this game feel pretty competent, and dare I say actually pretty fun sometimes. I mean, these stages are as linear as they can get, but there are still some levels where there's alternate pathways that you can take to reach a goal faster, and if you watch like any other Sonic review I've done up to this point, then you will know that that's my preferred Sonic level design. I'm not saying that these levels are good, but I honestly thought the modern Sonic stages were actually pretty well made.
Meanwhile, we have the Avatar gameplay. Aside from the significance of its inclusion in the Sonic universe, while what the Avatar creator provides is cool and all, the amount of it all is just so lackluster. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate the body customizations and the suit parts we have, but I feel like there could be more there to them. Like for one, I think it would have been cool to have the ability to change the height and size of your character, or it would have been nice to have more clothing alternates that have more color palettes than just 3. Little things like that could have made the Avatar creation gameplay so expansive. Even still, I'm thankful for what we got. It's a start, if they decide to ever use this again.
Yeah, well, it's pretty underwhelming with how limited we are with what we can make with our avatars. I still had a lot of fun making my avatar look as cool and as dumb as possible.
Anyways, in the actual gameplay, unlike Sonic, the Avatar takes full advantage of the Wisp mechanics. All avatars come with their own weapons called Wispons, which are powered by the extra wisps to give your character elemental powers. If you pick up the Burst Wisp while using the Burst Wispon, you can blast yourself into the air. If you pick up the Asteroid Wisp while using the Asteroid Wispon, you will have your little army of minions turn into a protective shield. All of that provides endless possibilities for exploration and expansion that the customization lacks in.
The Avatar's gameplay is basically just modern Sonic but without the boost, and it's alright. But the one problem I have with the Avatar's gameplay is the controls. For some reason, whenever the Avatar is just running normally, he just goes from 0 to 100 in a second, and it just feels really jarring every time he slows down. And the problem with the Avatar's speed messes with similar jumps that I should be able to make no problem, but his momentum just throws me off every time. There was also this wall jumping ability that he gets in stage 25. For some reason, when I swear I'm clinging onto the walls, the Avatar just doesn't do anything and it just falls to my death. And I hated Imperial Tower when I first played this game for the first time. Honestly, that problem didn't really happen to me as much now as it did on my first playthrough, but it was still really annoying when it happened to me. But that's only the really major problems I have with him. Overall, he's not too bad. And finally, we get the Classic Sonic. I mean, this isn't Classic Sonic from Mania. It isn't even him from Generations. His levels are exactly like in Generations, as in playing in a classic level, except for this game, his speed has been entirely nerfed. Also slopes and loops that can make in older games. I had the spin dash just to do it, but to be fair, the spin dash was really powerful in Generations, so I don't really mind this being nerfed though. But everything else just feels off. So I feel like Sega realized that Classic Sonic's jump in Generations was way too floaty, so they tried to fix that by making it as heavy as possible. Sometimes I try holding down on the B button just to make sure Sonic doesn't drop like a blue rock. And his momentum is off too. Sometimes I slip and fall off of platforms with Classic Sonic, and I know I said this about Modern Sonic and the Avatar, but I feel like this might be the worst example of it, and the reason why is because the auto-scrolling level, an auto-scroller, in a Sonic game. I'm slipping off edges of platforms frequently, and I miss jumps all the time, and given the fact that I already hate auto-scrolling stages, let's add more salt on the wound. Classic Sonic also has a drop dash, but it's nowhere near as useful as it was in Mania. I barely even used it. In fact, I actually forgot about it while I was writing the script. Classic Sonic also has power-ups in monitors like running shoes and invincibility, both of which last for 3 seconds, and shields, but for some reason, the elemental shields aren't in this game. Overall, Classic Sonic is my least favorite character to play in this game. He's the only one of these characters that I actually genuinely dread coming back to.
Wow, that's a lot. I don't think I have much to add to that.
Well, I guess that leaves us with the final character, Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow is easily the best part of the game because he's basically just a clone of modern Sonic, but that's how he started out in Adventure 2 and technically Hero, so I don't really mind that. While he's basically the same as modern Sonic, the momentum problem isn't as bad as it is with modern Sonic. You can actually play as him in Sonic stages, but only the ones that don't have cutscenes or the tag team stage with the Avatar. Speaking of which, there's also a couple of stages where you get to play as both modern Sonic and the Avatar. It's kind of like the team mechanics from Sonic Heroes. You can switch from one character to another with a click of a button. There's not really much to talk about here, I just thought I should bring that up.
Well, what I can really say about Shadow's gameplay is that it is indeed pretty much the same as Sonic's. The only major downside to Shadow's gameplay is with the levels in his DLC you have to traverse in. Their designs are so lacking compared to the main game levels, which some of you could say is saying a lot. While playing his stages, you can't help but feel as though it's too empty. Not to mention, I feel like the whole experience could have been better with us being able to use Chaos Control! BA. I don't know, that's just a thought I had.
Okay, now that we got the characters out the way, let's talk about the level design. All I can say about it is that they're ridiculously short. They can take you about like 1 to 2, maybe 5 minutes if you completely sucked at the level. To be fair, short levels don't automatically make them bad. I mean, Sonic Colors had short levels and that game was still fine. But the problem with this game's levels is that they always end when they're about to get interesting. Every time I feel like I'm getting invested into something, the level just ends out of nowhere. In my opinion, 3 to 5 minutes per stage is a good enough stage length. And on top of being short, they're also really easy too. Again, Colors was an easy game, but the difference here is the ranking system. It's way too easy to get an S rank in this game. I even died once in one level and still came out with an S rank. And if you get anything less than an A rank in this game, you really need to rethink your life choices. And also, the levels don't really have that much variety in its aesthetics. I mean, I do think that it's pretty cool how there's multiple levels in one area, but I don't know, I feel like if these levels didn't look the same, it would make it even better.
Now, the common complaints about the levels in this game that I see quite often is that they're too linear, that they don't have many pathways to the end. The reason I bring this up is because that's actually something the levels have going for them. They do indeed have multiple pathways. I should know, I've actually played the game over and over again. But even still, I can understand why people would still complain about this, as it is hard to see those pathways on the first playthrough of the level. And for that, I want to say, first off, why not just say it like that? And secondly, that might actually be a good thing. In my opinion, what makes a game good is its ability to get people to come back and play it again, going back through and finding out what you may have missed. And if Sonic Forces' levels have these extra pathways that aren't so clear, along with other things worth collecting and exploring, then maybe this game is doing its job better than you'd like to admit. And maybe it can exercise your brain along the way.
The kind of level design that I look for in a Sonic game is to get to the goal ring and find other pathways to get to the goal faster. I don't think that this game is completely void of alternate routes. I did find some in the first level, and I thought the one in Limited Forest was pretty clever, but other than that, there's not much comes off the top of my head. It's like what Chaos said, maybe I just haven't played the game enough, but from what I could find, the alternate pathways were alright, maybe even decently designed. The one complaint I see from this game a lot is that there's too much automation, and I kinda agree with it, but at the same time I don't. There's a lot of these quick time events where you have to press the homing reticle at the right time. Most people don't like this, but I feel like the cinematics are really well animated. I really love all the movements here, so that's why I don't really mind it there. Where it does feel kind of unnecessary is with the double boosting sections with the Avatar and Modern Sonic. You don't really have to press the boost button repeatedly just to get it to work. And I don't see people bring this up, but when you run out of boost, you just keep on going until the sequence ends. And then there's the Avatar's grappling hook sections. In the trailers, it looked like there was going to be a lot on the Avatar's grappling hook, but half the time you don't even use it. The game just does it for you. I know this is probably coming off as a typical Sonic Tuber bashing Sonic Forces and shoving Forces dab down our throats type of video, but honestly there's still a bunch of positives to talk about this game. Like the level design for Sonic is something that I can actually enjoy and something I can come back to. Maybe not over and over again, but enough to have fun with it. And I also love this game's UI. All the level transitions look pretty clean and the interfaces look as good as Generations. and the attempt at trying to do a deeper story, kind of like the adventure games, was an admirable effort. If only they could get the execution down, then I feel like this game's story would have been one of the best in the series. I said this before, but I love the avatar customization. It would be pretty cool if we could customize the Sonics, but the avatar customization is still pretty cool. I had a lot of fun making my new avatar. I also made this rabbit that grew up with head trauma. What? I know there's going to be a bunch of people calling me a Sega bootlicker or telling me to stop settling with mediocrity, but that's just how I feel, guys.
Wow. Remind me why you need me here again?
I thought it would be fun to do another collab again.
Moving on, we now have the SOS and daily missions. These are little side quests of sorts where you can either take random missions on many different levels involving avatars made by other players from all around the world, or daily missions where you have to go back through the levels and do certain things in order to get some new clothes for your avatars.
The SOS missions basically just have you replay the same levels you already completed, so unless you're on a PlayStation trophy or an Xbox achievement, there is really no reason to play these stages. Don't really have anything else to say here. The side missions with the rental avatars was a pretty good idea with other players' avatars around the world, but I feel like this idea could have been expanded a lot more, in my opinion. There's also these challenges that you can do, but they're not really challenges, it's just you playing the game. For example, boost as Modern Sonic, stomp as Modern Sonic, get an S rank in Stage 5, slide as Modern Sonic, quick step as Modern Sonic. Like, where's the actual challenge?
But if you're one of those people who are totally invested in the avatar and its gameplay, like I really am, then doing these challenges are definitely rewarding, as they can give you new clothes for your character as a prize. Just hope you're not looking for a specific set of clothes though, the rewards are distributed randomly.
Yeah, I guess I can see that, but I personally just see all these challenges as pointless and not really worth going out of your way and doing. Up next is collectibles. After you complete a level, you have the option to go back and get all the stuff that you missed, like the red rings and the moon tokens. There's 5 of them in each level, and they don't really give you anything as far as I'm concerned. So again, unless you want a PlayStation trophy or an Xbox achievement, there's really no reason to getting these. Last thing that we should talk about before we get to the final section of the video is Supersonic. Supersonic is downloadable content for this game, and he works exactly like he did in Generations. Supersonic in the modern game has always been so underwhelming in my opinion, and this game is probably the worst example of this. By this point, I've already had my time with the game, so Supersonic just kind of felt pointless. In this game, Supersonic just feels like he'll just add it into the game last minute and just comes off as kind of bland. Mono Supersonic just boosts infinitely, and Classic Supersonic just jumps higher.
And I'll also add that it's also underwhelming with the fact that you have to download it instead of having it already being a part of the actual game. Not just as a part of the story, but the game as a whole. Supersonic has been downplayed in Sonic's recent games, and Forces honestly takes it to a whole new level because you have to download it. The last notable mainline Sonic game to include Supersonic as a part of its story was Sonic Generations, and the other 2 mainline Sonic games that don't include Supersonic in their stories, but still have it as a part of their base games, are Sonic Colors and Sonic Lost World. So the fact that you have to download it here for Sonic Forces is just a sad reminder that Supersonic's relevance will continue to decline in the games, unless that changes in later games somehow.
Alright, now let's get on to the graphics. I'll be honest, I didn't really like the graphics when I first played this game, well more specifically the character models, and before any of you guys go in the comments say, oh great, another Sonic fan who hates the Forces model because his spines are shorter, and no, that's not it. In fact, I never even noticed that until someone pointed it out on Twitter. It was more because I wasn't really down with the more realistic eyes on the characters, it just looked kinda weird to me, but I did start to warm up to it as the years went on. The environments are also really pretty in this game. I don't think that it looks as good as Generations or even Unleash, but it's still a pretty nice looking game. I especially love how Luminous Forest looks. It looks really nice and the water effects are fantastic. Anyway, back to the character models. I personally think that they're alright, but a lot of people tend to hate on them to the point where people start freaking out when they thought the same Sonic model was going to be used in Sonic Frontiers. Nobody cared in 2017, but now they do. Okay, but jokes aside, the graphics are pretty decent. Okay, also what about you?
Yeah, the graphics are pretty decent, I can agree with that there. Although personally I'd say they're better than Generations. I played Generations on the PS3 before, and when comparing the two, Forces definitely comes out looking the more crystal clear. And the character models are fine. And I also don't really care much about Sonic's quill size, and no one really should, as they're a small detail that doesn't really change much else. And I don't know if this counts as graphics, but it does go along with the character models, so I'll say it anyway. The models' animations, I will say, are pretty stiff, which does bug me, but that doesn't mean they can't be any less expressive, which they are.
Another thing that people tend to bash on this game for is the OST. Some people don't really like the remix vibe that Forces has with its music, Personally, I think it's pretty good. Sure, some are more forgettable than others, but this soundtrack actually has some bangers, like Fist Bump and Infinite's theme. Even some of the Avatar's music is pretty good, like Aqua Road. Prison Hall. Spaceport. Imperial Tower.
The sun is falling in the sky beyond. Light is fading from our world. The sun is falling in the sky beyond, and light is fading from our world. Now's the time of reckoning. The final battle has begun.
And the final boss theme is just amazing. Although I will say that classic Sonic's music is just awful. Like it's like Sonic 4 levels of bad. But other than that, I think that this game's music is pretty good, and I have no shame in saying that I actually listen to a couple of this game's songs whenever I'm walking to school. I'll admit that I didn't really like Light of Hope that much when I first played this game, but when I replayed it for this video, I started to warm up to it. At least the instrumental version. But I will say that the soundtrack is an acquired taste, so if you really don't like techno-type music, then you'll probably hate this soundtrack.
Personally, the game's OST is one of my favorite Sonic soundtracks of all time. Every song hits the mark for me, whether it's orchestral, techno, rock, or whatever else. The tracks I really enjoy the most are 8-Gate, Fist Bump also, Eggman's Facility, Network Tunnel outside, and the Light of Hope. Seriously, Tomoya Otani and everyone else working on the music did a stellar job. However, I'm sure I would have more picks, but I unfortunately can't find them because Deoxys Prime removed his copies from YouTube. Seriously, why would you do this to me?
Alright, we've rambled on enough about our thoughts about this game. I think it's time we get to the final part of this video. Don't you think so too, Chaos?
Definitely. I don't know how much longer I can stand here running my mouth off. Seriously, my knees are sweating and they feel like they're about to pop off. Is that a bad sign?
You should probably get that checked. Anyway, what are our final thoughts on Forces? Well, for me, it was a pretty big letdown, and replaying this game again for this video made me realize why I was so disappointed with this game in 2019. But to be fair, I did find some positives about the game, so that's a plus. I don't think that this game's really good, far from it actually. But do I think that it's the worst game ever made? Hell no. There's nothing in this game that deserves bitter hatred in my opinion. I know there's some people who unironically enjoy this game like Chaos, and if you're one of those people, then keep enjoying the game. Don't let my opinion affect yours, and don't let some random trolls on Twitter get to you. This is probably one of the most disappointing games I've ever played. Forces isn't a terrible game, but it definitely isn't a good one.
For me, Sonic Forces is good. Plain and simple. Again, it has its problems, but it still has a lot more going for it. And if you actually take a deeper look at everything you'd see in this game, you may find yourself developing a better appreciation for it. And yeah, don't listen to the crybabies on Twitter who keep saying Classic Sonic is the devil and you liking him means you have to go to hell, or something like that, I don't know. Form your own subjective opinions based on objective fact. Trust me, you might like it. And Sonic Forces, you may like that too.
As the years have gone, fans should start bashing this game off the ass, like saying stuff like this is the worst game ever made, even gets to the point where people can't even say anything remotely positive about Forces on Twitter without people getting pissy about it and dogpiling on them. There's a bunch of people saying like, oh, I won't have Sonic fans praising mediocrity, or people who like Forces are little children, or you're not a true Sonic fan. I even had people doing this when my dumbass thought it was a great idea to post a tweet when Sonic Forces was turning 4 years old back in November. I thought that I was gonna get, like 7 likes, maybe a couple of comments, but no, but people hate this game that much. How does this tweet almost have 500 comments and over 1,000 likes? I can see people saying stuff like, if you like Forces and you need help, or I hope every build of this game gets destroyed. I made this into a Sonic Forces hate fest, whether you like it or not. Like calm down, it's a f***ing video game. Like, I get it, people have different opinions, but I honestly don't get how people think this kind of shit's okay. Because whenever someone says that they like 06, people are able to respect that, but whenever it's Forces, people will go like, I guess it's time to go quote this tweet and tell them right or wrong. And these are the same people who get mad when people hit on Forces and calling that beating a dead horse, but I have no problem doing the exact same thing with Forces. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Wow, that segment came off a lot angrier than I expected. I'm sorry about that. I just needed to rant for a little bit. That kind of stuff just really irritates me.
I can imagine it does. But yeah, this behavior is certainly not okay. You should never be incredibly hostile to others because they like something you don't and vice versa. As a people, we're already so divided as it is on many other things. Can't you just take a break and try doing some uniting instead?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, I can rant about this for as much as I want, but we've been here all day, and since this video is probably as long as it already is, all I'm gonna say here is that just because someone genuinely enjoys Forces, that doesn't make them a Sega bootlicker or a fake Sonic fan. But if you guys are able to be fine with people liking Sonic 06, then it shouldn't be this hard to do the same thing for Forces fans.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Well, now we want to know what you guys think about Forces. Do you like it like Chaos does? Do you think that it's the worst game of all time? Or are you just in the middle like I am? I'd love to see all your thoughts in the comments below. And to Chaos, thank you for joining me on this video as we delve into what is currently the most hated Sonic game ever. So, would you like to give my viewers an idea of what you do on your channel?
Oh, I guess so. On my channel, I'm a Sonic tuber who does voice acting, video editing, and everything else under the blue spiny sun. Feel free to check me out. I'm sure I've made or will make something that tickles your fancy. But anyways, yeah, thank you for having me, Sonic Master. It was all my pleasure.
No problem, man. It was fun to have someone else on this video with a different opinion from me and see this game from a perspective of someone who likes Forces. And definitely make sure to check him out, guys. He has like, what, 100 times more subscribers than I do, so he's obviously doing something right. But yeah, now we have this video done, I want to tease you guys on the next couple of views I have planned. First one is going to be some Mario Sunshine, and then the next one is going to be another remake of a video I did in 2019, for Dragon Ball Rage and Blast. I'm actually really excited about doing that video. And the last one is going to be another Sonic game, Sonic Heroes. After that, I'm going to set up a poll on what marathon I should do next, but I'll reveal that after the Sonic Heroes review. So with all that being said, I want to thank everyone who was really patient while Chaos and I were in the process of making this video. You know, just a lot of stuff got in the way, like school and family and other stuff. But anyways, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.
Until next time.
Look, so I know I said I was going to come back with Super Mario Sunshine, but I've been running into some problems recording footage off a Dolphin emulator. For some reason the game's frame rate was so inconsistent. Sometimes the game ran completely fine, but other times the game looked like a third grade science fair for presentation. I just assumed that it was because I was recording, but when I tried playing the game when I wasn't recording, the game still ran like ass. I don't know if this was just my computer, because when I tried playing Sonic Heroes on Dolphin, it ran completely fine, so I don't know what's going on with this game. So it looks like I'm gonna have to drop the Mario Sunshine review until I can get Dolphin to work with this game. But hey, I haven't talked about a mainline Crash Bandicoot game since Crash 4 last year, so this is kind of a win-win in a way. So anyway, let's get the introduction out the way. So by 1999, Crash Bandicoot was pretty much on top of the world. Magazines, commercial, he was pretty much everywhere.
Hey, plumber boy, mustache man, your worst nightmare has arrived.
Pack up your stuff. I got a little surprise for you here. Check it out. What do you think about that?
And along with Spyro, these two would make the PlayStation the console to have at the time. Crash would also be considered one of the main platforming mascots along with Mario and Sonic. So I think most of you Crash fans already know the story by now, but just for the two of you who don't know what I'm talking about, Naughty Dog only had the right to make 3 games, and Crash Team Racing was originally going to be the 3rd game on this series until Naughty Dog decided to make the true 3rd game, Crash Bandicoot Warped. So when Naughty Dog lost the rights to make Crash Bandicoot, they moved on to Jak and Daxter. Now Wrath of Cortex wasn't originally supposed to be the 4th game in the series. It was actually named Crash Bandicoot Worlds, where you can control Crash in a free roaming area with puzzle elements and Crash traveling into different worlds. However, Universal Interactive taking the Traveler's Tale to develop the next game, so they scrapped the free roaming idea entirely, and they had to make an entirely new game from scratch, and they only had 12 months just to make the game. I think that this game might be the first Crash game that had people really excited for it, because not only was it Crash's jump into the 6th generation of consoles, but it was also the first time Crash was going multi-platform. Yeah, Universal struck a deal with Konami and all of the companies to get the game to release on the GameCube and the original Xbox. So if you were to go online and to watch a review of Crash Wrath of Cortex, you would see that a lot of people would say stuff like, there's way too many vehicles in this game, or I wish there was more platforming here. Where I stand on this, I personally haven't played this game until this review. I actually haven't played any of the Crash games since post PS1 or before the remakes. I've only ever seen reviews of the game, so this is all uncharted territory for me. And in case you guys are curious, I'm actually playing the PS2 version of this game on PSX2. So we start a new save file, and we start this game story off with an almost 10-minute opening. I'll just say it right here. This opening is just 5 minutes of the Crash 3 villains bitching and moaning about how they can't beat Crash, and the other 5 minutes spent with Aku Aku rambling about Uka Uka. I'll just sum it up like this. This game's story takes place after the events of Crash 3, well, whether this game's still canon or not, which I guess you can consider that as not canon, since it's about time and kind of retcons everything past the original trilogy. I'll leave that up to you. Cortex decides that he's sick of Crash ruining his plans, and that not only wants to conquer the world, but he actually says that he wants Crash is dead. That's kinda dark by this series standards, to be honest. Anyway, Uka Uka gets help from the Elementals to help him out with this plan. The Elementals are basically responsible for all the disasters that's been going wrong for the past couple of centuries. Although when Aku Aku finds out about this, he sounds more like he forgot his wallet at a convenience store than actually scared.
No, not the Elementals. Uka Uka, why did you release them? Don't you know what happened the last time they were free? So
then Crash, Coco, and Aku Aku go to the new time twister that Coco builds to stop Cortex. Another thing to mention is that Cortex built a new Bandicoot named Crunch, who was basically what Crash was gonna be if the experiment actually worked, and I kinda like that concept. You're basically going up against the Bandicoot that you're supposed to be, and that's pretty much it. From here on out, it's just get all the crystals and beat Cortex, the same old stuff that we're used to from the older games. There's not a lot of cutscenes to talk about here. The only other cutscenes that will happen is Crunch whining to Cortex about how he wants to fight Crash on his own without the Elementals' help. There's also the Elementals taunting you when you're about to enter a level. You know, one of my favorite parts about Crash 3 is whenever you're about to start a level, and the bosses from that world start talking shit about you, so maybe you want to beat their asses even more. But here...
You want a piece of me, Bandicoot? Huh? Huh? Do ya? Huh? Wuss.
Wow, was that really all you had to say here? They actually got some pretty recognizable actors to play these guys, like Thomas F. Wilson, Mark Hamill, Crash's voice actor in Titans and the remakes, Jess Harnell, and Arlie Ermey.
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down to cracking your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress.
While Naughty Dog didn't have any involvement with this game, it's cool having Clancy Brown back as Cortex and Uka Uka, and it's also one of the last games that has Mel Winkler as the voice of Aku Aku, who unfortunately passed away in mid-2020. It's also the first game where Debbie Derryberry, aka Jimmy Neutron, voices Coco, and she does a pretty good job here. Overall, everyone does a pretty good voice performance. Alright, so let's get on to the gameplay now. So it's important to know that Wrath of Cortex is pretty different compared to the original trilogy, since there's a lot more vehicles in this game compared to Warp. I know how people like Jak X who did videos on this game. They tried doing it by stage, and I tried to avoid doing that so it doesn't look like I'm copying off of them, but when I tried doing it traditionally, it was kind of hard to get my thoughts all up together, so I really can't think of a better way to tackle this game. So let's just start with the first level, Arctic Antics. So video game law dictates that the first level in the game should be an ice level, but to be fair, Snowgo was Crash 2's second level, so it's not that bad. And even then, Arctic Antics is a pretty decent way to start off this game. This level has all the traits that we love about the series, like boxes to break, bonus routes, death routes. Even Aku Aku invincibility comes back. Sadly, the jingle when you get through Aku Aku Mask in the older game doesn't play here. And it doesn't enhance your speed either, but it's good to have it back though. But overall, everything here is pretty tightly designed, and it actually fixed ice physics from Crash 2. It's nowhere near as heavy, and you don't slip and slide all over the place either. Although there is one thing I have to say about the game, and it's Crash's control. I don't know if it's just a 60 FPS, but Crash feels way slower and floatier. Like, everything in Wrath of Cortex feels slower in general. The bouncy crates, the exclamation crates, the iron crates appearing. The game just feels really slow in comparison to the original trilogy. It's also kind of disappointing that Crash doesn't do the crash dance anymore whenever he gets a gem. He just does a high jump. But it is kind of cool how you still have control over Crash when he does that, so you can just jump right into the next level. So after a pretty great platformer level, we're thrown right into a vehicle level already, but I guess that's not too bad since Under Pressure was Crash 3's second level, so I guess it's keeping sure with Crash's original formula. This is basically the airplane levels from Crash 3, and I guess they're alright, but they're kind of boring though. You just shoot out on blimps really slowly and the enemies barely ever shoot you. It's just a little bit too easy in my opinion. The only actual problem with this level is that the control. If you just tap the analog stick just a little bit, Crash starts turning away like he just got caught by the cops selling crack. I know the turn just looks stiff from your perspective, but this is literally just me tapping the analog stick left and right, like just so I don't accidentally fling myself all the way to Florida. At this point, it feels like there's a little bit too much different gameplay style since it's more vehicles and platforming. In all the reviews I've seen of this game, people tend to agree that the best vehicle in this game is the ball rolling levels, and for me, I don't know if it's just because I'm just bad at the game, but I feel like the controls could have been a little bit better. I mean, I guess though I like the idea of it just being Super Bandicoot ball, but I think there could have been more railings in this level because I fall at this stage way more than I should have, and I don't really like the momentum you build up whenever you're going down a slope. But it's a nice detail to add with you going down a slope, you build more speed, and when you're going up a slope, you'll eventually slow down. It just makes it really hard for me to slow down whenever I'm going down a slope. And I don't know if this was just me, but I swear whenever I'm pressing up on the analog stick when I'm near an edge, Crash just straight up just does nothing. Like, I didn't do that on purpose. I was literally holding up the entire time and Crash didn't do anything. I mean, getting all the boxes in this level was pretty fun, I guess, but thankfully the next level is a platforming stage. Wizards and Lizards are one of my favorite levels in this game because it has a death route which is actually pretty challenging than the one before and actually managed to get me a couple of times. This is also the first level that has a chase sequence like the older games, and it's pretty cool. It has all the standard stuff you would expect from a chase segment, like boxes to break, pits to jump over, and it's all great stuff. Although this is a level where I found out that when a music track ends in this game, it just restarts from the beginning instead of just looping it. Overall, good level. Combat Reactor starts like it's going to be another vehicle section, but thankfully it only lasts for about like 30 seconds before we get into the actual platforming. And it's all pretty good stuff, but this is also where some of the problems of enemy placement in this game come in. They never really try to get in your way intentionally. The only way to die from these guys is just to stand exactly where they're standing or just being a complete idiot. Sometimes you can just completely avoid them. They're not obstacles getting in your way, they're basically just employees doing their factory jobs. But other than that, it's a pretty decent level with great level design. Moving on, we get to our first boss fight, and it's not good. Take the ball rolling from level 3 and make the entire level way too spacious. You and Crunch are in the ball and little stones come out. You have to make the stones blue so they can hit Crunch, but if the Crunch gets to them first, you either have to wait until they go back to normal or sacrifice your health just to get them back to normal so you can make them blue again. What's really annoying about this boss is that the stones are scattered across the area, so when you can get one ball blue, and you try to go all around the globe just to get the other one, by the time you get to it, Crunch would have already gotten your stone. Just a really anticlimactic boss to end out the first warp room. After we beat this boss, we get a power up just like in Crash 3, but instead of a super belly flop, we get the ability to sneak on nitro crates. Probably the most useless power-up in the entire series, and it only gets used once or twice in the game. It was so useless that it took a while reworked as Kahuna Wall in Crash 4. But now we're going into the second warp room now. So we get the level 6, Jungle Rumble, and it does it pretty well with more Crash platforming. There's even a fun bonus level, but then we get to the final section. And to be fair, it's not that bad since it's just a chase level and only at the end of the level, but we're kind of going a little bit overboard with the vehicles. Is it too much to ask for an entire level of just normal platforming in a platformer? This is also why I remember the one nightmare that every Crash fan has, just missing just one box. Okay, might look like everything is pretty solid, and honestly, the game's been more hit than miss so far, but then we get to... So we get to our first water stage, and alright, to be fair, I didn't really like the water levels in Crash 3 that much, but this game just takes it to a whole new level. It starts off exactly like it was in Crash 3, but then we get into the submarine, which is just... I like being in a war for getting through a level without getting hit or dying. It just makes you an even bigger target. You're slower, turning's a huge chore, and it's way more dangerous inside the submarine than outside it, because you're only on defense and shooting out missiles from the window and dropping bombs. But that's not going to save you from the terrible controls or bad enemy placement, which just hides enemies in behind the foreground, because that's fair. If you're wanting to make a sharp turn when you're about to collide with the bomb, you better just forget about that and just meet your fate. Next we have Bonsai Bonsai. This level is pretty interesting because it's the first time where you get to play as Coco in a platforming stage in the series. I'm a little bit split about these levels. On one hand, Coco doesn't get all the moves that her brother has. She's basically just Crash 1 Crash, which means no double jump, no slides, no slide jumps, and no death tornado spins. The closest she gets to sliding is just this pathetic leg sweep. I never really use this move. But honestly, Coco probably has one of the best levels in the game because they're entirely platforming. This level is a little bit more traditional Crash, and can make you think about how you're tackling this level without the moveset that you're so accustomed to. I also love how in the loading screens, whenever it's Coco's turn to play a level, she just pushes Crash out the way and probably send him to the wrong place. So level 9 is basically just Tornado Alley, but let's remove the rapid fire bullets and make the only range of attack this slow ass target thing. I wouldn't mind this all too much if the other pirates didn't kamikaze into all the goddamn time. I love it whenever I regain my health only to lose it again when I just got it back up. I really don't have anything else to say about this level, it's just another terrible vehicle to use. Next we have H2O, which looks like it's going to be another terrible level since it starts with a submarine again. But it gets better when we get into the main platforming. Compared to other levels, this level can be pretty challenging sometimes because of the tighter and precise platforming. I always get really tense whenever I have to do platforming over tiny platforms. I always feel like I'm either going to overshoot the jump or undershoot it. I know that's probably what the developers were probably going for, but I never really had that problem in Crash 2 or 3. But other than that, it's a decent level. Now we get to the second boss in this game, and it's way too easy. I mean, it's better than the last boss, not that that's an accomplishment, but it just feels like an end trophy clone from Crash 3, but just not as aggressive and not as fast paced. But now we're getting into the third world, and we start off strong with a pretty great Crash platforming stage, the Gauntlet. The main level is good fun, but the real highlight here is the Death Roof path, and it's where the level gets its name from. It's pretty difficult too, it managed to kill me a couple of times. I have nothing else to say here, it's a pretty good level. Next we have another great Coco level. It's not only a really fun level in general, but also manages to look different from Bonsai Bonsai. While Bonsai Bonsai was more slower paced and low key, Tsunami's more faster and high energy. It also ends up with a pretty good chase section by the thing that the level was named after. Also I died here because I thought X was supposed to speed you up, but then I found out X was to jump and circle was to speed up, which I guess makes sense, but it's just kind of confusing. Now we get to this level, which is just a motorcycle level from Crash 3, which not a lot of people liked in the first place. But instead of just stiff turning to deal with, now there's slippery physics. It's way too easy to slide all over the place. And then there's this pit, right, which I fell into like 3 times. And every time you die at any part of the track, you start from the very beginning instead of Aku Aku getting you back on the road. Fuck this level and whoever made it. Eskimo Roll is another ball rolling level, and this one is a little bit harder since there's a lot of holes around the stage layout, and it's pretty easy to fall in there if you're not careful. I didn't fall in them too much, but I wish there was more railings from keeping me from falling off the stage. Really, the one thing I didn't like about this level is how bosses from older games are downgraded into just obstacles that don't really do anything to try and stop you. I think with the bigger levels in this game, there would be better enemy placement. Fahrenheit Frenzy starts like the jetpack level from Crash 2, and it somehow feels even weirder to control in this game than it did in Crash 2. It's really hard to get used to the controls, but it's over in about a minute before we get to the main stage. There's not a lot to talk about here except for the fact that there's these invisible crates that make Crash undetectable by lasers, and even a section where you get to run through a X-ray and get to see Crash's skeleton, and that's pretty cool too. Oh, enemies don't get skeleton skins. Okay, that's just lazy. Now on to the third boss, and it's better than the first two bosses, but there's not really a lot to talk about here since all you do is just run away from Crunch, then you get to the mech, spray them down, lather, rinse and repeat, and the boss is over. But you get the Death Tornado spin away from this boss fight. I even like how the animation is more bouncier and stretchier than it was in Warped. Now we get into the fourth world, the domain of Lolo. First up is Avalanche, another great Coco stage. There's a bunch of Nitro Crate jumps in the beginning of the level, which are alright, but I swear anytime I try to jump over the Nitros, Coco just stops in midair for some reason. But then we get to the snowboard section of the level where we just run away from the avalanche, and it's pretty cool. You gotta go through all these flagship points, and I don't think anything happens if you don't, but it's still fun stuff. Jordy Boy starts off pretty good, and he brings out the monkey bars from Crash 2 and 3. Oh wait. Oh, what the hell is this? Why does Crash move so goddamn slow on the monkey bars? This is literally how fast he can go. It takes an entire minute to get to the actual stage, and if you die, you have to start the entire section again. Look how fast he does this in Crash 3. Why would they bother bringing back stuff from the older games when it feels like they just went out of their way to make it even worse than it already was? But to be fair, that's only in the first part of the level, and everything else is smooth sailing. At the halfway point, we get into the mech, which is a pretty obvious alien reference, and WHAT THE FUCK?! Alright, so for some reason, this is where PCXX2 decided to go on an acid trip, so now I can't see shit. And it's not like that mech was any good in the first place. It's slow, it's sluggish, shooting out one before was a crapshoot, and jumping over bottomless pits is easier said than done. But that being said, now I can barely see anything, which just makes it already bad section even worse. I died at least 15 times in the level just because I couldn't see where I was about to go or where I was about to land. Just, thank God it's all over. Crash Story is probably one of the worst levels in this game. There's 3 ships you have to shoot down, and thankfully you have rapid fire bullets again. But you have to shoot these things out because they're shields, and nothing about the game tells you about it. And it took me about like, what, 3 to 4 minutes to finally figure it out. And I was pretty close to dying too, so A+ game design, guys. Weather Ride is another great Crash stage, with these fans to cross by, and later having to cross the same fans, but with Nitro Crate to account for. There's even a pretty good bonus route in this though, so we're back on the great stuff again. Now we fight Lolo, which is pretty much a 1-to-1 recreation of the end trophy boss fight from Crash 3. But out of all the bosses in this game, this was the only one that actually came close to killing me. I don't have any footage because I found out that I was recording the PCXX2 in window and not the game itself. But I was at 8% health when I finished this boss, so for engine clone, this is a pretty good boss. And now with that done, we're now in the final world, so let's get started with Crash and Burn. After a pretty good jump at the start of the level, Crash and Burn is about as normal as a Crash level as you can get. A bunch of platforms and enemies to dodge, and the volcanic setting is a pretty nice change of pace since it's something that we don't normally see in Crash games. Gold Rush is another great platforming stage. It's nice to see a little bit more consistency now. I know I gave this game a lot of shit for having too many vehicles, but one thing I can give the Cortex props is that every level looks and feels the same, just by having some levels that having the same level theme. I mean, there is a seesaw thing that Crash has to ride, but it's over in 30 seconds. The only time that was a problem was when I missed one box because they made square to jump and not X, so I had to die just to get it, but then I glitched myself into these monkey bars, so I had to restart the levels. So that was pretty bad, but that was the only problem in an otherwise great level. Okay, I do have one little nitpick though. At this point of the level, you get 3 Aku Akus who will fall on the monkey bars. Crash already moves slower on the monkey bars, but his speed barely even increases after the 3rd Aku Aku mask. Seriously, why does Crash move so slow when his entire upper body is just a huge face? Here we have the final ball level in the game, and it's probably the best of them all, but this time the older bosses have been integrated even worse. This is just depressing at this point. They're all just terrible excuses for obstacles, and it's just sad seeing all these great characters go to waste. Creative Fireball starts off pretty good with classic Crash platforming, and even makes monkey bars actually kind of fun. But then we get to the mech again, and thankfully it doesn't feel tacked on here since it's another chase segment, so now you can't rely on double jumps to help you out. But once you get into the final section, oh wow, PCXX2 had a mental breakdown again. The thing is, the platforming was actually pretty good in this section. If it wasn't for the glitch here at the end of the level, this would actually be a pretty good penultimate level for this game. Cortex Vortex is the best level in the entire game because it's just pure platforming the whole way through, and tests everything that you learned up to this point, like double jumping, that tornado spin, that section at the end of the level where you can use Aqua Waku to cheese your way through some nitro crates, a pretty rough death route for getting all the colored gems. Even a Fruit Bazooka gets its moment to shine in this level. This is a pretty great final level, and it's pretty challenging and fair at the same time too. I would honestly go as far as saying that this is one of the best levels in the series. Our final boss time, and it's by far the best Cortex boss in Classic Crash. You have to dodge all these things that the elementals throw at you that can either kill you or immobilize you, and it's all a lot harder than it sounds. While I didn't die here as much as I thought I would, it did keep me on my toes, and it actually killed me once. Once Crunch gets worn out for some reason, you pop a bullet in his skull so he can break free from the mind control, so he can smack Cortex upside the head. Do that 4 times and that's it. So it's nice to see this game end off pretty strong. The final cutscene has Uka Uka telling Cortex that since we have gathered all the gems, that they can bring the elementals as many times as they want, which is kind of...
What?
Wow, that is severe tonal whiplash. You have Uga Uga going like, oh Cortex, we're not even finished yet, and then there's dancing. Like, am I missing a joke or... Alright, so like the original trilogy, there's a secret ending locked behind getting all the gems, color gems, and all the relics. That would mean I have to get underwater levels again in this level, so... Yeah, fuck that. And plus, the only thing that changes is the fact that Crunch turns good and Cortex and Uga Uga are stranded on an iceberg, which you left to eventually crash to insanity. Since we went over every level in this game, I think it's time that we talk about how this game looks. The graphics in this game are pretty good. It really looks like you're playing in the world of Crash Bandicoot. All the environments look colorful, and I didn't really run into any glitches, and well, except for that one. But I'll blame that on emulation issues rather than the game being completely glitchy. But that's just the levels. The character models are just awful. Everyone looks like they're from a bootleg, and everyone just moves so stiff too. I mean, just look at Cortex. Somehow he looks even less expressive than he did in Warped, even with the PS2 power too. I mean, I guess Crash looks fine. I even thought that was pretty cool how in the Xbox version, he has added fur textures. I still kind of prefer the smoother model in the PS2 and GameCube versions. It's a nice detail though. Coco on the other end just, ugh. What happened to you? I didn't know she could let herself go like that. That sounds just, ugh. I know this is an early PS2 game, but does it really help the fact that these models somehow look worse than the ones from 1998? And even with that excuse in mind, Jak and Daxter came out in the same year, and yeah, that game's graphics haven't aged the best, but it's way better than the Cortex. At least the soundtrack is pretty good. All the songs in this game really fit the mood of the level, and they're great to listen to. I always like the Gauntlet and Bonsai Bonsai get the atmosphere of the level down. It never really feels like they're out of place either, although I wouldn't really go out of my way to download any of these songs to and listen to them. I mean, it's a good soundtrack, but just look up a playlist on YouTube if you can. I'll be honest, I was really hoping I would like what most people would hate about Wrath of Cortex, but it was the complete opposite. The thing about Wrath of Cortex is that the game is constantly jumping in quality. One level is going to be good, the next level is going to be mid, and some are just terrible. Then the other one's going to be great again. I guess since the game is constantly changing gameplay styles, I'm never really bored, but it really just feels like Traveler's Tale just looked at Crash 3 and just said, hey, we can do that too, let's just add more vehicles. You're forced to do a new gameplay style all the time in this game. To be fair, some of them are pretty decent like Coco's levels, but others just make my computer go into a cardiac arrest. I hear a lot of people saying that Crash 3 is overrated because there's not a lot of levels focused on Crash platforming, and you know what? Your points are valid, but at least in that game, it eases you into the different gameplay styles and have it ramp up in difficulty as the game goes on, and not just throw a different gameplay style left to right for no reason. Some styles only show up for one level and never show up again. So yeah, now that I finally played this game, I have no reason to go back to it. And the original games, and especially Crash Team Racing, are games that I can pick up and play anytime I want until full completion too, and not get tired of it. But here, I'm ready to rage quit after the second water level. I mean, this game's definitely better than Crash Purple or Crash Boom Bang, but it's definitely not as good as the original games though. I really don't hate the game like some people do, but as of now, this is probably my least favorite classic Crash game. If you want to play this game, then go ahead, but stay away from the original PS2 version, because the loading screens in that version is just atrocious. The version I emulated was the greatest hits label of the PS2 version, which cut down on the loading screens. They're practically non-existent in the GameCube port, but you're probably better off playing it on the original Xbox. But if you want to play the good fourth game in the series, play It's About Time. At least the mechanics don't go right you all full circle and everything. I know there has to be some people who unironically love this game, and that's probably fine, but to me, this game just feels like the poor man's Warped. But that's all for this video, so next video is going to be another remake of a video that I made back in 2019, and I'm actually really excited about doing that because, besides Sonic, it's probably one game that I probably put a lot of hours into when I was really young, so that being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. So, now it's been 3 years ever since I done my first ever review on this channel. But since I already remade that video, I think it's finally about time that I get to the second game that I've done a full review on, Dragon Ball Raging Blast. No, I actually uploaded that original review on the same day as my birthday, May 29th. But anyways, this game has a lot of sentimental value to me because it was one of the first fighting games I ever played. Yeah, before Super Smash Bros, I had this game, and besides Mario, or Sonic, or Jak X or Sly, this was one of the games I put a lot of hours into ever since I was a 4-year-old. And again, the old review isn't going to be deleted because there's still a lot of memories I have with that review, and I don't want to just wipe it off the face of the planet. And I know some of you guys still love that video since it's my second most viewed review on this channel. But it's not really that great. Just like my Sonic Generations video, I was using Kind Master and I really turned off anything that made any noise in the background so I could hear it with my TV. And in fact, I sound like one of those 8-year-olds on Xbox Live too, so.
Anyway, let's get on to the gameplay. There's lots of game modes. There's story, tournament, arcade, survival, score attack, time attack, KO attack, destruction, team battle, stream attack, coaching machine, Dragon Ball battle, and online.
Yeah, I think it's time that I finally give this game the proper respect that it really deserves. I mean, where should I even start? I mean, if you're not into anime in the first place, then it's not really likely that you wouldn't know what Dragon Ball Z is. It was all over the place back in the early 2000s, and I feel like it's kind of unnecessary to go into the backstory of Dragon Ball Z since the majority of the goddamn population should know what it is. But I'll do it since I do it for every other franchise I look into. So Dragon Ball started off as a manga back in 1984, which was eventually evolved into an anime series in 88. Series creator Akira Toriyama was a huge fan of all types of martial arts movies, and all the part of the manga since World Tournament became more prominent throughout the series. Anyway, shortly after Dragon Ball ended, Dragon Ball Z ended, not even a month after the original series ended, and there was way more fights than it was in Dragon Ball. A lot of throwing fists, kicking, energy blasts everywhere, explosions, and I ate all this shit up when I was younger. I mean, Dragon Ball Z never really had great storytelling since the series went up to 291 episodes. But thankfully we had Dragon Ball Z Kai, which cut down on all the filler, and was actually how I got into the series. I remember seeing promos for it when it was airing on Nicktoons. The series initially ended at the end of the Cell Saga, which confused the fuck out of me when I first saw clips of the Buu Saga online. But then Dragon Ball Z Kai eventually came to Adult Swim's anime blog, Toonami. I remember actually being really excited when they first started showing promos for Dragon Ball Z Kai when it was first coming to Toonami, since I didn't remember a lot since the series ended on Nicktoons. But when I finally watched it, it was a lot more mature than I actually remember it being.
You ruthless, heartless bastard! Don't think I haven't got the strength to avenge my friends, you bastard! The fate this bastard dealt him was the last thing he deserved!
There was a lot more swearing, and it was more bloodier than the original series, since Nicktoons kind of doubled down on all the blood and all the more mature stuff. But I'll never really get why they toned out the hole in Goku and Raditz gut and just replaced it with a bruise. But anyway, I've been following Dragon Ball Z for as long as I've been able to understand words. I remember being really sad when Super was first airing, but I wasn't able to watch it until it came to Toonami. And along with DBZ Kai the Final Chapters, they actually managed to make a promo for the Great Saiyaman and actually look cool. But anyway, since Dragon Ball Z was pretty popular, there was no doubt that there was going to be a lot of video game tie-ins. The earliest memory that most people have with Dragon Ball Z games was Dragon Ball Z Budokai. I personally wouldn't start playing Dragon Ball Z games until Raging Blast actually. After Raging Blast 2, I kind of took a break from Dragon Ball Z games until Xenoverse 5 years later. Now, this isn't me saying that I grew out of Dragon Ball Z games, I just didn't know about them. I never played Burst Limit, Ultimate Tenkaichi, or Battle Z, and I wouldn't get into the Tenkaichi games until like 2 or 3 years ago. My brother would always tell me stories about how good Tenkaichi 3 was. I remember playing Tenkaichi 1 for the first time, I think, and I was really missing out on the Tenkaichi games. But then when I played Tenkaichi 2 and 3 and then came back to this game, yeah, it's pretty rough. I played Tenkaichi 2 and the fighting is so much more faster, and the story mode is probably the best in the series. Then there's Tenkaichi 3 in. Yeah, I can see why my brother loved this game so much. The story mode isn't really as good as Tenkaichi 2, but the gameplay and the mechanics more than makes up for it. If you haven't played this game yet, then I really recommend that you do. I honestly think that this might be one of the best fighting games out there. Like, I'm serious, you don't have to be a fan of Dragon Ball Z to enjoy this game. I only played Budokai 1 a few months ago, and I didn't really like it that much. The fighting just really felt so awkward to me, and it was just really hard to pull off combo chains. And I don't know if this was just me, but there was such a huge difficulty spike in the story mode. I mean, the game started off pretty fine, but when I got to Frieza, like, I had my ass kicked for hours on end, and it only got worse when I got to the Cell Saga. I was pretty close to snapping my controller in half in some of these fights. I did play Budokai 2, and while I did thought that the fighting was easier to get into than Budokai 1, I didn't really find the Dragon Ball Universe mode to be that interesting. I haven't played Budokai 3 yet as I'm writing this video, but I had heard that it's the best in the trilogy, so maybe I'll like it that a little bit more, but yeah, I didn't really enjoy myself with these games so much with the Tenkaichi games. But if there's one thing I can give Budokai 1 for, is that besides Tenkaichi 2, Budokai 1 probably does the best job in making the story mode feel exactly an episode from the anime. Like for 2002, these cinematics are actually animated really well and aged better than most PS2 games at the time. I even love how the intro was a one-to-one recreation of the opening from the show. I mean, yeah, it can look a little bit dated in some parts, but I still think it looks pretty good. When I was first introduced to Raging Blast, I remember watching my brother play on his PS3, and I thought the game looked amazing back then. So when I finally played the game for myself, I completely loved it, and I would always go into my brother's room just to play it when he wasn't there. And whenever he got home, he would be pretty pissed. I mean, I was only 4 years old at the time, so I didn't think he would care that much. And besides, that was over 10 years ago, so I thought he would hold a grudge about that now. Afterwards, I would have a huge infatuation over this game. Like, I would used to watch YouTube videos on it, like Let's Plays and seeing all the characters' ultimate attacks. Like, I was really obsessed with this game. But now, I finally got my own PS3, and that gave me the chance to finally play this game and relive some memories. And I thought, why not just remake my old review of the game, because it could use a little bit of a tweaking. Although, just a bit of a warning, I might be a little bit biased here, since I've been playing this game for 11 years so it might be a little bit hard for me to do this without having the nostalgia goggles on. And don't worry, I don't think that the game's perfect. I'll get to the problems that the game has, but now let's just stop wasting time and get this video rolling. And if you guys are wondering, I'm playing the PS3 version of this game. I haven't played the 360 version, but from what I've seen, they're basically the same game. The only difference being if you want to play this game with a PlayStation controller or an Xbox controller. So we start the game and we get this intro, and it might be one of my favorite intros in the DBZ game series. Like, the song is bop, the characters look smooth and animated really fluidly, and this is probably the only time we'll get to see Future Trunks fight Kid Buu. Now there's the main menu screen, which might be one of my favorite menu screens from a Dragon Ball Z game. You can tell that there was a lot of ambition put into this since there's a lot going on. You can see the Dragon Balls as options, the dragons flying everywhere. The Dragon Balls have a little bit of details like Kamehameha being the options, Kathor being in the museum options, King Kai's place and online. You can even see King Yemba's place in the background. So yeah, let's get on to the game modes that this game has. There's Dragon Battle Collection, Dojo, World Tournament, Versus, Super Battle Trial, Museum, Ultimate Customized, and Online. So yeah, we have a lot to go over, so let's start with Dragon Battle Collection first. This mode is basically like Dragon Ball history from the Tenkaichi games, which is just going through the story of Dragon Ball Z, from the encounter of Raditz all the way up to the final battle with Buu. The story mode is pretty long, but you don't have to go through everything. Probably one of the best parts about the story mode is that not only can you skip fights in the saga, but you can actually skip entire sagas too. So you can just go straight from the same saga and just go to the Android saga if you want. This game's story mode has a lot more fights than Tenkaichi 3 story mode. I don't think this game's story mode is as good as Tenkaichi 2 or Budokai 1 story mode, but still pretty fun to play through. It does a pretty good job on just getting you into the action and cutting all the filler from the show, although what kind of bothers me is how some events happen in cutscenes like Piccolo's death, Goku going Super Saiyan for the first time, and Gohan saving Vegeta, but things like Goku and Vegeta's beam struggle, the father's son Kamehameha, and Goku's Spirit Bomb on Kid Buu are all done in the game. I want to say that they probably couldn't be able to do that since they were pretty limited with the hardware at the time, but at the same time, if they can do that for those moments, I don't understand why all these scenes don't have cinematics. I mean, I do see people saying that they like doing them in the game, so I guess that's just me then. The highlight of this game's story mode, in my opinion, is the what-if stories. Just like in the Tenkaichi games, you get to go through a lot of non-canon scenarios, like if the Ginyu Force recruited new members, or if Videl trained with Gohan and Piccolo, and if Trunks fought his younger self, which actually did happen in Super, so I guess that's pretty cool. I think my favorite would have to be if Gogeta and Vegeta fought, because it's the one fight in the story mode that has you play as both characters and with different outcomes. If Gogeta wins, then Vegeta will say that he wins by default since his fusion lasts forever, which was technically debunked in Super. If Vegeta wins, then Gogeta will ask how he'll explain the fact that Goku and Vegeta are fused forever with the Potaro earrings to Bulma and Chi-Chi. Both of them are really funny. Now you just need a game where we can play with 3 people at once so we can have a Gogeta versus Vegeta versus Gotenks. I do have a couple of problems with this game's story mode. For one, I don't really like how you're forcing the switching into another character out of nowhere. It kind of just messes up any flow that you have. If it was more like Tenkaichi 3, where you can just press R3 to switch to someone if you wanted to, and if you didn't, you just continue to fight as normal, then I wouldn't have minded, but there's so much switching in this game. But it's not the worst thing ever though. What is pretty bad is the star system. So most fights are unlocked from the start. Some of them you can just unlock them by beating other battles, but some fights you have to unlock them by getting them in the star shop. This is without a doubt the worst part in the story mode. I wouldn't mind it this much if it wasn't because some fights were locked behind it. I mean, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but if you want the trophies or unlock characters or costumes, you're gonna have to be grinding for stars. What makes this really tedious is the fact that missions are unlocked from the start, so you have to play through a fight at least 2 times to get everything, but that's really the only bad part of story mode overall. So So overall, the story mode in this game is pretty decent, but I wouldn't recommend playing it all in one sitting or trying to get all the stars, unless you want to unlock fights, music tracks, characters, and costumes. Let's talk about the tournament mode. This is pretty much a staple for any Dragon Ball Z game and honestly any fighting game. This isn't a really deep tournament mode. You pick a character, pick a number of characters you want to play against, you pick a difficulty, and then you start fighting them. You unlock moves for characters depending on the difficulty and how many participants are in the tournament, although the attacks are given at random, so don't expect a specific move that you want to automatically be there. Here you can only pick 2 tournaments to play in, the World Martial Arts Tournament and the Cell Games. While it's kind of disappointing that there aren't as many stages to choose from like in Tenkaichi 3, I think the fact that you unlock super attacks more than makes up for it. My favorite part about this mode is the fact that you can have a Hercule and the other announcer commentate over your match, and it's pretty cool to listen to. It's fun hearing the champ talk about how everything is fake and it's all magic just like in the show. But if you don't like it, then you have the option to turn it off. But the fact that he's even there is still pretty cool, since it really feels like you're fighting in a tournament from the show. The last thing to talk about for tournament is that you can no longer get ring outs, which might sound mad, but it's thought for that one asshole who tries to get cheap wins. Next is Dojo. This is basically just the training mode of the game, where you learn the basic fighting mechanics of the game like smash attacks, sways, and charge attacks. There are 3 types of tutorials that you can do. The first one being the Battle Dojo for beginners, where you can learn the basic moves like moving, dashing, homing dashing, and melee combat. The second being the Battle Dojo Basics, we get to learn more stuff like combo chains and charging your energy. And the final one is a Battle Dojo Advanced, where you get to learn all the more advanced moves like pursuit attacks, ki blasts, and guarding. What I really love about this training mode is that the fact that it's basically just treated like Gohan doing spar matches with Goku and Piccolo. Moving on, we got Super Battle Trial mode, where you get to play through a bunch of modes. Let's run down the list. First you have Arcade Mode, Survival, Score Attack, Time Attack, KO Attack, Destruction, Team Battle, Extreme Attack, Punching Machine, and Dragon Ball Battle. Let's start with Arcade. Arcade Mode is a pretty standard mode for a fighting game. You fight through 10 rounds and you get money after each round. If you rank 3rd place or higher, you unlock more modes. Next is Survival Mode, a 50-man match on the same map. Once you kill another person, another opponent tags in, and the match ends until you die or kill 50 opponents. What's pretty cool is that whenever you kill 10 opponents, another track starts playing. It's nothing really special, I just wanted to bring that up. Anyway, Survival is a pretty fun mode, but it gets kind of repetitive after a couple of rounds. Score Attack is where you get to play against an immortal opponent and try to get as much points as you can, like doing combo chains and using super attacks and ultimate attacks. In Time Attack, you play against 5 opponents to see how fast you can kill them. In KO Attack, you face a very weak opponents to see how fast you can beat them in under 5 minutes. You have unlimited ki in this mode, so you can just spam super and ultimate attacks as much as you can. Destruction is a little bit more different. Instead of finding your opponent, you're destroying the stage, which is pretty fun, but it gets kind of annoying when the opponent keeps on charging at you when you really don't need them to. Team Battle has you fight a number of teams, as each of them will have labels like the Pale Brothers, Bulma's Family, and Handsome Gang. As you beat fights, you unlock more teams. It's a pretty fun mode, but you probably shouldn't try to beat all the fights in one sitting since there's a lot of teams to fight. There's 10 sets of them and 5 teams to fight. Extreme Battle has you fight against really strong opponents. After you beat someone, your power level and ranking goes up, and so does your opponent. It's all simple fun, and the fight gets more intense the more players you fight. Also, characters have their own rankings, so you can go through this mode more than once with other characters. Punching Machine is a full-blown mini-game. Here you play as Videl on the tournament stage and try to get as many points as you can off this Punching Machine. This mode might be one of my favorites in this game because it's honestly kind of addicting trying to get the highest score possible. And you can actually break the Punching Machine if you play it long enough. Finally, there is Dragon Ball Battle. This mode isn't unlocked from the start like the rest. You play through the other modes that I mentioned and get the best scores to unlock it. Here you fight a random opponent, and if you win, you're rewarded with a Dragon Ball. Once you get all 7, you're able to summon Shenron. By summoning Shenron, you're able to unlock moves for characters like Goku and everyone else. You can also earn stuff like Mac Computer to make the computer player stronger, or you can unlock a Halo, which puts a halo on your character's head. It's great to actually be able to earn the Dragon Balls ourselves and not just be rewarded to us randomly like in BT3. Next we have the Museum. This is basically an encyclopedia of most of the characters from the DBZ canon. You can check out their bios, their history, and you can even listen to their voice lines too. While you're doing all this, you have this really relaxing theme playing in the background.
Hello, my name's Gohan. I'll fight you as hard as I can. Is this because of Mr. Piccolo's training? You don't scare me, you bully. You leave my dad alone. What you did to Mr. Piccolo, I'll never forgive you. Thank you, Mr. Piccolo.
Region Boss has a fantastic soundtrack, but I don't want to gush about that right now, so I'll save that for later. You can also listen to music tracks, listen to conversations from the story mode, and watch replays as you save from versus matches. Versus is a pretty typical versus mode for a fighting game. You pick a character, you pick a stage, and you fight. You either play with a computer player or with a friend if available. The character roster in this game is pretty good. Also nowhere near as many characters as in Tenkaichi 3. I feel like they didn't add as many characters because they were still working on a new engine for this game and didn't want to add too many characters just yet. Anyway, this game has 43 characters, not counting transformations. It has all of the important characters from Z, but there are all a couple other characters that are left off. Ultimate Gohan, Deborah, Cyberman, Bobbity, Soul Jr., Nail, and Mecha Frieza. I don't really think that it hurts the game as a whole, but it does kind of hurt the story mode because since there's no Ultimate Gohan, the game just kind of goes from the Gotenks fight and just go to the fight with Vegito, and this kind of makes the story feel a little bit disconnected and pretty confusing if you didn't already know the story of Dragon Ball Z. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then I don't know, like, imagine trying to get into My Hero, but then starting at the sports festival arc. Some things just won't make any sense if you just do that. And also makes the transformation with Buuhan kind of weird since they don't have an Ultimate Gohan model in the game's code. So they just used Goku to make it look like it was Gohan. And I kind of like how they worked around that, but it just kind of looks lazy though. But hey, the game might not have some important characters, but at least it does have Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta and Broly, so all you Vegeta fans who are mad that he never got to go Super Saiyan 3 like me, you all can finally be happy. You can also unlock costumes for characters, which means you can play a Super Saiyan 3 Goku in the outfit he fought Raditz in, and you can play a Super Vegeta in his Bootsog outfit, which would be pretty cool if I could play as Majin Vegeta or Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta in his Saiyan armor. But if you don't have anyone to play around in your house, then you can always try to play online. Now, I didn't think that there would be any people who would still play this game online, but I did manage to find a couple of people, and I got my ass kicked the whole way through. There's still rake in player matches, but there's now online tournaments where you can compete with 48 players all around the world. It's mostly the same as offline, but with other people. As for how it runs, the matches that I had were completely fine and ran smoothly, although that's for only people who had a good connection. If one player has awful connection, then the gameplay can get a little bit messed up. I wouldn't say that Smash Bros. Brawl levels are terrible, but it can get to a point where it's unplayable sometimes. Although there is a problem with people acting like pussies and disconnecting when they lose. There's nothing that really discourages people for doing this, so... But thankfully in Raging Blast 2, it's an automatic loss for you, which I guess is probably why most people are playing that game online more than this game. Another thing to bring up about online is that you can get a title for doing specific things like winning beam struggles, deflecting attacks, winning clashes, and the list goes on. This adds a little bit more to online than just making it all versus matches. And the last part of game modes is ultimate customization. Here you pick a character and customize their moves and stats. It's all kind of like a game of Tetris, where there's a box and you can stack it up with pieces. The box starts off pretty small, but you can upgrade it to fill the whole thing. Every box upgrade opens up how many squares a character can use. Some items can increase how much damage you can dish out or have a special effect like reducing the amount of ki while doing a signature move. What's pretty cool is that each character in every transformation has their own box, so you can make each transformation for a character do much more damage than the last transformation. You can also customize what moves a character can have and equip a specific set for them. This makes characters have a large variety of moves, which makes it a pretty fun customization system. So now that we have the game modes out of the way, let's get on to the main fighting mechanics itself. I mean, did you like Tenkaichi 3? I know I've been making a lot of BT3 comparisons this whole video, but the more you think about it, Raging Blast is just more BT3. I mean, even to the point where a lot of the ultimate and attack cutscenes are just ripped straight out of BT3.
It's over!
Honestly, I feel like the reason why I love Tenkaichi 3 so much is because that a lot of it just reminds me of Raging Blast. Raging Blast is kind of like the next-gen Tenkaichi game, kind of like how Burst Limit was a next-gen Budokai game. But let's get into what the fighting is actually like. So like I said before, the game's fighting is more of the same from Tenkaichi 3, but there's more added to it. You have a pretty basic controller setup. Square is where you do your basic melee combat like punches and kicks. X has you either dashing to your opponent or to get away from them. Triangles pull off ki blasts either far away or up close. You can also hold the triangle button due to a charge ki blast. And circle is to pull off signature moves like Piccolo's stretchy arms or Vegeta firing off multiple ki blasts at once. You can do a lot of combo chains by pressing the square button and then triangle at the right time to either trip them over or take the battle up in the sky. Guarding is on the R1 button, but you can press any of the face buttons to either throw your opponent, after image, counters, or sway. Counters are pretty easy to mess up, so you need to time them just right. You can also use the L1 and L2 buttons to rise up or lower down in battle. L2 is relegated to either transforming or switching out into other characters, but you need a certain amount of ki to transform or switch out. You can go back to your base form if you want. Once an opponent is in the middle of switching, you can interrupt it and have a sky battle. You can pull off pursuit attacks, meaning once you get your opponents in the air, you can follow that up by kicking them up in the air, or pressing the square button with the analog stick to kick them in the angle that you want. While your opponent is down, you can charge your ki. Ki is your power meter and is needed to pull off super attacks. Super attacks are basic beam attacks like Kamehameha for Goku, Kao the Kangaroo for Vegeta, and Special Beam Cannon for Piccolo. There's also 2 new attacks you can pull off, that being the command supers, which has you press a button at a certain time, and counter supers, where you can interrupt an opponent's attack and switch around the fight for your benefit. This time, instead of using the L triggers and pressing triangle, now you can just pull them off with the right analog stick. I didn't really have any problems with how pulling off moves work in Tenkaichi 3, but it's nice that it's more simplified here. When you charge your ki to the max, you enter high tension mode where you can pull off your ultimate attack. Each character has 1 ultimate, except for Goku, since he had 3 spirit mobs that he fired off in the show. Does anyone ever think about if Goku just accidentally destroyed Namek with the spirit bomb he did on Frieza? Anyway, the ultimate attacks are one of the biggest highlights of the game for me, because they're mostly the same from Tenkaichi 3, but the presentation got a huge upgrade from PS2 to PS3. It's also pretty cool having a split scene for when your ultimate attack hits the opponent. I always thought that was pretty cool to see the tear on another player's face as they realize they're about to get blasted. But you're not completely out of any way to defend yourself though. This game also has a cancel system where you can cancel out a character's super attack or an ultimate attack if your time is good enough. Although the game doesn't tell you what can cancel and what can't, you have to figure it out for yourself. You can also deflect super attack, which adds on to the epicness from the show. You can also use the environments to your advantage now. This game doesn't have as many maps as BT3, but makes up for that for being bigger and being more destructive too. When you're near a wall, a prompt pops up for you to crash. This has you throw your opponent into a wall and renders them helpless, and you can do whatever you want to do with them until they get out. So that's pretty much how fighting in this game works. It might be pretty weird to get used to at first, but as you play the game more, everything just comes naturally. There's a lot of cool combos you can pull off, which makes the fighting in this game pretty fast-paced and addicting. I think that adapted Tenkaichi 3's fighting pretty well into the 7th generation, but overall the gameplay is pretty fun. There's a lot of content, fighting's pretty fun, feels great to pull off combos, but let's talk about the graphics now. For a game that came out in 2009, this game looks amazing. I mean, I've always thought that the game looks, but I never really got to appreciate how faithful this game looks in comparison to the show. I mean, besides Fighters, this might be the only Dragon Ball game that looks really close to the source material. Everyone here looks like we're taken straight from an episode from the show, and the stage environments are pretty faithful to the show too. And the fact that stages are way more bigger than they were in BT3, it really shows off how beautiful this game looks. Supreme Kai's planet looks gorgeous. Roman Planet Namek actually looks like a planet that's on the brink of destruction. I even love how in the Namek stage, you can even see the ship that Goku landed when he fought the Ginyus. I really love little details like that. And while the size of the beams have been toned down, there's a lot more detail too. My personal favorite is how Base Form Vegeta's Big Bang Attack looks different from Super Saiyan Vegeta's Big Bang Attack. And the same applies for Super Vegeta's Final Flash and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta's Final Flash. Also really love how some beams fade away if they miss, and when you charge up, the sky starts going dark. I really love when the cutscenes, when the Super Saiyan's hair started glowing when they're done with the fight. And probably the best part of the graphics is that the characters finally emo now. And it's not that the characters didn't show any emotions in Tenkaichi 3, I mean they can look mad what they wanted to, but it's done way better here. It's really cool seeing the reaction of some of these characters to being beaten up. While some of the mouth animations could look a little bit awkward at times, it's still a great looking game, and they finally got Frieza's transformations right in for the first time. I also really like when a character takes a lot of damage during a battle. There's a lot of scratches, and when a character takes a huge blast to the face, you can really see their clothes rip off. The attention to details in this game is really nice. Although the one thing about this game that hasn't aged well with the graphics is the character icons. While characters like Super Saiyan Goku, Gogeta, and Super Saiyan Vegeta look pretty cool, characters like Super Vegeta and Second Form Cell look like they're from an awkward photo in a high school yearbook. And for Super Saiyan Goku, it looks like they took a picture of him while he was in the middle of passing the world's most painful kidney stone. And for characters like Piccolo, Chaozu, and Goldo, It's like they couldn't think of good poses to put them in, so they just had them sitting there, staring at you.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
This game also has a really weird clipping problem, because too often I see characters cut inside the ground or in a wall. It's never to a point where it's game breaking, so I won't be too harsh on the game here. Sadly, Raging Blast doesn't really fix the camera problems from Tenkaichi 3. Honestly, I think it might be even worse here. It's really easy for the camera to get stuck when you're fighting near a wall, and it's pretty annoying when it happens too, but you can dash away from the wall, which fixes the problem for a majority of the time, but still, it's crazy the amount of times I got the camera stuck while I was fighting near a wall, but I don't think that it's really as bad as people make it out to be. But besides those weird problems, the collision detection is pretty decent, and that's very important for a fighting game, and all the stuff that I just talked about were pretty minor. Overall, the game is pretty nice to look at and aged pretty well for a game that's almost 15 years old now. The game's soundtrack is definitely my favorite in any Dragon Ball Z game. This OST was made by the same guy who did Tenkaichi 3 soundtrack, and while I don't remember a lot of songs from BT3, the composer needs a goddamn award for this soundtrack because the songs in this game really gets you pumped up to fight, and it goes along pretty well with story mode fights too. I love the main theme progression, it's just a great song for this game, and the instrumentals used for this song are just perfection. There's a lot of variety of songs in this game, and while most songs in this game are pretty fast paced and upbeat, others are pretty relaxing and soothing. I'll just play a couple of my favorite songs from this game. I'm pretty sure I would have more samples, but at this point I'll probably just be adding the entire soundtrack in this video. Although this game's soundtrack is a bit of an acquired taste since there's a lot of electric guitars in a lot of these songs, so you'll either be listening to it like this, or listening to it like this. I mean, I love these songs, but I have an obvious bias, so of course I would say that. But if you're not already into guitars, then you're in for a rough time then. Honestly, the only problem I have with the songs in this game aren't even the songs itself, but the fact that they don't loop whenever a song's about to end. Seriously, when a song ends in this game, it's just dead silence until the song starts again. At first, I just thought that this was a problem with the first game, but apparently this has been going on for 15 years up to this point. But let's talk about the voice acting now. The voice work is about what I expected from Funimation. Everyone here does a great job, and it doesn't feel like anyone's phoning it in. During fights, there's a lot of grunts, yelling, and screaming, and it feels like you're thrown right into the battle. But some characters, specifically Cell, sound kind of weird with their yells after being punched. And seriously, what's up with the way that Vegeta says "behold" here?
To show them a Super Saiyan among Super Saiyans. Behold!
Was Chris Savage being stabbed during that take? Like seriously, the delivery that long always sounded off to me even when I was younger. But overall, everyone sounds great in this game. This was actually the last game to have the original Funimation voice actors in a Dragon Ball Z game, before the voice actors in Kai replaced them, which means this was the last game to have Linda Young voice Frieza, the last game to have Stephanie Netherland voice Kid and Teen Gohan, and the last game to have Kyle Herbert as the narrator. Whether that's a good or bad thing, I'll leave that up to you. A lot of the sound effects are more on the same level as the show now, like Charging Ki. The boost sound effects. It's always draining sound.
Thank you for the energy.
But the overall sound is pretty great stuff. So with all the stuff to do here, all the game modes, and all the things you can mess around with, this is probably the one fighting game that I put the most hours into that wasn't Smash Bros. Brawl back in the early 2010s. With all the content that this game has, I feel like there's a lot for people to enjoy here. I honestly don't think that you have to be a fan of Dragon Ball Z just to enjoy this game. Well, I wouldn't say that you should drop everything just to get this game, but Raging Blast is still a fun time no matter what. I mean, yeah, there might be some stuff that I don't really like, like how stars are handled and or the weird camera, but I don't think that is enough to diminish the amount of fun I have while playing this game. Playing this game for the first time in years just made me remember how much I used to love this game. I mean, this game is really addicting. Like, it was supposed to be 1 hour sessions turned into 5 hour sessions. Like, I just couldn't put my controller down, and if that's not an example of a game getting better with age, and I honestly don't know what is. Like, just for this video alone, I already got half of the trophies for this game, and honestly, while this video is going up, I'm probably still playing this game. It's really that fun. And hey, while some people like my brother don't really like this game all that much, I've mostly comments from people saying that how this was their favorite Dragon Ball Z game, and the game did well enough to get a sequel, so that has to count for something, right? Most people I know would typically say that Raging Blast 2 is the better game in the series, since it expands a lot more on the fighting mechanics established in the first game, and since it has more characters, and I'll admit, fighting in Raging Blast 2 is just as fun as it is in the first game, and a bigger character roster is always appreciated, but I still think that the first game is still worth checking out. Although I might just be saying that since I always had a soft spot for the first game. Let me rephrase that. Although I might just be saying that since I've always had more memories with the first game than the second. Maybe one day I can go into the other games that have been released since I've played a lot of them. And I could go into the anime itself since I'm still a huge fan of the series. And I can already see you guys commenting if I'll ever remake my review on Raging Blast 2. And honestly, I might. But I really want to make sure that I have my thoughts together for that one, but it was fun revisiting this game, and it feels pretty good to give another review a big upgrade, and give this game a load of justice. But anyways, for this next review, I'm going to be going back to Sonic with this one, but you have to join my Discord server to find out what it is. It's actually going to be 2 Sonic videos. I'm actually really excited about doing those videos, and after that I'm going to announce the marathon that I teased in my Sonic Forces video, but until that video comes out, I'd really like for you guys to check out the Let's Plays that I do on the channel. Right now I'm doing a Let's Play on Sonic Rush Adventure, so it would be really cool if you guys could check those videos out, at least for when the main stuff comes out. But with that out of the way, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. This is going to be the last Sonic related video that I want to do for a while. I'm still going to do the Sonic Rush Adventure Let's Play, but I want to take a break from Sonic for a couple of months now. Anyway, Sonic Heroes is another game that I have a lot of memories with, just like Raging Blast. There wasn't a day when I came home from school and I wasn't sitting on my ass playing this game. This and Adventure 2 was some of my first exposure to 3D Sonic. Yeah, Sonic Advance 2 was my first Sonic game, but Sonic Heroes was my first 3D Sonic game, so again, you might be watching a little bit of a biased video here since I've been playing this game since I was in 1st grade. But let's get into the history of this game though. Sonic Heroes was the first original Sonic game that wasn't released on the Sega console since the Dreamcast was basically killed because of how much hype there was for the PS2. I honestly kind of feel bad for the console because it actually has some pretty decent games on there. So afterwards, Sega became a third-party developer and made games for PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo consoles. Now it's not really that much of a big deal to seeing Sonic on a Nintendo system, but back then it was pretty crazy to see Sonic on the same console they mocked in the decade prior. There are PC ports of Heroes, but for this video I'm just going to look at the GameCube version via Dolphin. I never played the Xbox version, but I have heard that the PS2 version is god-awful with the terrible frame rate, bugs and glitches, slowdown, and collision detection issues. Anyway, it was pretty interesting looking into the development history of Sonic Heroes. So apparently Yuji Naka didn't really want to make a full Sonic Adventure 3 since it'll only appeal to Sonic fans, which is a decision that might cause some frustration for some Adventure fans. So since Sonic Team liked the idea of going back to a more Genesis Sonic gameplay, they decided to make a game that would appeal to more casual players who weren't interested in Sonic to ease them into it more. Although the game was rushed and was developed in only 20 months, and according to Takashi Iizuka, making this game was the most stressful part of his career because of the missing deadlines, and one designer who worked so hard that he lost 22 pounds and got insomnia. Anyone else used to think that Heroes was actually Adventure 3? Anyways, for the game itself, Sonic Heroes is just one of those games where it's pretty mixed among the community. Some people love it, some people hate it, and most people just have conflicting feelings about it. If you ask me what I thought, I would have said it was my favorite Sonic games ever. I remember being really surprised that there were people who actually hated Heroes. Sonic Heroes was one of those games where I just played it non-stop at a friend's house. I remember seeing that my friend had the game and it was the only game that we ever played. I mean, that and Shadow the Hedgehog, but that's a video for another time. I loved this game back in 2013, but that was back in 2013 and I haven't touched the game ever since. But now that I'm 15 and not 6 years old anymore, what do I think of the game now? Like always, we're going to start off with the story. Unlike the adventure games, which are more deep and mature, Sonic Heroes takes a more simpler approach to the story. Just like the adventure games, you have multiple stories to play through, and you have to play through all of them to get the last story and make sense of the story. The story is split into 4 segments: Team Sonic, Team Dark, Team Rose, and Team Chaotix. Team Sonic consists of the main trio, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. Their story is the basics: Sonic's friend stopping Eggman, nothing really special here. Team Rose consists of Amy, Grim the Rabbit, and Big the Cat. Their story is about Metal Sonic kidnapping Chocola, Chow, and Froggy. Yeah, Big lost the goddamn frog again, but we don't have to go fishing for him, thank fuck. Next we have Team Chaotix from Knuckles Chaotix except for Mighty. I guess he was in the shower when they signed the contract. Their story is that they're running a detective agency and they get sent a mission by Eggman. That detail wasn't supposed to be known until the end of their story, but it's pretty obvious that it's Eggman.
There you are, you mustache moron! He's the one, right?
Mustache moron? I'm the world's greatest. Take him out, quickly.
They take the assignment since they were broke and they had rent to pay. I mean, they could just sell the big ass chain on Vector's neck, but okay. The only team that actually has some kind of arc is Team Dark, including Shadow the Hedgehog, Rouge the Bat, and newcomer E123 Omega. Rouge is infiltrating Eggman's base, but instead finds Shadow, who somehow survived the fall from Sonic Adventure 2. Now, the real reason for this was that they originally intended Shadow to die at the end of Adventure 2, but they didn't think that Shadow would become so popular among fans, so they decided to bring him back for this game. When Shadow's plot is open, Omega comes out blasting at Shadow thinking that he's one of Eggman's creations. Omega resents Eggman for trapping him in an enclosed environment and wants to destroy him and everything and everyone that represents him. Shadow's suffering through amnesia throughout the story and has no memory of the events of Sonic Adventure 2. At the end of their story, Rouge finds a room with a bunch of Shadow clones and starts to wonder if the Shadow that they've been traveling with is an android or the one from Sonic Adventure 2. Once you complete all the stories, you unlock the last story segment, which reveals that the real threat this whole time was Metal Sonic. Throughout the stories, Metal Sonic has been collecting data from the 4 teams and uses all that data to become Metal Overlord in a transformation sequence that lasts forever. Like, I'm not kidding, you can make a sandwich while waiting for him to finish transforming. Anyway, with the power of the Chaos Emerald, Sonic goes super while Tails and Knuckles get these yellow orbs. I mean, I can understand Tails since he can only turn super with the Super Emerald, but why Knuckles though? Anyway, the heroes defeat Metal Sonic and the game ends. So the story is pretty basic. I know some people would rather have Sonic stories be more darker and mature, but honestly, I don't really care what the tone of the story goes for as long as the game is fun. But I do want to mention a couple of things. Shadow has amnesia, right? So how come Rouge or Team Sonic ever tried to tell him about his past? I get Team Sonic since they didn't really know that he has amnesia, but Rouge knew him since the beginning, so why did she try to attempt to tell him? I know they're trying to set up a game for all about Shadow, but it still kind of bothers me. Some teams get up between stages and start fighting, and some of them do make sense, like how Team Dark and Team Sonic start fighting to get to Eggman first. But some of them are just weird, like how Rouge just picks a fight with Team Chaos just for the sake of a fight. Like literally, they were just minding their own business and Rouge just go like, hey, fight me. Who are you? Fight me, bitch, I'm gonna get the treasure first. And Amy just wants to physically assault Sonic so he can marry her.
Gotcha, my darling Sonic.
Amy, what are you doing here?
Sonic, this time there's no way out of marrying me.
But that's really the only problems I have with this pretty simple story. So like I said before, the game was split up into 4 teams with 3 characters in each of them. They all play exactly the same, so that makes it easier for me to review since I don't have to look at multiple different gameplay styles. Anyway, each character is divided up into 3 gameplay styles: speed, power, and flight. Speed characters are Sonic, Shadow, Amy, and Espio. They're all about going fast. They can jump from wall to wall and make tornadoes. Sonic and Shadow are basically clones of each other since they both have the same moves like the light speed dash, which works exactly like it did in Adventure 2, but it can be a little bit finicky at times. If you're not directly behind the trail of rings, then you only dash through one ring. I always get really tense whenever there's a trail of rings over a bombless pit because I always feel like I might accidentally do the rocket excel or the tornado spin. The rocket excel, which I hear a lot of people call useless, but when you get all your teammates behind you, you can gain a lot of speed with this move. Amy and Espio have some skills that the other two hedgehogs don't, like how Amy can spin her hammer in exchange for wall jumps, but I never really use this. And Espio can turn invisible, which is a little bit better, but it's pretty situational though. The flight characters are Tails, Rouge, Charmy, and Cream. Their speed are cut down tremendously, but they have a higher jump and can do the Thunder Shoot attack, which can one-shot enemies when they're fully leveled up, and they can levitate for a couple of seconds. All flight characters work the same, except Charmy can activate flowers because he's a bee. That's just leave it with the power characters, Knuckles, Omega, Big, and Vector. Their job is to smash everything that moves, and they're pretty good at it. Every power character controls the same, but I think my favorites have to be Knuckles and Omega, since Knuckles can unleash a bunch of fireballs when he's fully leveled up, and the attack is widespread so he can destroy anyone in a 5-mile radius, and Omega has these missile barrages that can decimate robots, and it's a pretty cool visual too. I also really like Vector's body smash attack, since it's pretty fun to spam and it decimates boss fights. You can switch between each character on the fly by pressing either X or Y. You can also switch characters to either make gaps or raise a pole, or you can go off to be the pathway to find rings, shields, extra life, and level up capsules. Speaking of the level up capsules, each character levels up 3 times. You can find level up capsules in random enemies or other capsules. So all 3 characters are fully leveled up, bosses and enemies pretty much become your bitch, although when you die or move on to the next level, all your stats reset. I can get Y after death, but how come it resets after you move on to the next level? I guess since all the level up you get throughout the stage tallies up to your total score in your level screen. Yeah, it's a weak theory, but I don't know, you come up with something. When you collect enough rings or destroy enough enemies, you fill up your Team Blast gauge. Each team has a different Team Blast, and each of them have a different cooldown effects. Team Sonic's Team Blast is called Sonic Overdrive. That actually sounds like a pretty cool name for a racing game. Anyway, Tails and Knuckles kick Sonic into the air and have him do the light speed attack on enemies. Their cooldown effect is that Sonic can still do the light speed attack until the cooldown period wears off. Team Dark's Team Blast is called Chaos Inferno. It has Shadow doing chaos control while Omega shooting the lasers in all different directions. The cooldown effect is that now time is frozen, which means you can destroy enemies with ease, but it's not perfect since it also stops stage progression, so you can just get stuck in some places. Team Rose's Team Blast is called Flower Festival. Big spins Amy and Cream around on his umbrella and creates an explosion of flowers. The team gets some temporary invincibility, shields, and each member gets a level up. Team Chaos Team Blast is the best in the game. With the power of singing obnoxiously, they can destroy everyone around them, and each enemy destroyed gives you a ring bonus. And the cooldown effect is that every robot you kill counts as another ring bonus, so not only can farm rings and lives, but you can have another Team Blast freedom to unleash by the time the cooldown period wears off. There's a lot of these keys hidden all around the stage. These are how you access special stages. You find them somewhere around the level, and you have to beat the rest of the level without getting hit or dying, or else you lose the key. Once you beat the level, you get into the Act 1 special stage. This is a place where you get more lives, and that's pretty much it. It's kind of pointless since it's already pretty easy to get extra lives in this game. No, now that I think about it, I never really got into game over in this game. I've had a lot of deaths, but never a game over. Anyway, the Act 2 special stages is where you can grab a Chaos Emerald. You grab all these orbs to develop your boost gauge to catch up to the Emerald, and if you get the Emerald, it's yours and you have to collect all 7 of them to beat the game. Alright, it's time to talk about that elephant in the room. If you've seen any video of Sonic Heroes, then you know exactly what I'm about to say, so I'm just gonna say it right now. Fuck these special stages. The controls are way too finicky, and it's so easy for characters to run up the side of the walls like a hyperactive 5-year-old on a sugar rush. If you get hit by those goddamn bombs just once, which is pretty easy to do, you better just forget about getting the Emerald. Actually, this might be a great time to talk about the controls in general. So, the developers must have thought that you weren't going fast enough in the adventure games, because in this game, you go from 0 to 100 in a second. You go so fast in this game that you become so hard to control, and you slip off platforms all the damn time. I always get really tense whenever I have to do platforming with a speed character or on a narrow surface because I feel like I'm going to slip off because I'm going too fast. I know Sonic games are all about speed, but you need to find a balance. The adventure games got it right, so what happened here? I always switch to the flight characters because, yeah, they're slow as shit, but I don't have to worry about them slipping off of platforms because I was going too fast. For the power characters, you don't really have to worry about them slipping everywhere when you're playing as Vector and Big. But for Knuckles and Omega, I swear they have butter underneath their shoes because they slide like 15 feet every time they throw the simplest of punches. I feel like Omega's a little bit more slipperier than Knuckles, but still, I said that I like the missile barrages that you can do with Omega and the fireballs with Knuckles that you can do when they're fully leveled up. They have to do their melee combat first, which means you can start slipping and sliding and possibly falling. When I'm on smaller surfaces, I usually just do their air combat so I don't accidentally shit rock myself to death. Alright, let's talk about the teams themselves. Each team represents a difficulty. Team Sonic is the normal mode, Team Rose is the easy mode, Team Dark is the hard mode, and Team Chaotix is... I actually don't know. Honestly, the game isn't really that hard for either team, it's just that the stages can go on for a long time. Levels that can take Team Rose 2 to 5 minutes to beat can take Team Sonic or Dark 8 to 10 minutes. I also don't understand how it can take this long on these stages and still come out with an A rank. Anyway, I feel like Team Rose has the most comfortable stage length in this game since you can beat their levels in about like 2 to 3 minutes. Team Sonic and Dark though, they can be a little bit tiring since their stages, mainly during the latter half of the game, can get pretty long at times. To be honest, I don't really mind long stages. I mean, you guys know how much I love Sonic Unleashed, but the difference here is that the level design for all the teams are the same. Some teams will encounter something that the others won't, but they're pretty similar, and since the gameplay never really switches up, it can get pretty exhausting by the halfway point. As for Team Chaotix, their levels are a little bit different. Their levels are basically just huge collectathons, and you know what, I was expecting to hate this part of the game since I used to hate the Chaotix missions when I was younger, and to be fair, some of these missions are the epitome of dog shit, but they're actually not as bad as I remember them to be. In these levels, you're tasked with finding a number of things to collect, and if you don't meet the criteria at the end of the level, you have to start from the beginning. Some of these levels can be pretty annoying, but I actually like the Chow mission in Lost Jungle. But there are a couple of bad levels with these missions like Mystic Mansion. You have to blow out all these torches with SBO's Tornado, and there's 4 torches which are pretty easy to miss, so if you don't spot them on the first try, this level has the potential to last forever. So here's the biggest problem that people have with this game. So just like in the adventure games, you have to play through all the stories to get the last story segment, which means you have to play through all 7 levels with all 4 teams 4 different times. I'm a little bit mixed about this. I like the idea of having 12 different characters to play as, but at the same time, it's still padding no matter what way you look at it. I feel like the best way to handle this is to either have the teams go through different levels, or have the last story be locked behind Team Sonic or Team Rose and have the other teams be optional, or choose which team you want to play as and unlock the last story that way. But that's just me though. I don't really mind it that much, but I can see why people can't stand it, because unlike the adventure games, which will have other characters go through their own stages, here it's just padding out the gameplay for a story that could have been resolved with Team Sonic. For the levels themselves, Sonic Heroes has 7 levels with 2 acts in it, and ends off with a boss fight, kinda like a classic Sonic game. Some of my favorite levels in this game are Grand Metropolis because there's a lot of ways to get to the goal ring, and it uses the team mechanics to the best of its abilities, and it makes traveling through that stage pretty fun. I also like Frog Forest because it's just simple platforming from start to finish, and I also really like the music in that level. But although there's a lot of great levels in this game, there's also a lot of levels that can seriously fuck right off! First there's Bingo Highway. I know a lot of people bitch about this level all the time, but I just can't help it. The pinball physics are dog water, you're completely uncontrollable, and since there's a lot of places to fall through in this level, you're gonna be dying a lot, and the camera angles can be awkward as fuck too. Like, look at this, why can't it just give us an over-shoulder view like Casinopolis back in Adventure 1? And your teammates can die too, which means you have no other way to progress, so you have to die, or if you have a team blast, you can just do that, so you get the other character back. And the collision detection is really off too. And I don't know if it was just me, but I swear that it's impossible to dodge a laser at the end of Final Fortress. Every time I got to that part with any team, I would always get blasted no matter what I did. So what I would do is when the laser is getting close to firing, I switch to the flying formation so I can jump over it, and 75% of the time it usually works. Still, I see people passing this part all the time in walkthroughs, so I don't know why it's doing it to me. The only reason I could think of is that Nintendo knew that we were emulating their game, so they tried to glitch them out so we wouldn't be able to beat them. Fucking douchebags. If you have a friend around, you can play the 2-player mode in this game, but it's not really as fun as Adventure 2's multiplayer though. There's modes like action races, battle, and ring races, but you can't even play them all unless you get all the emblems. Yeah, emblems are here again. For every 20 emblems you get, you unlock a new mode. You can only unlock all the modes if you collect all 120 emblems. You get emblems from completing a stage normally, but you can also get them from completing a challenge version of a stage, like beating the level in under 4 or 5 minutes or collecting a certain amount of rings. I might try to get all the emblems in this game someday, but maybe not now. I think the last thing to talk about for this game are the bosses. The boss fights are mostly okay, but the team battles are just pathetic. Like I said before, some teams meet up in their own stories and fight each other. Here's a faster way to beat the bosses. Switch to the fly formation and just spam the thunder shoot, or switch to the speed formation and just spam the tornado spin, or if you're playing as Team Rose or Team Chaotix, you could just spam their belly flop. Then there are the main bosses, which they're alright, but the Egg Emperor fight is just irritating. I swear the collision detection on its sword attack is so weird because every time it looks like I jumped over the slash attack, I still get hit. Although the fight is a joke with Team Dark since you can just use their Team Blast, and since it freezes everything that moves, you can just switch to Rouge and just spam the thunder shoot attack, and the fight is over. For all the other fights, they're okay, but some of them can be pretty easy when you have all characters leveled up. Overall, the boss fights are alright. When we're talking about the graphics, Heroes probably looks the most like a Genesis game in 3D. The aesthetics look really nice, and I even love the little details like how Sonic's coast can spread out whenever he gets hit. I also think that the presentation is way better than both adventure games. The character models look pretty decent, but they can look a little bit glossy. But the lip syncing is surprisingly pretty good for the time that this game came out. The levels are vibrant, and it looks spot on to what they're trying to show off. My favorite levels with their looks are Seaside Hill, Grand Metropolis, Casino Park, Frog Forest, and Final Fortress. I mean, there are some weird graphical glitches, like how whenever characters aren't talking, they just don't have mouths. You know, that just always looked weird to me even when I was younger. And now I can't even watch this cutscene anymore without looking at Aiden's eyes flickering like a light bulb. This game's a lot more glitchier than I remember it being. I didn't run into a lot of glitches, but enough for me to just laugh at them. Like here, I was fighting Team Sonic as Team Rose, but then I just fall through the floor for some reason. Then there's this part at Royal Canyon where I accidentally body slammed as Vector here, and I got stuck until the game just decided to kill me automatically. The worst glitch happened to me during the final boss when I homing attacked at the boss, and somehow I got hit. I beat the boss, but then I died, so I had to do it all over again. Some stuff like this can happen too.
Time for you to get that chafing power. Hello? Yo, why is Sonic sticking his... What? He's sticking his wiener in Tails! Sonic, what are you doing? It's actually happening! The Sonic X Tails! Are you serious right now? I'm done! I'm actually done! Huh? No! I thought I chose Sonic! I thought I chose Sonic! No!
And this was all in the GameCube version, the more stable version of the game. Most of the bugs come from the PS2 version. I mean, if my glitch weren't enough, to just look up Sonic Heroes glitches. I promise you'll see some pretty funny shit. So anyway, the graphics are pretty decent, but with some minor issues. I also really love the soundtrack. Like, I never knew how many songs in this game slapped until I played it again. Like, Seaside Hill's theme is probably just as iconic as Green Hill theme or City Escape from Sonic Adventure 2. The game has a lot of great songs by Final Fortress, Grand Metropolis, Hang Castle, Casino Park, Bullet Station, and Frog Forest, and the team themes are bangers too. I don't really like Team Sonic's and Team Rose's themes that much, but Team Dark and Team Chaotix have some of the best character themes in the entire series. And I kind of miss when characters would have had their own unique theme songs to them. Anyway, this game's whole soundtrack is really great, but the sound mixing is kind of bad though, at least on the PC version. Like, it's not as bad as Adventure 2's, but it's still kind of hard to hear the characters when they're talking sometimes. The voice acting is pretty good for the most part, although some of the dialogue can be pretty corny sometimes, and also some of the deliveries that these lines have are kind of questionable, to be honest. This is also the first Sonic game to have characters speak to each other during gameplay, and some of the lines can be pretty funny. Some of them can either get really annoying or just characters pointing out the obvious.
My head's spinning. This is making my head spin.
Feels good.
Like Charmy constantly saying there's so many of them during robot bosses, and Tails really loves saying how much his head's spinning or how he's falling. Like, he says it so much to the point where it's a meme now. Like, it's funny the first couple of times, but after the third time, it gets pretty goddamn annoying. This is also the last mainline Sonic game that had Ryden Drummond as Sonic, Scott Drury as Knuckles, Dean Bristow as Eggman, Jennifer Dolliard as Amy, and David Humphrey as Shadow. I know there's a lot of voice actors that I missed, but I really don't feel like going down the list. But Tails has a new voice actor in this game, William Corkery.
It's a fake?
And he sucks. I know it can't be too harsh since it's a kid voicing him, but the kid's an adult now, he can handle it, it's trash. Like, even as a child, I always thought that his voice actors sound like ass compared to the future games, and maybe even the adventure games too. but I will say that his father and sister, Bill and Emily Corkery, do a pretty good job as Espio and Charmy. Also, I just found out that Ryan Drummond actually voices Metal Sonic in this game, and they must have put a voice modulator over his voice because I've been watching this game's cutscenes for my whole life, I can never tell. But I did think that his performance as Metal Sonic was pretty cool though. Sonic Heroes is a weird game for me. There's a lot of things that are wrong with it, and objectively the game isn't really that good, but to be honest with you guys, even close to 10 years later, I still really enjoy this game. Like, I was scared wondering what I was going to think about this game since I hear a lot of mixed opinions among people, so that would mean I would either love the game or hate it. But this game is still as good as I remember it being, and I can honestly say that it's still one of my favorite Sonic games. There's still a lot of things that could be fixed about it if Sonic Team ever went back to its formula, but for now I'm happy with what we got here. I would honestly say that this game is better than Adventure 2. Oh, I'm gonna get murdered for that. I mean, yeah, the controls can be better, and it does have some glitches, but I still have fun for what it was, and I don't think that the game really deserves all the hate that it gets. I mean, criticize it all you want, it definitely deserves some of it, but I don't feel like it should be labeled as a bad game or to start a Sonic's downfall in the 2000s. So overall, I'd say that Sonic Heroes is actually a really fun game, and honestly, I was going into this game thinking that it was going to be another Sonic Adventure 2 situation for me, it's just me just not liking this game as much as I used to. But I guess it just goes to show that you can't really judge a game until you get to play it yourself. I mean, would I recommend this game over other Sonic games like Unleashed, Generations, or Adventure 1? I mean, I don't know, probably not, but I mean, I don't really see why you wouldn't try all of them though. But I think it's time that I finally talk about what's coming up next. The next few videos are going to be on some more recent games, but while that's going on, you guys get to vote on what marathon I'll be looking at next. The choices are going to be Uncharted in celebration of the movie, Sly Cooper since I've already done Ratchet & Clank and Jak and Daxter, but also because the series is turning 20 years old in September, and Crash Bandicoot since I already talked about the Spyro trilogy. Voting ends on July 31st. Keep in mind that just because one series wins doesn't mean I'm not going to look at the other series, I'll just save them for another time. Also, votes in the comments don't count. You have to vote on the straw poll. The link will be in the description though. So vote away. So anyway, now that said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace.
How could we have reached this altitude already?
Flying this high makes me dizzy.
You're at the peak. You're supposed to be used to fly, aren't you?
Link to the Past is one of the most critically acclaimed Zelda games in the series. A lot of people would say that it's their favorite Zelda game, and while I'm not a huge Zelda fan, Link to the Past is still a great game. But then, shifting over to the N64 where a lot of franchises like Mario, Sonic, and Metal Gear, and all other franchises were transitioning into 3D, people were looking at Zelda to do the same thing. Ocarina of Time was first shown at a trade show back in 1995. It was actually going to be released right after Mario 64, but there were some problems during development, so it was delayed into 1998. From what I heard, there was a lot of hype around this game, honestly just as much as Breath of the Wild. This game was pretty influential for its time since it laid the foundations for future 3D Zelda games. I hear a lot of people saying how Ocarina of Time is one of their favorite Zelda games, but I also hear a lot of people saying that it's overrated or it's just straight up a bad game. I personally don't really have a stance on this because I've only played Ocarina of Time a couple of times before, but this is actually the first time that I'm fully completing this game. This is actually the first Zelda game that I've ever played. I've only played the 4 Zelda games, this game, A Link to the Past, Majora's Mask, Breath of the Wild, and like 5% of Twilight Princess. Between the games, I think A Link to the Past was my favorite since it felt more easy to get into in comparison to other Zelda games. Majora's Mask starts off pretty slow, but as the game goes on, it starts to pick up more, and it starts to get better. Breath of the Wild though, I'm sorry, I just don't like this game. Look, it's a good game, it's just not a 10 out of 10. Like, I like the open world structure of the game, but I just couldn't get into the combat. Like, I couldn't go into more depth, but honestly, that could be summed up into a 30-minute video in and of itself. Will I give Breath of the Wild 2 a chance? I mean, since I didn't really like the first game, I don't really see a reason why I should try out the second. Anyway, I would always get to Goron City in Ocarina of Time, and then I would just stop playing. I never really got past that part. And it's not me saying that it was too hard for me, or because I couldn't figure out where I was going, I was using a walkthrough to guide me. It's just that I just kind of got distracted, and I eventually forgot about it. I'm actually kind of excited about finally finishing this game since I always hear people having mixed opinions and feelings about it. And that might sound like a complete 180 from my Sonic Heroes video, but you have to understand, that was a game that I've been playing before I could even count to any number past 10, so it was a little bit scary for me since I don't really want to hate a game that I've loved for 10 years. With Ocarina of Time, I've only gotten 1 hour into the game before I stopped playing. I don't really have any memories with this game, mostly because I'm not a Zelda fan, so I don't really think that it would affect me as much. But this video is going to be more about how I feel towards the game and if I like it any better than Link to the Past, than if it's a good game or not. Before we do any of that, we have a story to summarize. The game starts off in the Kokiri village, where we meet the youngest incarnation of Link. The Guardian, the Great Deku Tree, sends a fairy named Navi to go get him so he can get rid of a curse that was cast upon him. Link removes the curse that was inside him, but the Deku Tree reveals that he was already sick in the first place, so it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Before he dies, the Deku Tree tells a story about Din, Nehru, and Furar, the 3 goddesses who created Hyrule and formed the Triforce. He also reveals that Ganondorf is the man who placed the curse on the Great Deku Tree. Before he finally passes, he gives Link one of the 3 spiritual stones which are needed to get into the Sacred Realm, the Kokiri Emerald. Afterwards, the Great Deku Tree dies and this asshole starts accusing you of killing him. What do you mean I killed him? The dude was already dead to begin with. Anyway, Link heads off to Hyrule Castle and finds Princess Zelda, who informs Link about Ganondorf, who she thinks is plotting something. She says the only way to stop him from getting the Triforce is by getting the other spiritual stones, Goron's Ruby and Zora's Sapphire, so Ganondorf will enter the Temple of Time, which is basically what's connecting Hyrule to the Sacred Realm. Now Link sets out to collect the rest of the spiritual stones to prevent Ganondorf from causing any trouble. Once Link does that, he sees Zelda and Impa riding away on horseback with Ganondorf giving chase. Zelda tosses Link the Ocarina of Time so he can get into the Temple of Time so he can obtain the Master Sword. However, once Link pulls out the Master Sword, he goes into a coma because he wasn't old enough. But because of that, Ganondorf, who was following Link the entire time, is able to get the Triforce with ease, since pulling out the Master Sword causes a rift into the Sacred Realm. Link is woken up by an old wizard, and I'm calling him that because I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. And he starts explaining to Link how Ganondorf took over all of Hyrule, and by that I just mean the marketplace and the Temple of Time. Everywhere else is perfectly fine, even Kakariko Village wasn't affected. I guess Ganondorf was feeling generous. Anyway, after a whole 7 years has passed, Link's now 17 years old, rocking some gauntlets, boots, and a more solid shield. The old wizard gives Link the light medallion and encourages him to rescue the other sages scattered across Hyrule. Link is transported back to the Temple of Time where he encounters Sheik. Now, for some reason, when I saw Sheik in Smash Bros. Brawl, I thought her name was Shrek, since the 2 names just looked the same to me. I also thought that she was a guy because all of her hair was covered up. I am a dumbass. Sheik is one of the Sheikahs who protect the royal family of Hyrule. She tells Link where the rest of the sages are located, one in the forest, one in the volcano, one in the lake, one in the graveyard, and one in the desert. From here until you encounter Ganondorf, the game's story doesn't really evolve from anything. You find a temple, you beat that temple, you save a sage, and repeat. It's only when you get to Ganon's castle where the overarching plot starts getting back on track. Once Link collects the final sage, Sheik reveals that she's actually Princess Zelda in disguise the whole time. She also tells Link that Ganondorf has the Triforce of Power while she and Link have the Triforce of Courage and Wisdom. Zelda gives Link the light arrow so he can defeat Ganon, but literally seconds after she gets captured by Ganondorf.
Will you cut that out?
Wow, this guy really loves tracking down people and trying to find their location. Like, I have to file a restraining order on this guy because, goddamn. Anyway, Link finds Ganondorf's castle and the two start battling out for an epic showdown, with Link coming out the window. Zelda and the other sages seal Ganondorf and decide to Sacred Realm, and with no hopes of him returning. Zelda sends Link back to his original timeline so he can live out his childhood. Everyone starts celebrating the defeat of Ganondorf. Link puts the Master Sword back into his pedestal, and Navi just kinda dips. No, seriously, she just ditches Link after he puts the Master Sword back in. Anyway, the game ends with Link and Zelda meeting for the first time again. So that's pretty much it for this game's story. It wasn't until I started recording footage for the second half of the game that I realized this game's story is pretty much the same from A Link to the Past. I just replaced the spiritual stones with the pendants and the 5 sages with the 7 maidens, and it's literally the exact same story. Like, not that it makes it automatically bad though, I just thought I should bring it up. I heard people say that before, it's just that it's something I didn't notice until I got the Master Sword. Overall, I say that the story is alright. It's nothing special, but it's not terrible either. I feel like the premise of the story is pretty cool. I like how we're playing in the game where Ganondorf already won, and instead of stopping his plans from happening, we're trying to not make it any worse than it already is. I love the concept of the story. The story itself kind of leaves a lot to be desired. I feel like the main problem with the game's story is the characterization, or lack thereof. Now, the moments that the game's story just pauses, there's not a lot of character interaction because they're all just small talk or a means to an end. The game Goron doesn't really have anything special about him besides how he had depression when you first meet him, and does this goofy ass dance where you play a serious song for him, and he also names his son after you, but that's pretty much all to him. Then there's King Zora's daughter, Princess Ruto, who's just a rebellious princess stereotype, and also probably wants to fuck Link because she's always talking about marrying him and everything. Wow, what a story. You two met when you were a kid and now you're suddenly lovers. That just kind of sounds like Nala and Simba from Lion King now that I think of. She also gets pretty bitchy whenever you accidentally leave her behind when you're inside Jabu Jabu, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm out here risking my life just to make sure this dickhead doesn't try anything stupid. Meanwhile, you're sitting here hiding inside of a giant whale ignoring your parents, you're in no position to judge me. There's also Sheik. She's basically just a sitting duck throughout the game. She teaches Link songs to transport from one place to another, that's pretty much it. And it really sucks, I really love her design too. I mean, it might be because I've seen the way she looks in Brawl, but I just love the mysterious vibes that she has going on. But it just kinda sucks that in her major debut, she doesn't do a lot story-wise. Then there's Saria, who's supposed to be Link's childhood friend, but I don't really feel a connection between these two. Like, she shows up a lot throughout the game, but I feel like there wasn't a lot of character development or interactions for her to feel like these two are best friends. And also doesn't really help that Link is pretty much a brick wall in this game. He doesn't talk, he barely emails, and has no emotional connection to anyone he talks to. Like, he makes a couple of goofy faces, but that's pretty much it. And it's all the more disappointing when he's supposed to represent me, the player, but I just can't relate to him. This guy has the personality of a boulder, and I also feel like Ganondorf's rule could have been executed better. I mean, at least gameplay wise. Before shit gets wrecked, everyone is going about their day, but after Ganondorf takes over, they just act like it never happened. I mean, there are some people who mention Ganon, but everyone else just acts like the entirety of Hyrule wasn't completely decimated. I feel like the best way to fix this is to have villagers in the past having conversations about how Ganondorf is running the kingdom, and then after Link takes out the Master Sword, people would show some resentment towards what happened to Hyrule. It's a small detail, but I feel like it would add more personality to this game's environment. But yeah, I feel like the game's story might be the weakest aspect of it. But let's see how well Ocarina of Time handled the shift into 3D. Ocarina of Time pretty much takes the established formula from the overhead games and just adapts it into 3D. You play as either young Link or adult Link, and the objective is to navigate Hyrule, go through dungeons, beat bosses, and die. While the gameplay is mostly the same from the last couple of games, the combat is a little bit more refined than it was before. Link can still slash his sword, but in this game you can lock onto enemies by pressing the Z button. This way Link can still attack enemies while not losing track of them either. While he's in the stage, Link can also do fast movements like shifting to the left or right or backflips to dodge enemy attacks. He can also do his homing slash that does a lot of damage, and it's not always accurate, but it's still pretty fun connecting hits with this. And there's also no better feeling in this game than backflipping or dodging an attack and then coming back at them with a death slash. It's so satisfying to do. When you lock onto something, Navi can give you tips about how to defeat enemies and other stuff. I know people love to meme on how annoying Navi is, but honestly, she's pretty cool to me at least. She's only annoying when she tells you that you should go to this place when you're already on your way there. That, and she's also pretty loud too. But maybe I'm just lucky that she didn't bother me that much in my playthrough, but she isn't that annoying, guys. Anyway, Link has a lot of items that you can use in this game, like arrows, boomerangs, sticks, the ocarina, and more. You can also get powers from the 3 stages like Din Fire, which creates a huge fire explosion around you, and it's needed to get into the Shadow Temple, Nehru's Love, which forms the barrier around Link, but I never really used it, and Aurora's Wind, which makes a warp point, which is pretty useful for a lot of these dungeons. Even the hookshot's in this game, and it's about as useful as it was in A Link to the Past. You can get upgrades for it too. In A Link to the Past, you can only hold on to one secondary item. In this game, you can hold on to 3 other items. Since the sword and the shield have their own separate buttons, you can also have 3 other items on standby ready to go when you need help. I mean, you're going to be switching into your inventory a lot, but it makes tackling enemies and bosses more convenient. Hyrule this time is massive, not only because of the graphical update, but also because of the 3D shift. There's a lot of things to do in this game. With all the areas in this game, I think Ocarina of Time might be bigger than any Zelda game at this point. But because Hyrule is so big this time, it comes with a couple of problems. So if you want to know my biggest problem with Ocarina of Time, it's just that it's so goddamn tedious, and time consuming too. Let me get into more details. You have the option to do side quests in this game like collecting heart pieces, the golden scatullas, and getting other items like the big Corn Sword, which outright just punishes you for trying to take a shortcut. Like, look how much time I had left, all because I walked to the Death Mountain Trail. There's also some stuff that you can do in the past that affects the future, like learning Epona song so you can write her as adult Link, and playing the magic beans in some places. You can put the Master Sword back into its pedestal to turn back into Young Link, and you can take it back out to turn back into Adult Link. For some people, this could be seen as a fun way to increase game time, or just in a monotonous game of going back and forth and
forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward.
I collected all the heart pieces in A Link to a Past, but since Ocarina of Time is a bigger game, it takes a long ass time to do side quests in this game. What could take me 30 minutes to do in A Link to the Past can take me hours in this game. Like, A Link to the Past can take about like 6 to 7 hours if you're going for everything. I didn't even get everything in this game, and all the footage I recorded is close to 20 hours long! I mean, I'm sure if I ever come back to this game, I'll finish it quicker, but goddamn, just goddamn. God, and I haven't even talked about how traveling Hyrule Field is like. Link might have a lot of weapons in his arsenal, but he has the pace of a snail in this game. While Hyrule's massive in this game, it's also overly spacious too. And it doesn't really help that there's not a lot of personality in these landscapes. I mean, it looks pretty nice for a game that's over 20 years old, but it still looks pretty lifeless though, since you can't interact with anyone here. At least with Adult Link, you could ride Epona to get somewhere faster, or use the Ocarina to warp to certain points. But as Young Link, all you're doing is slowly walking from one place to another. I mean, you could just side hop repeatedly, but then you have to listen to Link screaming like he's getting a fist crammed up his ass every time he jumps. And while Hyrule Field is pretty empty, when you get into the villages, it gets a little bit more lively. There's a lot of NPCs you can talk to, but none of them really stand out to me. The only ones I can remember off the top of my head is this girl because she gives you Epona, and this asshole right here because he tries his damnedest for us to not get Epona. Even when we beat him in twice in a race, he locks us in a horse pen so we won't escape. Like, bro, the universe is at stake here. Let me take my goddamn horse and leave. Other than that, they'll either small talk or for a side quest. Okay, so quick question for any Zelda fans watching. Is Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild in any way connected, since the Gerudos are in both games? I just wanted to bring that up. So eventually, you're going to go through the dungeons that are scattered across the game. For new players, they can be pretty confusing, but for the experienced players, or if you just look up the walkthrough like I did, it shouldn't be too bad though. I don't really find the temples in this game too hard. I didn't really die from anything that was out of my control for the most part. Since I just used a walkthrough, it was all pretty smooth for me. I do think that some of them are pretty goddamn long. I don't know if it's just because I'm a little bit out of touch with the series, but I don't remember dungeons taking me this long in A Link to the Past. Some dungeons in this game just seem to go on forever, and I think we all know where this is going, so I'll just get to the point. The goddamn water temple. People who played this game hit the water temple a lot, and it's really no wonder why. This temple took me the longest to complete. I don't think that it's the rising and lowering of waters is the reason why people hate this temple so much, because to be honest, I don't really have a problem with that. But it's constantly changing from my normal boost to my iron boost. I always have to pause the menus just to change them, and you do this all the time in this temple, and you also have to listen to this all the time. This temple also has a lot of moments where you're constantly looking for something, and then you find out that it's right in front of you, and you start feeling like an idiot for not noticing it earlier. That is all over this temple. I'm not losing my shit here because there wasn't a time in this dungeon, or in the rest of the game for that matter, where I didn't look up a walkthrough. And you know what? I don't want the fire temple either because it just never knows when to end. And I also don't like how when you die, you start from the beginning of the temple. I know Zelda 1 and A Link to the Past did that too, but since the dungeons are bigger in this game, it's kind of annoying when you get far in the temple, but then you die just because of something that you weren't prepared for, or you couldn't defend yourself from it. God damn it. I love the Shadow and Spirit Temple though. I love how the Shadow Temple makes you use the Eye of Truth to find some hidden stuff around here. I also love the Spirit Temple because of how it's the only dungeon late in the game where you have to play as young Link. The Forest Temple was, it was alright. I can't really give a solid opinion on that one. And I'm not sure if it was just me, but I feel like Ganon's Castle might be the easiest final dungeon in a Zelda game up to this point. Because by the time I got to the final boss, I took no damage whatsoever. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Anyway, you can find a boss key in a dungeon, so you can face off against that dungeon's boss. And they're kind of all pushovers. Yeah, I died from them, but that's mostly because I was already low on health to begin with, not from the bosses themselves. They're bigger and badder than they were before, and they hit hard, but they don't pose too much of a threat. I mean, yeah, they're still pretty fun. My favorite is the Bongo Bongo boss fight from the Shadow Temple, because it kind of reminds me of that one boss fight from Mario Kart DS. And the Twin Sorcerers fight, because it's the only boss fight where you have to use a shield to defeat them. I mean, if you want to know a boss fight that I didn't like, the one in the water temple gets on my nerves. I swear every time it looks like my hook shot connects, I never get the blob out the water tentacle. Ganondorf is the best boss in the game by far. I mean, the first phase isn't anything special, it's just a clone of Forest Temple boss. But the second phase is where shit gets real. When Ganondorf is down, Ganon pops out, and it's already way better than a Ganon fight in A Link to the Past. See, there's things that I think that this game does better than A Link to the Past. Anyway, the boss of Ganon is pretty challenging, has great atmosphere and music. The method of defeating them is pretty good, as you make sure that you take advantage of the side hopping, rolling dodge, and slashing moves, but at the same time punishes you for getting too reckless, even as Zelda helping you out too. This is a great way to end off the game, but overall, I'd say that the bosses are great, even though some of them are pretty easy. Now, Ocarina of Time actually has a hard mode called Master Quest. I never played it, but all I heard that's just a harder version of the game, with the dungeons designed from the ground up to be more difficult. But this was initially only exclusive to people who were subscribed to Nintendo Power Magazine in the GameCube era, but now you can just emulate it. Will I ever do a Let's Play on it? I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe a live stream probably, but I recorded enough footage for the main game, so maybe another time. Actually, I think this is a pretty good time to bring up the 2012 remake, Ocarina of Time 3D for the 3DS. Now, I actually haven't played this game yet, but all I've heard is that it's the definitive version of Ocarina of Time, the frame rate being upgraded to 20 to 30 FPS, there are higher quality textures and models, text features are way faster, you can use the 3DS gyroscope to aim some weapons and direct the camera, you can use the face buttons to play the Ocarina, and you can use the touchscreen with the switch items so you don't have to pause the menu repeatedly. I haven't played Ocarina of Time 3DS, so I won't say anything about it. There's also a fan-made PC port of Ocarina of Time with 60 FPS, HD graphics, modding support, and widescreen. I haven't played the PC port either, but all seems pretty cool though. Let's just hope that Nintendo doesn't try to take this one down.
Nintendo inspired me to make something! Yeah!
This is what I do, I sue your ass and your balls!
Graphically, I think the game looks alright, but it's starting to show its age, especially with the character models. Adult Zelda looks kinda ugly, and Adult Link has a pretty pointy nose. Other than that, the 3D shifts give the environment a little bit more atmosphere, since it shifts from day to night organically, kinda like Jak and Daxter. The temples also benefit from this because since there's more ambience, it gives some of the atmosphere more personality. The Shadow Temple gives off a pretty creepy and unsettling vibe. Ganon's castle kind of has a climactic feel to it, and the Spirit Temple has a mysterious look to it. In general, the graphics are okay. The soundtrack's pretty good too. Some songs are a little bit too ambient for my taste, but there are some pretty good songs in this game though. My favorites are the title screen, Serious Song, Gerudo Valley, the Forest Temple, and the song that plays in the credits. Also like the song that plays when we're talking to Sheik. The sound design in this game is pretty good. It adds one to the atmosphere that this game has. But now that we talked about everything, let's just get on to what my overall thoughts are about this game. So, I'll be honest, I was kind of expecting to like this game just as much as I did with A Link to the Past, and while I did have fun with the game, it took a lot out of me to get through this game. I was thinking that I could just bum rush this game through a weekend, and that wasn't really the case. I feel like Ocarina of Time needs a lot out of the player. I don't feel that way about A Link to the Past. I can just pick up and play that game and not feel drained afterwards. I don't think that the game's overrated, I just don't really agree with all the praise that it gets. I'm not trying to downplay the impact that Ocarina of Time had on the series and 3D gaming in general. I feel like that it made the jump to 3D pretty well, and while it does have a couple of shortcomings, I don't think that it makes the game terrible. It's aged very well, and it's great that the game exists in the first place because if it didn't, other Zelda games that people love today wouldn't be here. The game deserves to be remembered as a classic, but if I'm talking about what game I would rather play, I'm going to A Link to the Past with no hesitation. I just think that it's way more accessible to newcomers, and it's a game that people should play at least once. Ocarina of Time is still a great game, but I just don't really see myself coming back to this one as often. Maybe there's a reason why I never fully completed this game until now. Alright, finally got this video done. Sorry for taking so long to get this video out, I just didn't think it would take me this long to beat this game. But now that we got Ocarina of Time done and over with, the next two videos are going to be on some newer games, and with some other games coming out later this year, the marathon poll for which series gets a look next, and Spyro month coming up in September. I can already tell you guys that the rest of this year is going to be filled with content. But with that being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace. Yeah, I know I'm pretty late to this, but I've been wanting to play Kaze in the Wild Mask for a while now. I actually haven't seen this game in action, but there's just something about that just appealed to me. Maybe it was the art covers, I don't know. It just kind of had some kind of flair to me. And people have been saying how great this game was, and how it brings back a lot of 90s style platforming. Alright, let's play this game. Okay, so far the game looks pretty good, and... Oh. Okay, so that's why there's so much praise for this game. So apparently this is supposed to be a modern version of the first 3 Donkey Kong Country games, specifically 2. I had never played a DKC game before, but it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of inspiration from those games. I mean, it's not even subtle, and just to be clear, I don't mean it as a bad thing. The developers behind this game is Pixel Hive, a Brazilian development studio, and after trying to look into what other games they did in the past, it looks like this was their first game. Apparently, Kaze in the Wild Mask was in development for over 5 years, and it was under the code name of Project Bunny. The developers wanted to make an experience that emulates games from the 16-bit era, like Super Mario World, Sonic, and mainly Donkey Kong Country. They wanted it to be unique and give it a modern feel to it, like higher quality pixel textures. I don't usually start with graphics first, but I love this game's art style. This game's environments are really colorful and easy on the eyes. I also really love the little animated motion pictures because they just pack a lot of charm to them, and there's a lot of care put into it too. I also love the enemy designs for these guys. Like, look at the carrots right here. I mean, it's kind of scary, but it's also hilarious. Also, the idle animations with Kaze. Like here, when she's about to fall asleep, she uses her ears to rub her eyes. Like, that's great attention to detail. And I really like how when you spam square over and over again, she just does this floor jump, and this run cycle too. I could just watch her do this all day. I really like when you're running through different stages that the backgrounds change to match the level themes. I really like the pixel art style that a lot of indie developers go for, and the soundtrack slaps pretty hard too. I mean, the title screen music is literally this. Every song in this game goes along well with the levels, and they have great beats to them too. I honestly might buy the soundtrack for this game, it's really that good, but I'm not be talking about this game's graphics soundtrack. Let's dive into Kaze in the Wild Mask. Okay, so there's not really much of a story for this game. Like the games that it's emulating, the story isn't really the primary focus of the game. Kaze and her friend Hogo are walking into this ancient cave and find this glowing ring. Kaze touches the ring and it gets knocked unconscious, then Hogo's spirit gets sucked inside of the ring. Kaze wakes up, and then this entity makes the cave collapse. Hogo's soul, I think, creates a shield around Kaze, taking her out of the cave and landing her on the island. So now Kaze has to save her friend and the rest of the animals from vegetables. Kaze doesn't really have a deep story. You have two friends who walk into a temple. One friend gets stuck and the other friend has to save them. It's a decent setup to get the player to want to play the game, but a game like this doesn't really need a deep narrative, to be honest. Before I start, you guys might see a little bit of choppy footage and some slowdown occasionally. I'm not sure why, but OBS just doesn't like this game, because when I'm not recording, the game runs perfectly fine. I try to downscale the quality to make OBS run better, which is why the footage in my first playthrough looks kind of pixelated. I'm not sure if it's just my PC or the game, but if you plan on getting the Steam version of Kaze and the Wild Mask, then make sure that nothing else is running in the background for a smoother experience. Unless you have the specs to do so, then go for it. Anyway, like I said before, this game is pretty much as if Donkey Kong Country 4 was made today. I mean, Kaze herself is pretty much Dixie Kong. She can even use her ears to levitate for a little bit, like how Dixie Kong can use her ponytail to levitate. Anyway, Kaze has a pretty simple control scheme. She can jump, ground slam, hover, do the spin attack, that also doubles your speed, and swim. Okay, not really swimming, she just kind of doggy paddles, and it can die for about like 2 to 3 seconds before coming back up. Unlike the Kongs, Kaze doesn't go from 0 to 100 instantly. She builds up more speed as she runs, kind of like a Sonic game, which, being a Sonic fan, I really like because it leads to some pretty fun momentum-based platforming, and it feels good to keep the flow going when you're good enough. Kaze can also pick up items and throw them back at enemies, and there's something so satisfying about just picking up a pot and then throwing it at someone. Fuck you, yeah! When Kaze bounces off of enemies, she does this roll move like the Kongs, which is pretty cool for momentum, but I don't really like how you can't do anything while you're in that rolling animation. I died a lot of times just because I keep on forgetting I can't jump or hover, leading me to fall to my death like a goddamn fool. I have a lot of muscle memory issues because I play a lot of platformers that have their characters do double jumps, and I keep on pressing the jump button twice to pull off a double jump, but Kaze can't double jump in this game, so I just end up dying instead. And it's also the fact that I'm playing the PC version of this game with a PS4 controller, and since Steam usually has Xbox button layouts for their games, every time they told me to press X, my mind immediately told me to press the PlayStation symbol X and not square, so that took me a while to get used to, but it was nothing terrible though. That's just what bothers me personally. If you know how DKC games work, or if you're just an Xbox only person, then you have nothing to worry about, the game controls fine. As you progress through these levels, you can find these big statues that give you power-ups. These are where the masks come in. The first one you get is the bird mask. You can fly places and attack enemies with this projectile, which is the most inaccurate thing in the entire game, because I almost never connect with this attack. I swear you have to be at point blank range to hit someone with this, but besides that, I like this mask. The flying is pretty useful, and platforming can get pretty tough sometimes. Then there's the shark mask. It lets Kaze swim and attack enemies like a drill. This is one of the best masks in the game because the swimming controls feel great, Kaze moves fast and fluidly, and they don't get in the way of anything. I also like the drill attack that it has. It's pretty useful for the enemies that are blocking the way. I say the shark mask is the second best mask in the game, but the best mask in general is its higher mask. With this mask, this game goes from Donkey Kong Country to Mega Man X, since you can dash and scale up walls to find secrets. You can also dash through a trail of enemies to keep the flow going. This is my favorite mask of the game because there's a lot of fun in just dashing through obstacles and clinging onto walls to get to other areas. It's all good fun. Just make sure that whenever you're clinging onto a wall, don't press the D-pad in any other direction except for the one that you're in, because I died a couple of times because of that. Then there's a snake mask, which makes the stage an auto runner, which I'm a little bit split about. I don't really like how with this mask you only have one chance of getting collectibles unless you die or start from the beginning again. But at the same time, I kind of like how it forces you to rely on your reflexes and muscle memories to get yourself through this. But I really hate that feeling when you're doing so good, but then you make one mistime jump, then you slam face first into something or die. Like, it really sucks when that happens. While Kaze is wearing this mask, she can also double jump and do its powerful slam attack, which is pretty cool. But why only have these abilities locked behind a power-up? It just seems kind of weird to me. Anyway, the masks in this game are pretty fun to control and don't feel gimmicky and don't get in the way of everything. They don't feel shoehorned in, and it feels great that the game doesn't try to force the mask on you either. The levels in this game are separated into 4 worlds, with 9 levels in each of them, and then being ended off with a boss battle. In every level, you find one of the 3 collectibles, one of them being the crystals, which are everywhere. You get crystals from the ground and get them from hearts too. You need 100 of them for each level for 100%, but sometimes it's not really easy to get 100 of them, at least on your first run. Whenever the game told me that I'm off by 1 crystal, I die a little bit inside. It kinda gives me flashbacks to every time I miss 1 box in a Crash game. When you're going for them on your second run, they're a little bit easier since you're more experienced. I mean, I completely missed all the crystals in 1 level, and I got an achievement for it. Kinda reminds me of that blue gem in Crash 2. Why are there so many Crash comparisons in this video? Next is the green diamonds. These ones you have to keep a closer eye out for because they're pretty hidden. I would say maybe even too hidden. I mean, some of them are pretty clever, like some things you can catch in the corner, like being hidden behind the foreground and right at the end of the stage. But some of them I just found like complete fucking accident, like here when I was about to die. Or this one right here when I just noticed a path up there and I just wanted to see what it was. And anyway, when you find one of the green gems, you enter a bonus stage where you have to do some kind of challenge. Either getting to the end of the stage, defeating the number of enemies, or collecting smaller green emeralds. Once you complete them, you get half of that emerald. The last collectibles are the Kaze tokens, and they're basically just the Kong tokens from the DKC games. Anyway, they're scattered across each level. There's 4 of them in total, and they all spell out Kaze. You got all of them in each level, and you lock some concept art that explains some of the lore around this game a little bit. Out of all the collectibles, I think these are my favorites, since it was the only one that I got all of when I finished the game. They're pretty fun to collect since they were hidden in pretty clever places. I remember in one level where I missed the K letter and I always saw the A first, and I was thinking, oh, that's weird. Where's the K token at? Then when I play this level again, I realized that it's on the left side of the start of the level. Like, that's great. Like, I mean, it's annoying, but like that's pretty cool. The level design in this game is pretty good, and while it borrows a lot from Donkey Kong Country, like the gears are basically just the barrels, or even some of the masks like the snake mask, which just mirrors the minecart sections from some of the older games, but there's also some pretty unique level styles that this game has, like in the secret level that you can unlock. Whenever you get somewhere in a world, you might find a level that you can't access yet. That's where the green diamonds come in. Once you collect all green diamonds in every level in that world, you unlock a secret level that has their own crystals to get and counts as one of the main levels, and also has their own creative level designs. For example, the first secret stage has all the platforms 12 from the start. You have to find out where the rest of them are by relying on graphical details. It might sound cheap in concept, but I feel like the game does a pretty good job on guiding you on where the platforms are, because there's always something to show that there's a platform there. I like how there's always rope floating around so you know that there's a platform, or seeing where enemy projectiles stop. It's a great idea, and the execution of it was amazing. It was a fun level too. Then there's this level where all you're doing is just dashing and clinging onto walls. Then there's the final level, which is just this, and I somehow managed to do it all without dying. What? Ah! Fuck! I was so close to getting a no damage run. Alright, you can do levels without getting hit and get a no damage run medal, which doesn't add to your completion percentage, but you do get achievements for doing a no damage run in every level. When you come back to a level that you already beat, you can see a purple clock appear. These are the time trials, where you try to beat the level as fast as you can. If you do it fast enough, you can get a gold medal for your fastest time. It's basically like the timer logs from Crash 3, but unlike that game, the medals don't really count towards your completion percentage, but you can still get an achievement for getting 10 medals and getting them all. When I finished this game, I had about like 20 achievements, so I don't really have a long way to go. I like how this game has vibration feedback on PS4 controllers, and I'm assuming that it's the same thing with Xbox controllers too, but I feel like they kind of went too far with it, because this game vibrates on everything, like bouncing on enemies, getting hit, events that happen in-game. There's even vibrations when you get animal masks, and to be fair, I kind of understand that. But every time I get an animal's transformation, if I lay it down, my controller vibrates so hard that it starts moving on its own like a goddamn dildo. After playing Ocarina of Time, I was kind of surprised to see that this game was pretty short. It took me about like 4 to 5 hours to beat this game on a casual run, and 9.5 hours to beat it at 100%. But maybe it's a good thing that this game is relatively short, because it doesn't take long for this game to start testing your skills. This game can get pretty hard sometimes, and don't worry, it's not like Dark Souls or Elden Ring, but this game can still get pretty tough, mainly in the second half of the game. But I feel like once you get used to how the platforming works in this game, you'll get better the more you play the game. Before you start a new save file, you have an option to choose between casual or original mode. You don't have lives in either mode, but in original mode, you only have 1 hit point and 1 checkpoint per level. If you don't want to get your ass handed to you, you could just try casual mode first, where you have an extra hit point and more checkpoints. It's recommended for first time players. It's cool that there's an option for this, because you don't want people to be spoiled by an easy difficulty, but at the same time not scare off new players with a difficulty spike that's too much for them. The game might be hard, but it's definitely a fun kind of hard. It has a lot of tough but fair challenge, and it never feels cheap either. I never had any experiences where you couldn't get past something without getting hit, and almost all my deaths were my fault and not because of something that was too bullshit hard to get past. In fact, I actually tried out original mode just for this video, and I don't know if it's just because that I have good muscle memory, or because I didn't try to go for 100% in this playthrough, but I didn't really find original mode any harder than casual mode, to be honest. I even made it faster than I did on casual mode too. That's probably just because I have more experience with this game now. I think all that's left to talk about now is the boss fights. The boss fights in this game start out pretty lackluster, with the first boss having pretty basic patterns to dodge, but then it starts ramping up with the second boss fight, and its patterns aren't too hard to dodge, but I just get really tense whenever I have to shoot the enemy while dodging the fireballs. Then we get to this boss right here, where we have to use a Tiger Mask to beat him, and they really want you to master the Tiger Mask too. This guy's patterns are really hard to follow for the first time. This guy was beating the shit out of me on my first playthrough, and I really hate the feeling you get when you do so good, but then you make one mistake and then you die and have to start from the beginning again. But on original mode, I beat this boss on my second try. I even got the no damage crown too. But now we have the final boss, and it's the best boss in the game. It has you going through multiple phases and using all the animal masks. The platforming is great, the music goes along with the mood, and all ends up with the final phase with the tiger mask. It's all great stuff. The only thing I don't like about this boss is— oh wait! Yeah, it's one of those bosses with a lot of phases where you die at any part of it, you have to start from the beginning. I hate when bosses do that. But this is where OBS has a mental breakdown because they're stuttering everywhere and slow down. This is the only part of the game where it's consistently bad, and again, it's probably not my PC because when I'm playing without recording, it's perfectly fine, so I'm just thinking that it's OBS just fucking with me. When you beat the final boss, this is where the multiple endings come in. If you don't get all the crystals, you get the ending where Hogo just stays as a wisp. I mean, if this is supposed to be a bad ending, I don't really see how it's supposed to be that way. But if you collected all the crystals when you beat the final boss, you get the true ending with Hobo getting his body back and him and Kaze being reunited again. Still, I don't really know how the other ending would be considered a bad one since the two of them still stay together. I mean, yeah, the good ending's more heartwarming, but I don't really get why the ending without all the crystals would be a bad ending though. I know I'm probably reading too much into it, but I don't know, I just feel like I'm missing something here. Overall, I had a lot of fun with Kaze and the Wild Mass. I never played a DKC game before, but after playing this game, I might get into the series sometime. The platforming is pretty fun, the collectibles are pretty good, and the game looks and sounds amazing too. If you're a fan of Donkey Kong Country and are looking for a game that plays like it and at $20 and is scrolling through Steam, check this game out. If someone like me who has no experience with the games that it's emulating at all, I'm sure DKC fans will get a kick out of it too. There's a lot of DKC influence, but it has enough of its own identity to stand up by itself. Make sure to give Pixelhead some love and support, and show them that we want more from them, and hopefully it will lead to them making some more IPs and other games too. I really hope this game gets a sequel because there's a lot of stuff that they could add. I also feel like that this game could benefit from some DLC, like having more animal mass, or maybe even a new secret world. I'd be down for that. And while I know I said that a game like this doesn't really need a deep story, but it will be pretty cool if they dive more into the lore in this game, or maybe even have some more world building too. Well, I got this video done way quicker than I thought it would, especially with the gap between the Sonic Heroes video and the Ocarina of Time review. So the marathon poll is still going on, and I decided to end on July 18th instead because I thought you guys would be waiting even longer for me to do videos on the franchise that wins. So far, Sly Cooper is winning right now, but if you didn't get a chance to cast your vote yet, the link to the poll is in the description and in the pinned comment, just for the people who don't read the description. Remember, votes in the comments don't count. You have to vote on the poll or else I won't take it into account. For the next video, we're going to be looking at a game that came out about like 2 months ago, Kao the Kangaroo, and the 2019 PC re-release of Kao the Kangaroo Round 2. I hope you guys look forward to that, and I hope you guys give Kaze and the Wild Mass a chance. But with all that being said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Peace. Well, this is the first game I've ever done a review on that was close to the release date. Yeah, only by 2 months, but it's still close enough. It was also pretty convenient how close this game was releasing on my birthday. And with Kao the Kangaroo, I know close to nothing about this franchise. Apparently it was a platforming trilogy from the PS2 era, and they were pretty obscure games that only amounted to a cult following. All I know about it is that the first game is pretty much a Crash game, the second game is kind of like Rayman 2, and the third game takes place in a volcano. The second, which is the fan favorite of the trilogy, got re-released on Steam 3 years ago, and I actually got it because it was only $1.99. In a world where a lot of dead franchises like can make a comeback like Crash, Spyro, Medieval, and even Bubsy, probably only a matter of time before Kao got some time in the spotlight, but instead of just being a remaster of the first 3 games, it's actually just a reboot to the entire series, with new character designs, more world building, and new characters, and more. Surprisingly, this game is still under the license of Tate Media, who developed the original games and want to revive the series to celebrate its 20th anniversary, which I guess makes sense, but why did it take so long for them to make another game for the Kangaroo? Because it's been 17 years since Kao 3, and one would assume that after that long hiatus, they'd probably lose the rights to the IP, or the company would have been defunct, but Tate's still been around after Kao 3. I mean, they only made a spin-off game called Kao Challengers, and even that was just a PSP re-release of the second game, but that's pretty much it. I never really played the original trilogy, but I did hear some people talking about the new game in a Discord server that I was in, and it did look something that I was interested in, since after getting into Crash, I started playing a lot of older games, specifically from the PS1 and PS2 era, so this game had my interest. I also like the art style since it kind of reminded me a lot of Crash 4, and I really love Crash 4's visual style. I bought the game during the Steam summer sale, and I think that it's time for me to finally talk about this game and give my thoughts. I probably could have played through the original trilogy before getting into this game, but since it's a reboot, I don't really have to worry too much about continuity. But since this game is only a couple months old, I'll try my best to keep the spoilers to a minimum, but I can't make any promises. And I don't mean just spoiling the story, I mean like spoiling the gameplay too, so if you're interested in playing this game, or if you haven't played it yet, I appreciate you for watching, but please stop watching right now because I don't want to be the guy who ruins the experience for you, so yeah. But if you already played this game, then you're welcome to stay as we dive into the Kao the Kangaroo reboot. Also, before I start, does this font look familiar to you? Let me just show you a thumbnail to one of my videos. Now does it look familiar? I decided to use the same font that I used to use for my videos, Luckiest Guy, and it's not just them either. I've been seeing a lot of people using that same font ever since I stopped using it, but jokes on them since I just switched to Global now, so I see them trying to steal that from me. Meet Kao, a young kangaroo who lives on Hopaloo Village with his mother, Marlene, and his mentor, Walt. Lately, he had a dream where he was following his older sister, Kaya, who was talking to a voice. Before he can catch up to her, Kaya gets devoured by a dark creature, and after he can chase after her, he wakes up, Kao thinks that it might be an omen for what's to come, so he wants to search for his sister. His mom lets him go since he tried stopping his father and sister and that didn't work. So just for a little bit of context, Kao's dad, Kobe, disappeared a while ago to fight a dark power, so then Kaya tried looking for him, but then she disappeared also. Anyway, Marlene suggests that Kao first gets training from Walt before he starts his journey. On his way there, he finds Kaya's spirit, and she leads him to his dad's old boxing gloves, which were buried by Walt because the gloves are corrupted by an evil power in them called Eternal Energy. Once Kao tells Walt about the dream that he had about Kaya, Walt decides to let Kao show what he can do with the boxing gloves. After Kao finishes his training, Walt encourages him to go test out his new boxing gloves on the Terror in the Eternal World. While he's on his way to fight him, he finds out that the gloves are sentient and it can talk. They call themselves the Eternal Gloves, and it seems that Kao is the only one that can talk to them, while his dad couldn't. After Kao takes out the Terror and goes on to the other 2 levels, he tries to explain to his mom that he's going to try and go away, and she obviously doesn't approve of that. Especially after finding out that he's been wearing the same glove that his dad was wearing. But after taking some things into consideration, she decides to let him go. After traveling to the Hungry Jungle to find Jaibaya, who is a friend of Kobe, Kao and Walt meet his merchant Minky, who tries to get them to buy his stuff. I know that doesn't really sound important, but it actually plays a part later on into the game. Anyway, Kao goes out to face Jaibaya, who initially was aggressive, but after Kao kicks his ass, he breaks out of the dark power that he was under control of, and tells Kao that his dad went to go see the oldest one, who apparently Walt was in a relationship with in the past.
Do you know where he went after?
I'm sure he went to see that crazy old goat. Walt, you should know who I'm talking about.
Yes, the oldest one, widely known, one of the best fighting masters. I know her.
Yeah, sure you do, sure you do.
After getting information about the Eternal Warrior, Kao and Walt go to the Frozen Mountains to get in contact with the oldest one. They find the oldest one, and Kao and her start fighting each other to see if Walt trained them good enough. After Kao beats the shit out of her, the oldest one reveals that she was working with the Eternal Warrior because she was tricked into thinking that her school could have benefit from it. She also tells Kao that Kaya is at the Isle of Eternity after the oldest one told her that's where the crystals are made. So then Kao, Walt, and Gadget fly to the Isle of Eternity by plane. But because Kao was in the seat that had a broken seatbelt, lightning strikes and he falls off the plane. Kao wakes up in an area where Gadget's original plane that Kaya crashes there, believing that she might be here somewhere. After searching for her, Kao finally finds Kaya, and she tells Kao that the gloves they're wearing are the only one that can destroy the Eternal World. They win a crystal room for a whack-a-mole minigame, and they finally find Walt and Gadget. After a quick reunion, they find the Eternal Gate that might be where Kobe is. Once Kao finishes the final level, he finds out that his dad is turned into a dark crystal beast. So remember when I said that the merchant character would tie in later to the game? He's actually the Eternal Warrior, and that's obviously a pretty clever idea, because he never really considered the merchant to be the main villain. If Spyro 4 gets announced, they should make Moneybags be the main villain. That would be so hilarious. After being the Eternal Warrior, Kobe and his kids finally reunite. And for some reason, every time I look at Kobe's design, I keep on thinking about that Giga Chad meme. You know, the buff guy with a nice jawline. I mean, I just see those ads on the kangaroo, it's like, damn. Anyway, Kao, Kaya, Kobe, and Walt come back home, and Marlene starts bitching at Kobe for ditching his family to fight evil. The gloves congratulate Kao, and the game ends with Kao and the rest of his family coming back into the house. I don't really expect a game like this to have an incredible story. I think the story in this game is kind of boring. I feel like the concept of the story is pretty good, Kao trying to find his dad and his sister, but when we're talking about the execution, that's a whole nother story. Nothing really goes on. I mean, I don't really think that the game does a really good job in getting me invested into the story. I feel like the reason for that is the characterizations. The characters in this game are just kind of going through the motions. Like, if you ask me anything about the characters' personalities, I'm giving you that blank stare. Like, I'm not saying that every character needs some kind of arc throughout the game, but there's just nothing about these characters that really stand out to me. Kao's just a I want to be a hero type character. Walt is just a trainer. And let me just say this right now. For someone who's supposed to be a coach for our main character, he doesn't really teach us any moves throughout the game. I mean, he teaches you the basics, but that's all he does in terms of coaching. I mean, it would be pretty cool if they did more with him coaching. Like, give Kao some more moves that he can learn. It's a small nitpick, but I just thought that it will give the character some more personality. Then there's Kao's sister, Kaya, and I honestly couldn't pick up what they were trying to go with her. I mean, I guess she can be like an overprotective sister, but there's nothing about her that could portray that. Now, to be fair, she doesn't appear until late into the game, so they didn't really have enough time to develop her character, but she could have been so much more. Then there are the internal gloves. When they're first introduced, they look like they're going to be present throughout the whole game, but instead they just appear, they slot to KO for a couple of cutscenes, then they just disappear for the rest of the game until they just randomly come back at the end of the game, and that's it. There is a lot of potential for the gloves, but their presence is almost non-existent. It also doesn't really help that the voice acting in this game is utter shit. Or I'm over exaggerating. It's not that bad. Like, I can tell that some people are actually trying like the voice actors for Kaya, Kobe, Marlene, and the Eternal Gloves, even though they sound pretty similar to Uga Uga from Insane Trilogy and onwards.
From deep inside my deadly prison, I sent you simple instructions to follow. But you lost the gems, you lost the crystals, and I have lost my patience.
It pains me to say something. Nice. But I cannot deny that you have done a most remarkable job. Really, Kao. Good job.
But characters like Walt just sound kind of boring. Sometimes his voice actor just sounds like he's reading directly off of the script.
Nothing justifies what you've done. You took revenge on whole world. No thought of consequences.
And Kyo kind of has reflections in his voice that kind of reminds me of my friend Cliff Turbo.
Hello guys, it's me Cliff Turbo and I'm doing another walkthrough.
Kao, son of Kobe, your old friend. And I would like to speak to you.
But we're here in Russia, and Russia has the deadly club work.
These gloves really helped me give those frogsters a smacking. I don't see what the fuss is about. They're just normal gloves.
Sorry, Miss Ruby, you're not gonna scare more people today. I'm here to kick your ass.
Hey! You! Hiding out there in the dark? Come out and face me! I'm Kao, son of Kobe. I came here to kick your butt and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of gum.
I said that Kai didn't have enough time to develop, but I feel like other characters didn't get to develop a lot either, and I think that's because that most of the cutscenes in this game are mostly just dialogue or just for jokes. Speaking of jokes, the comedy in this game is kind of hit or miss for me. I mean, some lines were pretty funny, and I didn't really burst out laughing at some of these jokes, but I did crack a smile at some of them. Like this running joke with Kale trying to get his hero stance right, like that got a legitimate chuckle out of me.
No one saw? Phew. That was lucky. Wouldn't want that on YouTube. Yes! Finally!
But then there's jokes like this that just kind of come out of nowhere.
More caves? Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Like, there was no build up to that quote. Like, it just came out of nowhere. Then there's moments where they actually got a pretty good joke, but then they just kind of ruined it.
And these are Dad's gloves. It's the only thing I have left of him.
Are you playing the sad kid card on me?
Why does that never work?
You need to watch less Tuk Tak, Han.
Tuk Tak? Mom, you can't complain about it if you don't even know what it's called.
It's like you had something going there, but then you just ruined it, and it's not funny anymore. The main reason why I'm spending so much time on the story here is because I feel like they could have had something going on here with the right execution. I feel like the concept of the game is genuinely interesting, but it just couldn't deliver. Overall, I don't play games for the plot, but I feel like this game's story could have benefited from a couple of rewrites because the final product is very underwhelming. As for the gameplay, Tate Multimedia must have really loved Jak and Daxter. Like, I bet they probably have a rare golden model of a Power Soul in their work office. I mean, there's a lot of influences from other platformers like Crash, Spyro, Ratchet & Clank, but the one thing I thought most of while I was playing this game was Jak and Daxter, and it's not a bad thing. It's not like it was ripping off Jak and Daxter. It's not like the Cortex just doing what Crash 3 did. It's more like just recapturing the structure of the first Jak and Daxter game. There's 4 hub worlds in this game in total. They all lead off into 3 or 4 other levels with their own collectibles you get. There's 5 different types of collectibles in this game: the crystal runes, gems, ducats, pages, and the KO letters. The crystal runes are the only collectibles that are story related. There's a set number of them in each level, and you can find them in either pretty obvious locations or getting them by completing a specific task. To progress through the game, you have to collect all the crystal runes, which doesn't really sound as bad as it actually is. The KO letters are pretty much like the Kong letters from the DKC games. Out of all the collectibles, these are the ones that you need to watch out for the most since they're pretty hidden, like more so later on in the game. I managed to get all the KO letters in the first and second world. Third world, I'm always missing one letter, and there's 4 of them in each level, and they're needed to unlock different types of costumes in this game. In every hub world, there's a shop where you can unlock costumes by grabbing all the KO letters in a level. There's a lot of costumes that you can find, like the KO skin from KO 2 and the Explorer costume from KO 3, which you can actually get an achievement from. Anyway, the ducats are the only collectibles that are needed for 100% completion. Unlike the rest of the collectibles, the ducats reappear every time you re-enter a level. You can let these to buy stuff at the shop like extra hearts, extra lives, and costumes, and more ducats. They're kind of like the precursor ords from Jak and Daxter, but you don't have people asking you for 90 ducats every time they need something from you. Finally, there's the gems, which I honestly don't know what they do. They're just kind of there. You don't get anything from collecting them all, and you don't unlock any achievements from it either. Finally, there's the pages. This game has a KOpedia, which gives a little bit of an insight for the characters and enemies in this world. You get these pages from either finding them the level, or you can get them from beating the shit out of enemies. I like this because it gives a little bit more depth to the characters in this game. Inside the level, you can find bonus stages called internal walls. Here you do challenges for you to collect more gems and more ducats. Doing them all counts to 100% completion and an achievement. After you beat a level in the internal wall, you can go back to them via an internal wall that's in a hub world. The level design is mostly linear, but there's also branching pathways that lead you to collectibles. You'll be doing platforming most of the time, but there's also some different gameplay styles that break up the pacing once in a while, like sliding out ice pathways or grinding on rails all at Ratchet & Clank style. There's also these chasing segments, kind of like the boulder chasing sections from a Crash game. And I don't know if it's just me, but I swear the bowling rolling monkeys are way faster than they should be, because I died so many times because of them. There's also these segments where you can carry a crystal to reveal platforms that you would fall through. While the level themes are pretty basic, like in Ice or Grassland, the levels themselves have things going on inside them that help make them stand out, like how in one level, there's a juice factory inside while you're platforming over big rivers of juice, and the final level is pretty much an amusement park. They're all pretty fun levels to travel through, but even though some of these levels are pretty fun, some of them just never know when to fucking end. Specifically, the later stages don't know when to end, and because of that, it kind of makes stages drag on longer than it needs to, especially if you're going for 100%. But overall, the levels are designed pretty well, and they're pretty fun for people who love these types of levels. For Kao himself, he's basically just Jak if he was a kangaroo and had boxing gloves. He can double jump in this game, and honestly, it's not really that good, because it cancels out all mid-air momentum that you had with your first jump. It's not terrible, but it did lead me to die a couple of times because of timing issues. He can also do the spin move in mid-air, and can do this roll move, which doubles as an attack too. When he's in mid-air, he can do the body slam attack, which got me into trouble in some levels because since I'm used to how Jak controls in the Jak and Daxter games, I have a lot of muscle memory issues because I keep on pressing the B button to do a spin and not a body slam. It also doesn't really help since, again, I'm playing the PC version of this game with a PS4 controller, and since Jak and Daxter are PlayStation games, you can see where I'm going with this. He can also climb by using his ears, which honestly is really crazy how those small little ears carry the weight of the rest of his body, because if his ears just ripped straight off the moment he tried to move, I would just be laughing my ass off. Kao can also do melee combat like punching, which can get a little bit button mashy sometimes, but he keeps from getting repetitive with the finisher move. With every enemy Kao kills, his gauge fills up, and once it's at max, he can do his finishing combo that can one-shot everybody in a 2 feet radius. While Kao is climbing, he can also stretch his neck down to reach the lower areas. Honestly, it's kind of weird how he can even do this in the first place. Like, I know it's a callback to whenever he reaches bodies of water, he stretches his neck up so he can still breathe. Like, it's never really explained how he does it. It's never even acknowledged, he just does it. I said that a roll move doubles as an attack, but it's also useful for dodging moves, just used to move out the way when the enemy is about to hit back. And you can use that spin move to attack enemies that are above solid ground. Well, the goals also have some powers that you can use thanks to the crystals. For instance, the grapple hook move with that honestly does whatever the fuck it wants, because it's really finicky sometimes, and other times it just refuses to work because I counted a lot of times where I pressed the button and Kao didn't do jack shit. And the physics are kind of wonky too, because when you're swinging on the crystals, it throws me off a lot. And since punching and releasing the grappling hook is mapped to the same button, it's going to lead you to releasing the grappling hook when you're trying to punch something or vice versa. There's also some elemental abilities that you can use like fire, wind, and ice. Fire is used for burning away cobwebs or activating heat-based platforms. The ice power is used for these paths to freeze water and start ice skating. And finally, there's the wind power, which gives you the ability to pull objects around or to pull platforms around enemies like the world's biggest douchebag. These elemental powers also tie into the boomerangs that you can find somewhere inside of a level. These are like the boomerangs from Kao 2, except that you don't carry them with you. They're the boomerang dispenser in every level, where you can throw them at an enemy, or throw them at a switch to reveal platforms. You can even strafe with them. I mean, I never used it, but that's still pretty cool. But if you have an elemental ability while you activate the boomerang dispenser, the elemental powers transfer to the boomerang, and the boomerang has its own abilities. With fire boomerangs, you can burn out cobwebs that are holding up platforms, and with the ice boomerang, you can freeze waterfalls to climb on them. Well, the gameplay is pretty solid. It's not the best game that you're going to play, but since it's coming from a relatively small development team from Poland, this is still pretty impressive. The bosses in this game are actually pretty good. Like, they're not amazing, but I was kind of expecting them to be wait for an opening and start wailing on them. But there's actually more depth to them. My favorite boss is probably the oldest one because it's the only boss where you have to use the elemental powers to beat her. The other bosses are alright. I like the final bosses since it makes you unfreeze projectiles so you can immobilize them. So the bosses in this game are pretty good. For a game that came from not a huge group of developers, this game looks pretty good. Yeah, it took a lot of inspiration from Spyro Reignited and Crash 4, but there are some things that it does so it doesn't come off as a complete copy of those games. The stage environments look pretty cool. The color palette is beautiful, and the character redesigns look pretty cool. With the original games, you can tell that they're going for like a more cutesy cartoon look with Kao, but in this game, you get more of a naive teenager vibe from him, and I like it. It's a pretty solid look for the guy, and at times, he can be pretty expressive. But that's just the graphics though. The presentation is a little bit messy. The character designs are pretty cool. The characters themselves are pretty static. They mostly just move their lips and almost don't make any facial expressions whatsoever. And most of the time, the voice acting doesn't even align with the facial expressions. Like, take this cutscene for example.
Oh, Marlene! You're not going to believe what we've been through.
Really? And you won't believe what I've been through. I've been looking after this whole place while being a nervous wreck the entire time. Worrying about the three of you, and it's all because you wanted to be a hero.
Home sweet home.
If it's so sweet, then I hope you won't surprise me by escaping from it again.
Like, you see what I mean, right? Unless you were listening to the tone of her voice, you couldn't tell that she was angry, scared, or worried. Like, come on, even a PS2 game wouldn't do something like that. An early PS2 game for that matter, too. I know this is a small development studio that we're talking about here, but this kind of stuff just really bothers me, especially for a 2022 game for the current generation to be doing stuff like this. Hopefully, if they ever make a sequel to this game, we can hope that they can fix stuff like that. There's also a problem with the textures too, and what I mean by that is when some cutscenes start, the textures don't load up until a few seconds after the cutscene starts. That doesn't happen a lot, but I did notice it in the opening cutscene and some other cutscenes too. Apparently, this game had a couple of graphical glitches on launch, like the music not playing after internal world level, the autosaving not working on the PS4 version, and the UI disappearing after dying. These glitches were patched out not long after the game was launched, so I didn't really encounter anything that was game breaking, but I did think that I was pretty weird how some pods would just poof out of existence after I break them. And I don't really consider this one a glitch, but for some reason when you're wearing a costume, it doesn't really carry on to the cutscenes. I just wanted to bring that up because it just looks weird. Overall, the game looks pretty good for the most part. The soundtrack isn't anything special, it's pretty atmospheric, so it's not that memorable, but I really like the theme that plays when we're going around Hopaloo Village. It's really relaxing, and kind of gives me Sandover vibe from Jak and Daxter. I know I've been bringing up Jak and Daxter this whole video, but I just can't help it. Like, when I think of Jak and Daxter, I'm gonna bring up Jak and Daxter. It also kind of feels nostalgic in a way, like I've heard it before. Wolf's Dojo theme kind of reminds me of Insanity Peak from Crash 4 too, so the soundtrack is pretty forgettable, with a couple of good songs. I said that the voice acting is pretty hit or miss, but sometimes I couldn't even hear the voices because the music was too loud. And there's some sound effects that were really loud too, which not only drowns out the voices, but also can cause straight up ear if you're playing this with headphones on.
If it's so sweet, then I hope you won't surprise me by escaping from it again.
I promise. From now on, I will announce my epic journeys and excellent events.
I guess that's better than nothing.
Also mentioned earlier that Kao Round 2 was released on Steam back in mid-2019. The reboot takes a lot of inspiration from this game specifically, and since this game is basically just a reboot but not as in-depth, I'll just take a quick look at it just for this video. So the story is pretty simple. It's about Kao freeing his friends from the Hunter. It's a pretty simple story, but it's enough to get you to want to play the game. So no, this game is basically just the main blueprint for the reboot, so I'll try to keep this as brief as I can. Kao controls almost like he did in the reboot. He can jump, double jump, take it through a 3-hit combo, do a mid-air spin, roll, and does his ground slam move. He can also strafe with his lock-on feature to keep track of enemies, kind of like in Rayman 2. This also works for the boomerangs, but unlike the reboot, you can carry as much as you want until you run out of them. Kao also has the ability to just throw acorns to knock something down or just to activate something. The level design is kind of like the reboot with it just being a linear collectathon. The game has 3 collectibles: ducats, crystals, and stars. Ducats are pretty much currency, but it's only to get into other levels. Crystals unlock bonus levels that doesn't unlock anything as far as I'm aware. And stars improve Kao's stats like hovering to make it easier to land jumps, kind of like Rayman's hovering. This game also has a hub world, but it only exists for cutscenes and nothing else. There's nothing in these hubs that you can do. Like, matter of fact, the only way you enter stages is by talking to an NPC. Like, at that point, why have hub worlds if you're gonna do that? There's also different types of styles of gameplay in this game, like a barrel, a motorboat, a snowboard, and a raft. You can also ride animals like moles and birds. The bosses aren't really that much of a challenge. I mean, they can be pretty annoying, but they're all pretty much pushovers. My least favorite boss fight is definitely one against Shaman, because the patterns are really hard to tell, and the attacks are way too fast. It took me like half an hour just to get the no damage achievement on this one boss, and it's the first boss in the game, so great job to anyone who did that. The graphics are pretty good. I think they aged about as well as any other platforming game that released around that time. I like Kao's design in this game. It's a nice look for him. I think I like it just as much as the redesign. In fact, I actually played most of the reboot with the classic skin on. The soundtrack is a little bit too ambient for me. It's not a bad soundtrack, but I can't really remember any song to save my life, except for the song that plays on the title screen. But all in all, Kao 2 is a pretty fun game. I know some people would just see this as a Rayman 2 clone, but I think it did pretty well for what it set out to be, so if you're really into obscure platforms from the 6th generation, then get this game. I mean, the game's like $2 on Steam, so I don't think it would hurt to add this to your library. Overall, I don't feel like I wasted my money with the Kao the Kangaroo reboot. Yeah, make improvements where it's needed, but I think that the end result is a solid adventure platformer for people who are in the genre in the first place. It's a pretty decent game, but when you can just play Spyro Reignited Trilogy or Crash the Insane Trilogy, I feel like this game would only appeal to Kao fans. But that being said, if you did enjoy the original Kao the Kangaroo Trilogy, then you should get this game. It's on every console right now, PS4, PS5, Xbox One, and Series X, Switch, and of course PC. It could take you about like 6, 7, or 8 hours to beat it on your first try, maybe 10 to 12 hours to go for 100%. I think that the game is pretty decent for a basic platforming game, but I just don't really see myself starting a new save all soon. But now that we got this video out the way, the poll for the next year review just finished up, with Sly Cooper winning most of the votes, and unfortunately Uncharted getting dead last. I'll get to the other franchises that didn't win the poll soon, but right now, it's finally Sly Cooper's turn to get a line in the spotlight, so I hope you guys really look forward to that, because I definitely am too, since this is another gem from my early years as a gamer. So I'll finally finish up the Sony platforming trio of the PS2, so until that video comes out, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see y'all next time. Peace.